it was, but like the fisherman tools and the wood and the grass, that one, do you remember? We did it in that one. We've done it in Caif. We've done it in lots and lots of different designs. But using the fabric, I thought I'd only like it in brights, but I think this is my favourite. This has to be my favourite now. It is beautiful. I just think they've got the colours right. They've even got you see the order of the colours, the way it goes from the green in the middle to the blue to the red to then the lovely nutmeg to the fresh greens to then your maize coverlet. Do you know what I mean? And then the blue willow bough around the outside and then that lovely red, beautiful red going around there. I just think they've got it spot on. Absolutely spot on. Oh, that would look... I don't want to say that would look gorgeous on my bed, but it would look amazing on my bed. Oh, Kat says she'll make me one. Oh, that's lovely of you, Kat. Thank you. Floor Kat, that is. Oh, yeah, all right. She's all right. You've not come in your pretty dress today. Yesterday, she looked so gorgeous. Yesterday, she came... I mean, you look gorgeous anyway, don't get me wrong. But she doesn't dress up normally for work. She normally has her jeans and her boots. And yesterday, she had this beautiful, beautiful dress on. And I said, are you going out somewhere special? She went, no, it's a summer dress. I think the summer's over now. So if I don't wear it today, I'll never wear it. And she looked like a little fairy. She looked so gorgeous. And she just looks rubbish again today. Yeah. Anyway, £199.99. A split pay, £66.66. I just think the whole thing. Priscilla ordered the quilt. Can't wait to get started. Where does she live? Oh, Oxfordshire. That's not far from me. I might come round and have my picture taken on it, Priscilla. Are you Queen of the Desert? Isn't that Priscilla Queen of the Desert? Is that what he says? No. She's not Priscilla Queen of the Desert. Anyway, you're going to love it. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to look gorgeous. You can tell I like it. I'm going to shut up because I absolutely think it's stunning. I'm going to put it there because I will come back to it in a minute. Loads have gone, by the way. Loads have gone. Right. Now, I said I was going to do this at the end of the hour, but I'm doing it now. Right.
Good morning. We are going to have a fabulous day. It's Monday morning. Apparently we're going to have a heat wave this week, which is very bizarre to think as I've been freezing all weekend. But I hope you've had a lovely weekend too. I've just about recovered from the Manager Specials week. It was wild. It was so good. And we knew, obviously, coming out of Manager Specials week, we needed some amazing shows. Because otherwise, everyone would say, well, I've already got all of my deals. I've already got all of the good stuff. But, oh, my word, this week, the lineup is amazing. Starting your Monday show with a brand new book launch. Tilly Rose is here in the studio, and I've not seen her. She reminded me since 2018. It's been years and years and years and years and years. And we've got so much going on this hour to talk about. So stay tuned. Tilly is live in the studio with the book, Connecting with Nature. Brand new, exclusive to us for a whole week, which is really excited. And she signed them all for us as well. So we'll talk to Tilly in just a moment. Anne Louisa Galt is here as well with brand new patterns. We've got a quilting pattern and an English paper piecing pattern. Which is brilliant. And we've also got Stitch and Story with Snoopy and Peanut crochet. Normally I would start straight away with the early bird, but I've kind of gone into the roster. So there you go. Let's show you what is coming up today. It's going to be brilliant. It's going to be a very, very, very busy day, just as a warning. If you can get involved early on the book launch, go for it, as it's already been selling on pre-order. Oh, I can't wait to show you this book. It's brilliant. Now, shall we start with today's early bird special? Now, I was sort of first introduced to Zoid during Manager Specials week, and we did some brilliant, brilliant deals. Now, Kerry, who's producing today, she works upstairs in our office, and she says, I was constantly around everybody, saying they were doing all these deals and doing all these deals. So I've taken these and I'm going to do an amazing price on them. We all need a good pair of fabric scissors. And when you're talking about a brand like Zoid, then you know you are getting that precision, the durability, you're getting comfort as well. Whether you're a right-hander or a left-hander, actually, these are ambidextrous scissors, which is brilliant, isn't it? Oh yeah, I wouldn't know how to spell it. Ollie just said, I don't think I've ever seen the word ambidextrous written out before. There it is in the graphics. Ambidextrous. Whether you are a left-hander, and I thought I'll try these out because normally if they say they're ambidextrous, I'm a bit sceptical because they look very much like right-handed scissors, but they are extremely comfortable to hold as a lefty, and more importantly, they still cut absolutely perfectly. So whether you're a right-hander or a left-hander, this is going to be brilliant. Now, are you ready? We're going to start the show as we mean to go on. We're going to a brilliant prize. What? Oh, that is like a manager's special prize. I found these on Amazon earlier. They were £15. If you want them today at $7.99, that is what you call an early bird special. I told you we were going to do a brilliant prize. I don't think we expected that. Ollie said, oh, I feel like it's Monday this morning earlier. He was ever so tired coming here. He says, I've had a really busy weekend and it feels like a Monday morning. We're going to wake everybody up with some brilliant deals and some fabulous launches today. £7.99. You always need a good pair of scissors. And in fact, actually, whether this be your lovely new fine fabric pair of scissors or whether you're going to keep these in your wrapping paper cupboard ready for Christmas, or whether these are going to be the scissors that go along with your brand new Connecting with Nature book that maybe you take out with you, you're ready if you're doing a bit of foraging, or just having a good pair of scissors is so important, isn't it? As crafters, you never ask a crafter how many pairs of scissors they have. Lots of scissors. Now, these aren't micro-serrated, so you don't need to worry about sending them off to get them sharpened or anything, but they cut absolutely beautifully. And in fact, you'll be able to sharpen these in your Fiskars scissor sharpener. They should not be $7.99. Fabulous price today. Whether you are, I'm a left-hander, but whether you are right-handed or left-handed, they cut beautifully. They're not too weighty either. You know, sometimes when you have a 9-inch blade like this, you know, a big pair of shears, I don't know when it changes from scissors to shears. Must be a measurement that changes. What makes it a shear? I don't know whether maybe it's 10 inches, maybe it changes to shears. But they look big scissors, don't they? And they are extremely sharp, but they're not too weighty. They're lovely and comfortable to hold. We learned all about Zoid last week with our buyer, Paul. He bought us a brilliant bundle of rotary cutters and mats. We didn't get a pair of scissors. Definitely make the most of your scissors at $7.99. There you go. Fun fact for you, if it's a shear, it's over 10 inches. If it's a pair of scissors, then it's 9 inches, or, well, under 10. £7.99. They look very smart as well, don't they? And they're lovely and comfortable. I like the way that they're sort of angled. So if you are cutting, you know, your fabric on the desk, then they're going to sit nice and flat, which means you're going to get precision and accuracy. Now, loads of you are coming through. Keep going through for those. It is today's early bird special. We've got, as I said, a full launch this hour, so we're not going to spend too much more time on them. But if you do want to come in at any point for our early bird, that means you've paid your postage and packaging for the whole day. Now, we did already show you the menu, so should we get going? Those of you that would like a brand new, so different to anything that we've ever done before as well, I've launched, I think it was the first of Tilly Rose's books, and here she is with, I think, number 4, number 5? Number 4, book number 4. If you were collecting the series, there's already loads of these that have gone on pre-order, and in fact, do you know what? Even though this is signed, even though this is an exclusive, we want to be lower than RRP. So Tilly, I don't think Tilly knows about this, by the way, but we're just going to do it. We'll do everything we can. It's obviously only £1 off, but it's bragging rights, isn't it? One, we have the UK launch, but now we've got it even lower than RRP, and it is signed. So this book, we will be having a good look with Tilly Rose, but it's all about connecting with nature and bringing the outside in. Botanical eco dye painting, weaving, stitching, slow stitching. This is the perfect time of year. I know that a lot of people, as it starts to get the darker nights drawing in, a lot of people like to sit in front of the fire, do a bit of slow stitching, go out on nice country walks. And it's the time of year I certainly have a little bit of a, you know, you get a little bit, blue, don't you, going into the winter, that you want to do something mindful, do something that's going to be productive. And then what I love about this book, it isn't necessarily a project book that you are going to be working from a set of instructions. There are projects in here, but it's more talking about using and unleashing your capability and your creativity. And it can be literally at any point of your creative journey. You don't have to have any stitching experience to use and enjoy this book, but also you can absolutely be, a precise quilter and have a go at this, and using the different part of your brain, in just bringing in nature into your lovely crafting, into your stitching, and it is the most gorgeous books. Lots of lovely techniques in here. Look at that. I mean, we'll go through all of these with Tilly, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that amazing price as well. For $14.99, you've got a brand new exclusive book. For a whole week, we've got exclusivity, and it is signed £14.99. And also, not only are you getting the book today, you're also automatically entered into a free prize draw. And this will allow you access to, well, somebody is going to get chosen at random to be part of Tilly's Stitch Cafe, which we'll talk about as well, because this is a brilliant, brilliant online subscription service which you can enter in. Even if you don't win, it's definitely worth having a think about joining there. If you are new to Tilly Rose or to Tilly, then have a good look through her website. She has a very distinctive style. Over the 4 books that she's launched, you are going to fall in love. They are gorgeous. And it is the perfect time of year, I think, to enter into this kind of mindful, gorgeous, slow stitching and crafting. And we actually have the designer here with us today, which is very, very exciting. So any questions that you have, get them in. Tilly, it's so lovely to have you here. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good.
It's been a while. Saw you on in 2018.
2018, I know, lots happened since then.
And that was
Grey
book
hairs
number
tell
1.
the tale.
That was book number 1.
Yes.
And we're now book 4.
We're now book 4, and I'm working on book 5.
So anybody who has not met you before,
Yes.
tell us about your creative and your sewing journey.
Okay, so I am a textile artist. I'm a designer, tutor. I have a background working in education before I kind of came into the crafting side of things. And I live in the Cambridgeshire Fens, so I'm surrounded by the landscape, beautiful, beautiful landscape. And it's a big part of my creative world. So although this feels a completely kind of new style to some people, it's not really. I've been doing this for years. It's just I've devoted a book to it, or at least Search Press have devoted a book. So that's lovely. Yes, and it's really encouraging everybody to take a few moments of their day and really connect in with Mother Nature.
Yeah.
In some way.
Yeah.
And we were talking just before we came on air, weren't we, how not everybody can follow set instructions. It's just having that free flow of creativity. And that's what I really love to encourage.
Oh, I think that's really a point that we don't talk about enough here, actually, because quite often we are quite visual people as creative people. You know, you might stumble upon Sewing Street and then struggle with, precise measurements that you need as a quilter or as an embroiderer, whereas this is more about...
This is just going with that flow. It is, and there's no right or wrong. But on that point, I don't want people to think that there are no instructions to follow as such. It's just really working within your ability, and it's a brilliant way of introducing a younger generation or a new generation into creative side of things without actually sitting and stitching and doing a sampler's piece or something, because then by the time they're a little bit older, they might want to sort of venture into that world.
Well, anybody who has got children or grandchildren, and we all know you go off on walks and you always come back with
You
things.
always come back with treasures.
And this is what I love as well. Within your book, you're not talking about, you know, buying kits and spending hundreds of pounds on things.
No.
It can be literally things that are outside your front door.
It is. And also, it's a lovely way of collecting memories. So obviously my first book was Stitch Memories.
Right.
And
Yes,
that
I
was
remember it
around,
well.
you know, slow stitching,
Photographs and-
photographs and memorabilia. But this is another way of collecting those memories. We're going to be looking, the little one that you've got here at the moment, I'm going to be showcasing how I use the inspiration when I'm out on a walk, how I then put that into some form of sketchbook. It doesn't mean you've got to know how to draw. It doesn't matter. It's just taking notes in a different way. And then how you can add that into your textile art or your collage, textile collage and slow stitching.
Because you can still, yes, incorporate it into, as you can see, quilts, wall hanging, cushions, bags,
Anything.
clothes,
Yeah.
journals. I mean, Tilly has very kindly brought in so many samples and examples of what you're going to be able to do. And I just love the fact that you can sort of forage around, look for things, and like you said, have memories. The sticks that you've got as well. We actually have a bit of a project in here of ideas of what to do with sticks,
so
treasured
the
memories.
treasured memory
I love
sticks
this.
really is another form of stitching without actually using a needle. It's weaving around a stick, it's creating those memories, and it's collecting those sort of colours and textures in just a different way, in a more of a tactile way.
And I know people who physically can't pick
No.
up.
So I
you
have
know,
a background
an
in
England
working
thread.
with children with special needs. That was what I kind of did in education, and working with all forms of disability. And sometimes, you know, when you see a beautiful design embroidered as such, you have to adapt that to different abilities, or maybe as we get older, you know, our dexterity issues are in there, in that equation, visual impairments, all of that. And this is another way of being creative and not losing, because it's so beneficial to your well-being to be creative. We all know that. But even if you can just go for that little walk and introduce that as half of the project, you know, that's an amazing way. So.
And then using those sticks and how to incorporate them, like you say, into memory sticks, calendars. The ones that you've just put into the lovely jar with Christmas decorations. And I mean, they look beautiful as ornamental pieces in your home, don't they?
And you just keep them there all through the year, and every time you walk past, you think of that little happy memory.
Absolutely. So there are lots of projects in here, but it is more of understanding, you know, giving you that inspiration. You're not just leaving everybody completely to their own devices. You're still helping everyone.
And it's also taking your stitching in a different way. So you might not actually enjoy embroidery where you've got to sit and do it as a sort of a perfect sampler, or at City and Guilds level. You might want to just have that free flow, but not quite sure where you put your embroidery. So it could be, you know, you draw something on your sleeve and you embroider a little bit there, and that was inspired by a little walk out in the woods with your children. It doesn't have to be on a set kit or what have you. It's just giving it another angle, really.
Now, I know there's lots of people who are coming in who have already collected your first few books. So talk us through do they all sort of tie in together?
They kind of do. There's a little
Stitch
journey.
Memories.
Stitch Memories. If I'm really honest, I was never going to write another one. That was like on my bucket list. I've written my book, and and we sold out very, very quickly, and it was a bestseller, which was lovely. And you know, thank you everybody. And off that, as an extension of that, people sort of said, but how do you get your ideas to sort of start? You know, how do you start with that? So Daydream Journals, the next book, came along because I kind of shared what I did in my journals, how you can create that. You can use it from photographs, drawings, sketchbook, whatever. And then the third book is actually was launched this year, and that is a new series of embroideries designed by me, inspired by vintage embroideries based on flowers and you know, what have you. So that came out earlier this year. That was Among the Wildflowers, and I'm working on the second one as we speak in the woods. And then I was writing this at the same time. So this was just an extension of really how do you know, take that inspiration from Mother Nature. Really.
And that's what you start the book with. So collecting and finding the treasures, you know, the different things that you might find when you're walking along a beach or in a forest or in a woodland. And then how to incorporate them, choosing them. Look, you've gone through all the different scenarios where you might be in the countryside. and how you then can incorporate them into your chosen projects. Pressing flowers. I know that you also do lots of natural
eco dyes.
dyeing.
Yep,
I
eco
found
dyes
this
and
really
paints.
interesting. I did not know that you could even. I didn't know this was possible. I mean, you said that you do it with onion skins,
You can do anything.
red
cabbage, anything that's in your
Amazing.
kitchen, a plant. You can do it in the wood. You can do acorns. You can use your vegetable from your vegetable garden, or bark from a tree. You've just got to find a way of, they're all different techniques. But one of the easiest things to do is literally put some flowers in a jam jar, fill it with water, and put it on the windowsill, and let the sunshine just gently dye that fabric.
I love
So
it.
put a little bit of lace.
You know,
in
we're
there.
all in a world where we're more aware. We're in
Yes.
a conscious time of looking after
Yeah.
our environment and working at one with Mother Nature
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely,
So if
yeah.
you can do it yourself, I think COVID sort of changed everything.
Yeah, I agree,
It
I
was
agree.
really important to us to have that focus,
Yeah.
that mindfulness. I know so many people that got into sewing, got into crafting, got into slow stitching.
Yeah.
Because, we needed that focus. And as we go back into the fast-paced world, it is so important to
It
have
is.
that time for your mind.
It is. And also, I think we've got a little bit more on the sort of repurposing and upscaling,
Definitely.
upcycling side of things.
Yeah.
And, if you say you had a white blouse like yourself there that you think, actually, I love my blouse, but actually it needs updating or whatever, you could eco-dye it, you could stitch on top, and you've just
Yeah.
given it new life.
Yeah.
It's just rethinking, isn't it, really?
So there's lots of advice on this as well. Oh, I must mention, anybody that is getting the book, by the way, it is really, really busy. I know whilst Tilly is here, there's a lot of people who are listening to her and looking what's going on with the book. We have got, hopefully, hundreds of these in stock, enough to go around, and you've signed them all for us, haven't you?
I have.
But I do think this is going to sell out today. So if you have got it in your basket, please do check out as soon as you can. We've dropped it down lower than RRP at $14.99. And everybody that is checking out, you're automatically entered into a prize draw.
I know.
Tell us about
We
the Stitch
haven't
Cafe.
mentioned it. So I'm really excited about this. So we only launched earlier this year. It's in collaboration with Search Press, the publishers that are working. I really wanted a collaboration, a community of. We've just been talking about that gentleness.
Yeah.
Coming together as a community. And it's an online subscription club that everything you're going to see today is sort of based around, obviously, my designs, my ethos of working with nature, working with your different forms of stitching. So it could be sewing on your machine. It doesn't have to be hand sewing, but it's around slow stitching and textile art. And all the things that we've just mentioned, eco-dyeing, eco-paints, all of that, it's all in there. And I've got a few examples that I'm really hoping we're going to have time to show today. And we have a monthly make, and we have projects in there that you can dip in and dip out. And really, we called it the Slow Stitch Cafe because I wanted it a community that you could just pop in with your cuppa, sit down, you've got half an hour maybe, and I know lots of the ladies who've joined already have sort of said, I sit down for 10 minutes and I'm there for like 2 hours where I browse, And really that's the idea. You can chat to other rosebuds in the cafe, ask them about their projects, but it's lovely that people, we're just talking about going out for walks, and that's just one example. People can upload their photos and say, well, look, I've been here and I've done this and I've used that technique that was shown on that video and what have you. And it's really encouraging everybody to have a go, have a dabble at various different crafts, really. So,
Well, thank you for giving us that competition today as well, because that's only for today. Anybody who does check out on the book today, you're automatically entered into the free prize draw to win a whole year's access to Tilly Rose's Slow Stitch Cafe. If you do want to join as well, have a look on Tilly's website. It's a subscription monthly service, as you said, or you can make the most of the whole year, £90 a year. If you want to make the most of it, you get special live streams. I know you're off to India next week, aren't you?
When I come back from India, that's when we'll be starting our go lives. We held it just back a little bit just because I'm doing a textile tour in India.
Wow.
And I didn't want to start something and then obviously disappear. Yeah. So we've held it back, and we're still in the infancy of the club, really. So it's lovely that I can kind of take on ideas from all the members as well, and we join as a lovely get together.
Oh, I love community. I think that the crafting community is such a lovely, open community,
it is.
Supportive community.
And also, I think it's really important.
Space.
The really important thing is it's based all around mindfulness and that gentleness. So if you're just having that odd day, we all get them, or odd moment, you think, oh, just just need 5 minutes. You know, you can tap in with your membership, come and visit as many times as you like. And it's not just obviously for here in the UK, it's worldwide.
Brilliant.
So wherever, you know, your viewers...
you meet crafters all over the
yeah,
world
and it's
then.
amazing because you can share. You can just share that.
techniques.
And already all the members are just sort of, you know, just giving that little bit of support when people just go, oh, what am I doing wrong on this picture or something? And they'll go, oh, look, try this. Or, you know, and that's lovely because it's just a beautiful little community. So come and say hello.
Now, should we have a little look? We've got messages coming in as well for you, Tilly. This is a message saying, Tilly Rose, your book looks amazing. I can't wait for mine. It's going to be another bestseller, says Lynn.
Oh, thanks, Lynn.
It really
That's
is.
lovely.
Isn't it gorgeous? Sarah's also messaged saying, morning, Tilly and Vicky. Loving the show. Tilly, your new book looks fantastic. I can't wait to get my hands on it. I have all of Tilly's previous books. Do you know what I love?
Sarah.
Like you said, when you've got 5 minutes, it's a lovely coffee table book to have a
is.
flick through. I was going to say, you know, when sometimes you get a project home and a project book home and you're thinking, right, got to start with my cutting instructions. I've got to start. It's a different process to just having a cup of tea. Nice gift for somebody as well, actually.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. The photography, Mark, the photographer, is amazing because, bless him, he totally gets where I bring in all my things and he'll be, oh, you want all of them photographing? Yes, please. For that reason, because not everybody can actually physically get out for a walk or get out to see the seasons and what have you. And if you can just look at it from a photograph, sometimes that's all the inspiration you need just to, oh, okay, I'll get my sewing out today and I'll do a little bit of embroidery, you know, so, yeah.
It's not only a sewing book, it's the mindfulness book as well,
It is,
which
hopefully.
you will absolutely love. There's weaving, there's embroidery, there's watercolour painting, there's all sorts in here. So, dancing ballerinas.
Yes.
How do you take
Yes.
the flowers that you found on a walk into
couldn't-
a piece of
so
embroidery?
if I just showcase here, obviously
please.
I couldn't bring all of this with me today, but quite often on my walks, I will stop and collect sort of fallen leaves or petals or anything like that, and just make a lovely mandala design for no reason whatsoever, you know. And I get asked that all the time. People walking past with their dogs, they go, oh, that looks lovely, what are you doing, you know? And when you sort of say, well, I'm just creating a little bit of art, I'm just having 5 minutes for myself, the amount of people that stop and say, really? Wow, I hadn't thought to use flowers and petals and what have you. And then I take photographs, and then that helps me to really look at the detail of, we've got an example here of sort of rose hips and the fen reeds around my studio. But how do you go from doing that in the open air as such, a bit like a painter? We've got some different examples here. This was at my friend Bron's garden. Had a lovely day playing with flowers. How do you use that then in a design? So I thought I'd just run through that today as a little example. So we're going to look at dancing ballerina, and this was this little design here, which you can see over the page. And this one, you can see we used twigs, just a little bit off the sort of the fir tree that was hanging around in the woodland there, and then these beautiful camellias. And then, so when I took loads of photographs, when I got home, I then sketched, just starting really with the centre. I wasn't quite sure where it was going to go, whether I wanted the whole design, what I was going to do with it. So I've got this design here. This is the one that's in the book.
Right.
Okay. And I just started, as I say, I just started this little bit here, and I've based it on bluebells with the bluebell in the middle there. I've kind of given her a bit of a skirt. It just reminded me of the, you know, sort of like the Moulin Rouge look and
Lovely,
you know, that sort of Broadway look. I wasn't really sure where to go with it. And then the feather, big feather, reminded me, big feather boa, that was created really from looking at these lovely designs here with the Christmas tree little fronds there. Okay, so from there to here, I've drawn them in, and I'm thinking, do I want to do that? So what I'm trying to sort of, I guess, showcase to your viewers is that this is just a design, and you can leave it like that. You can put it in a frame and think, okay, that was a lovely walk, and I did, you know. Then I wanted to put it on fabric and play with ideas. So I'm just going to move this to one side here.
This is brilliant. And so how have you got this sort of aged, lovely look on your fabric?
This was my a pillowcase from my mum, a sort of one of those pillowcases that lasted forever and a day. Had been in the wash loads and loads of times, and I wanted a lovely soft cotton to work on, but I wanted just to have a natural earthy feel to it. So I dipped it into a jar of nettle, paint, nettle dye, and that was just foraged nettles that I added some boiling water, let them sit there for a week and kind of go quite green.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit greener when it first was, you know, was put on there. But I literally scrunched the fabric up, put it into the jam jar, left it there for a day, took it out, and then you've got these amazing sort of earthy sort of...
It's like a natural tie-dye,
Lovely.
isn't it?
It is.
Love that.
So once that had all dried and then I'd ironed it, you know, calm, then I copied my design just with a normal pencil. You don't need anything fancy.
Don't need fancy tools.
No, just a bog standard pencil. And I just sort of drew it roughly of where I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Then I've drawn in my ballerina, and you can see here, and I go through that in the book to showcase if anybody wants to sort of check that out. And then what I've done with the skirt, I haven't got it with me, but I just had a normal little felt tip with me. And I've accentuated her lovely sort of dress, you know, her sort of tutu as such. And I've just shaded that in using a felt tip. Then I've started stitching. So the body part of it, I've just created some hearts, and I've gone over those with stem stitch. This is the equivalent of the little bit off the Christmas tree with her feather boa. And I'm just going to do a little bit of stitching here to showcase just the stem stitch ready to put the bluebells in. But I just wanted to show really how you went from that actual little design. And as I say, we do all this in the club. I showcase how to do bits and bobs. But the idea is I want to gradually build up the layers. And then when I'm okay with that and think, right, okay, do I need to add any more? You can then paint more on top. You can beads, lace, anything. Keep building. And I think it will go into maybe a canvas panel or a frame. It was going to go on a cushion, if I'm really honest, to go out in the garden.
But so, I mean, this could be a block on a quilt.
It could be, absolutely.
Wall hanging. This could be then appliqued onto the back of a jacket or
anything.
Something.
Yeah. So I'm just going to add my stem stitch. So you can see where I've just gone over. Can you see that okay? So you can see where I've added in my pencil lines here. So we'll just do a little bit of stem stitch. Now I'm using a very fine cotton pearl, and the reason I've used a finer one is because then if you want to double up, you can do a double row rather than doing a thick thread like we've got here. And sometimes when you start sewing, you think, oh, that's way too thick. I wish I hadn't put it in. Use a finer one, and then you will be able to add. It's a bit, you know, it's a bit like when you say painting and what have you. Less is more, and then sort of build it up. So we've got our first little sort of droplet for our bluebell, and then I'm going to carry on along the stem.
We have bundles of the different skeins available as well. They'll be run through at some point as well. We've got lots of different colour bundles.
So those are stranded cottons?
Yeah, they're DMC stranded cottons.
So this is a cotton pearl. What I would say with a stranded cotton, I would do maybe 2 or 3 strands thickness. Try that first. And if you find 2 is just too thick, you want it kind of a delicate look, you know, drop down to 1. Again, with the stranded, you've got that versatility, and I sort of combine stranded with cotton pearl. It adds to all the different layers.
Lovely. We've got brights, we've got neutrals. There's different colours available as well.
Okay.
Now, I'll just quickly mention whilst you're stitching away there. So there's the brights, there's the neutrals. Which ones did you want? Sorry, the brights. So these lovely bright colours. Thinking if you've got any of your nice bright colour flowers, you've got the greens and the yellows in there, you've got the lovely pinks, which would look nice for your dancing ballerinas, the blues as well. Just in case, you know, lots of people have got embroidery floss and skeins and things within their stash, but if you do want to add them in, just £5.49. That's a really good price for all 4 of them as well.
Yeah, you've got an awful lot of cotton there.
Yeah, they are DMC. Yeah. That's a lot.
Lovely shine to that as well.
Really £5.49. We also have the neutrals, which are lovely. These are, you know, always going to be used, aren't they? Very earthy tones. Nice. £5.49, and you get all 4 of them of your stranded DMC cottons, 8 metres on each. So that, like you said, that is a lot of cotton for less than £5.50. Fabulous price. We'll come back to you, and then all of them are going to be underneath. There's the metallics, and then there's also like a pastel bundle as well. Well done, everybody who is securing the book, though. You're getting it ahead of anybody else as well. It's not actually officially launching until next week.
Till next week.
Aren't we lucky? This is what is brilliant, isn't it? To be able to have exclusivity, and for you to be able to get your hands on this before anybody else, £14.99. It even says on the back here, £15.99. So, yes, thank you ever so much for signing all of these for us as well. Little discount. Right, so we've done our...
Yeah, so I'm not going to do too much on here because I've got a few things here that I'd really like to showcase.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, so going on from here, I would continue embroidering. But I've got some examples that if... so we talked about using an earthy tone on the back here. If you didn't want to make this a really gentle sort of look, you can give it a real pop of colour. And you were just talking about the quilts. So you could make a panel like this and actually incorporate that into a quilt and have really a brighter look. I'm very sort of those gentle tones, but that's not for everybody. And I'm very, very aware of that. And I just want to give you an example. If I just move this to one side.
Look at this.
So
this is amazing.
This is from my Among the Wildflowers a book. It's an embroidery transfer, and I've painted on the background, so you can really create your own backgrounds and really give it a modern take.
And then have you had some like tulle?
Yes, it's an old wedding veil from the 1950s.
And how lovely is that? I was thinking of that initially. I thought this is something as a gift for somebody. It's all about keeping those memories.
It's the memories. It is
because they just go.
It's writing a story.
You know exactly. My veil. I'm not even quite sure where it is. It's up in a wardrobe somewhere in the top. And it's nice to actually then incorporate them into something that's useful, that you can then
And it could be a photograph from your honeymoon.
Yeah.
You know, and you can then create it for that person, put it in a frame, and like you say, you've used little things.
Beautiful.
So that's one sort of side of things.
Yeah.
And then what I've got here, I just want to tie in with, on the front of the book, we have got, so I've got a couple of examples here.
Yes, the picture on the front. I love this.
Okay, so this is another form of textile art.
Wow. I mean, you just want to touch it, don't you?
Please
You probably
do.
shouldn't.
No, you do. I always, whenever I do events, that's the first thing I say. Please touch, because it's a log cabin. So it's based on a log cabin. And all of these, so anybody who's visited the Fens will know that we've got completely flat landscape. It's like being on a pancake, really. Vast vistas, but the skies are amazing, absolutely amazing. And I really wanted to capture that here. But all of this has been created by botanical printing or dyeing. So I have used spices these are old pillowcases and a little bit of linen.
I love that. Reusing, upcycling, like you said. You might have something that's
thrown
got
away.
Stains on or old and you think that's
And I'm just spying. I love the texture of your shirt. So think of me.
Yeah.
That's what I look for. If I go into charity shops or anything, I look at the textures of the fabric because we've got a huge connection with the fabric.
Yeah.
So I've dyed all the different pieces, and then this little bit here is silk. And this has actually been hand-dyed in India. And this is with marigolds and various leaves from India as well. So I love that connection. And then I have created the log cabin just quite plainly, added the lace, added the embroidery, and then added in some elements that I've obviously, collected from around the area. But you can see how that is very, very different.
This is brilliant, isn't
exactly.
it?
And then it turns into either a wall hanging. It can be, if you look on the side, Vicky,
There's so much here,
underneath
isn't
the
there?
weaving.
Yeah.
Okay, this is another version of this design, but in a booklet.
Oh,
so a cloth book. So again, all eco-dyed. So this was a piece of 1920s crochet. And we were talking about that before.
Yes, we were. And look, all glittery. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. And you could have that as a block keeper or photograph album.
Yeah, you could.
Oh, just to keep, like you've got all of your needles here.
Yeah.
I honestly, every single day that I pick my daughter up from nursery, they give me things that she's made or things.
Put
I'm
them
like,
in.
I'm like, where do I
Make
keep
a
all
big
these?
one.
This is brilliant.
It is, because she could actually decorate it herself then.
You feel guilty for throwing things like that away, don't you?
Yeah.
You think, if, like you say, we go on walks all the time and she has a little bag and she'll collect all her treasures. Or Ollie was saying they always go to Sutton Park and paint stones and put them back,
Yeah, well, you could make little pockets, put your little stones in.
This is brilliant.
And you don't have to, I know when I do my workshops, sometimes the sewing side of things is sometimes a little bit tricky as you get older. But anything that you can sew, you can stick down.
Yeah.
Because you're not washing it as a garment. So all of this can be done with glue. It doesn't have to be actually stitched, But it's just a different way of showing how you can turn a plain piece of fabric into something with those layers.
Also, one thing, can we talk about journaling as well? Because
Yes,
journaling
yes,
is
yes.
huge at
Yes.
the moment, isn't it? It's everywhere we look, everyone's talking about journaling,
Yeah.
and it's really good for
It is.
mindfulness again, isn't it?
It is. So in this book, so obviously my second book is Daydream Journals.
Yeah.
And that's the whole book about journaling.
Oh,
I think
we've
we've
got
got a thread there. I'm going to just cut because we're going to get caught up there. But I've got an example next to you. This botanical journal is actually a project in the book.
Oh.
So I'm just going to find the
I mean,
page.
that is something. I imagine, you know,
It took me a year.
I can see the work, but this could be passed down through generations
Yes,
and
absolutely,
generations.
absolutely.
Wow, this is like something you would see if you were watching a film of, you know. Yeah, it's just amazing. What's in here then?
Okay, let's have a flick through. Shall I just kind of?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, talk us
It
through.
relates to. I'm just going to showcase before I flick through. It relates to the winter project in the book, A Walk with Flora, and you see some of the pages inside and how to create your pages. So I do
So
explain.
this is a year of memories in here.
It is a year of me sitting down and it being on my dining room table and coming back. So it can be scrapbook style. It can be drawn. If you're not into sort of drawing yourself, I collected twigs there. Look.
This is brilliant.
So I'm just going to flick through, and you can just sort of see because I've not really showcased this anywhere. So you're very. I've done the
Lucky
odd
to
little,
see
yeah.
this then, because
And
it's all very personal to you, actually.
well,
isn't it?
it is, but it's a way of showcasing. So things like writing dates, places where you go, and then I put information about obviously things that I collect from nature. It might be poems I've written,
little
or
verses,
yeah. You know,
memories.
so we've gone
when
from
people
winter.
tell you little stories, and you think, oh, I want to jot that
Write
down.
it down. And then you see, you can use this as inspiration for all your lovely stitched projects. So
Even the bark. on
yeah,
the tree.
yeah,
Oh,
collect it all. So 30th of March, we're up to now, 2023. Look, early morning bird song, that was me sitting in the garden. A drizzly, moany, groany Fenland day. So pressed flowers, I put them in there. This is a practice piece of stitching that I was doing for a workshop. Holiday in Exmoor, so I'm going to flick through. Cowslips. Now this has been created, this ink has been created out of buckthorn. Again, it's a botanical ink, so it's using all those natural elements. It's a way of collecting different, treasures from the garden. We're into May.
I'm getting the book just to know how to start with this, because it's something that you think, right, well, where do I get started doing a journal like this? And the book will then explain to you how to
and really,
do it.
in my cafe, I kind of showcase how the different elements, because like you say, when I do events, the first thing people will say, oh, it's beautiful, like you have. I have no idea where I'm going to start. And usually if I do a workshop, it's like open a page and just choose a page and then paint it or colour it in. You can see here, you don't need to be doing big drawings.
Out these lovely,
Little bit of weaving.
We live in a world now, which I think is actually one not so good thing about the world now, is that our memories, our photos, our everything
All on your
is
phone.
there. Swipe like this. I miss so much looking through photo albums, doing all this, feeling it in the hands, having a look and focusing in on.
And actually,
that
the more
memory.
you touch, the more the tactile the project, the more you give to your brain those signals
sensory,
of that sensory feeling as such.
Yeah.
So, and you can see I've added in stitching.
Beautiful.
It could be, and it could be photographs, postcards people send you. It doesn't have to be all your work. This is a bit of cyanotype. This was getting ready.
So talk about this. This is amazing. It's like batiks, isn't it?
Okay, so if I just take this off here.
This is in the book as well, isn't it?
This is the actual project that's in the book. And I used pre-treated sheets of cotton.
Yeah.
And it's got the cyanotype ink on there, solution. Okay. And then what you do is you choose the various plant materials. It doesn't have to be plants. It could be shapes, objects. It could be scissors, anything. Anything. Yeah, so anything that you lay on top of your sheet, you then leave it in the sunshine, and we show that in the book again. We show the techniques. Leave it in the sunshine 10, 15 minutes, and then when you bring it indoors, you take all, obviously, the objects off your piece of cotton or silk or whatever you used. You rinse it under the tap and it will go a greeny colour, and that's losing all that sort of solution that's on that pre-treated piece of fabric. And then the pieces that were covered, will turn white. So what I've done with this piece here is I've created the background using these little leaves, and then I've just gently stitched over with the thread to give it, again, more
That's
of a
so
tactile.
cool.
So that's another project.
And that looks
there.
lovely in a frame.
It's
all
very
part
simple,
of your journal.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be complicated. I know
Yeah.
a lot of people think you've got to do an amazing collage, and yes, they look beautiful. But actually, even if you only had just one, just one leaf. I know these are a bit sort of dogged now, but one pressed leaf.
Yeah.
You could make your own art in your home. And the children could do that. So
Yeah.
again, it's lovely. Technique to
It's lovely to get everybody involved. We've all got those friends that say, oh, I'd love to be able to do that, or I'd love to be able to get creative. And anybody, any age,
get round
any
the
ability.
table, get the coffee out, do something like this, go out in the garden. You can take it to your craft group. It doesn't have to be anything.
Kerry's about to start her maternity leave. This would be such a lovely
Oh, it
thing
would.
to do.
Yeah, it
because,
would.
especially when you're going on all the walks, which you'll do a lot with the pram to get them to sleep up and
You
down
do,
the cobbled road.
It's
Collect
also,
things.
but I don't know if you found this, but I know when my children were little, when you're pushing that pushchair, or even as grandma now, and I do that, you tend to look all around you,
do.
because obviously if little one's fallen asleep as well, you might notice a tree that you've walked past 100 times on the way to shops or to the work, and you've never looked at that
See
tree.
it all so differently.
You look at it very differently, and as the seasons change, and colour affects our moods, as you know through obviously what we do here. And it really can just really change your day, getting out and just 5 minutes. And again, that gives you the inspiration to go back or journal. You don't have to stitch, So
Then, Kerry, you could show your baby, this was the year you were born. These are
Yes.
all of the memories
Yeah,
that I had
you
each
could.
month.
You
I love
could.
that.
Yeah.
We've got another message come in for you, Tilly. This is from Sharon. Good morning, Tilly and Vicky. Loves this book. So much inspiration,
Wow.
stunning projects. Look forward to receiving my copy.
Thanks,
Hundreds
Sharon.
of you have got it already.
Ooh.
Which is brilliant,
Yeah,
isn't
it is
it? I mean,
brilliant.
loads of you
Yeah,
have got it in your basket. Can I remind you as well, we're talking about, could you pass me the, oh, here we go. Let me have a look at this one. We're talking about the Connecting with Nature, brand new exclusive book to us at the moment. We've got a whole week exclusivity. It's lower in price than RRP, and it is something completely different to anything I've seen before. I often think of you, because I will remember so
In a good
clearly
way.
our day of that gorgeous stitched memory book that
Yes.
you launched.
Yeah.
And it is completely different to anything I've done in the, how many years now since I met you? 2018. I've not launched any other book. I know, textile mixed media is lovely, but Tilly has a very distinctive way of making you think about your creativity in different ways.
There's all sorts of reasons. So going back to obviously the same sort of techniques that are in the cafe, what's different? Why? There's so many books on the market.
Yeah.
There's so many sort of online clubs on the market. What's different? And really for me, it is about your personal connection with your creativity, and it's making it your own.
Yeah.
Because I've got a background in working with special needs and various disabilities I've mentioned. And sometimes, we see these beautiful designs. I was at the Festival of Quilts in August. Amazing. And I hear it all the time as I'm going down the corridors or what have you, and people go, yeah, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't stitch that. I couldn't do this. And I'm sort of like shouting on from the rooftop, yes, you can. You just have to do it in the way that you are able to do that. So,
well,
yes.
I mean, there's weaving in here as well, isn't there? Can we
Yes,
just have a
you
look at this as
can.
well? Because this is absolutely amazing. If you live by the seaside, you've got to try and recreate. But even if you don't, actually, you could do this in a different way, more of a woodland theme.
You
but
can,
look
yeah.
at
And we've got
that.
a few examples in the book. So I'm going to tell everybody, nobody's actually seen this. So this took me a whole week to create on a piece, it was a cereal box. And I was on holiday at my caravan on the North Norfolk coast, and it was a miserable half-term week. And I thought, right, okay, just going to do something for me as such, And it started small, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it turned in this landscape. So this is all my spare wool, mixed in with some embroidery threads, and then collected treasures. And it's literally woven onto a piece of cardboard. There's no wooden loom and no, all of that. And I showcase that in the book, okay? So it's something you can do in your craft group, and then you can obviously use that into a project. You could make a smaller one and cover a journal or a memory album.
Well, these are all very, very portable crafts, aren't
Yeah,
they?
they
then
are.
As well.
They are, yeah.
Like
And,
you say when you're
like
away
you
on
said right
holiday.
at the beginning, you don't actually need to go and buy anything specifically to create any. Well, the cyanotype you would because of the treated sheets. But other than that, you can use anything, and it's a really good way of also repurposing old jumpers. You know, buying old jumpers and taking out the strips of wool.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
strips of fabric you can, rip up and add in there. Embroidery skeins. If you've got some of those vintage threads that are not strong enough, to just quite sew and everything, just weave them in, So, yeah, and have fun with it, really. That's the joy. It is a serious craft in the sense that it's a very, sensible technique in that respect, but it's about having fun and really enjoying while you're being creative, sort of thing. So, yeah.
Oh, that's gorgeous, isn't it? And like you say, something you can do, cereal box, wool that you've got in your stash already, or an old jumper that you take apart. Over half the stock has now gone. Only today are you now getting entered into the free prize draw to win a year's access to Tilly Rose's Slow Stitch Cafe, which is a fabulous subscription. And even if you don't win, joy. And I mean, like you said, it's how much a month? £8.99.
Yeah, so you don't have to join for the whole year. You can join monthly if you want to. We do offer a 30-day free trial if you want to just test it first, and then you'll find lots and lots of different projects. All the things that I've been showing you on here are based, obviously, in the club, and there are technique sections, there's project sections, and then there's the chatter. There's my blog where we go out and about, and so yeah, and come and join us.
Come and join. Now,
Ooh,
we also
they
have
look
some
exciting.
lovely lace bundles to show you. These are all brand new. We got them in especially for Tilly's show.
Christmas.
So even if, even if you're thinking, oh, do you know what? Right, I'm really looking forward to collating and using things that I find, upcycling, but also I just want to get a couple of bits to just give me that base, that inspiration.
There is so much on there.
Yeah,
Because I've picked it up. I'm sorry.
Is this a whole? Well, is this a whole bundle? Okay, yeah. So you're getting so much on there because, like you said, even if you're just using,
well, you could cut it into smaller trims. That's what I was going to say, and you've got individual pieces as well.
Right, so within here, am I getting all of this lace? Yeah.
Ooh.
So you get the white, the burgundy, the navy blue, the turquoise.
Amazing. Dipped in a little bit of blackberry if you wanted to give it a different colour.
Absolutely.
Red
so
cabbage.
yes, still think about dyeing these. Yeah, I'll be putting it in my onion skins when I get home. $44.99, which means that you are saving £5. You're getting over 70 metres, in fact 79 metres of different lace and colours there. That is a really good stash to then maybe incorporate if you are thinking of your Christmas bits, autumnal bits.
You could even weave with that.
Can you?
Yeah, because it's a flat lace, and actually it's quite firm lace.
Yeah.
So you could actually weave that and form form your foundation, and then put your lace on top and make a lovely Christmas collage on that.
Brilliant.
You could even make table mats, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Woven table mats for Christmas. That'd be lovely. Or a table runner.
There you go. Half the stock already allocated. Go for it. $44.99. You're making your saving as well. And we've never had that full bundle with all of the colours. And this one's lovely. Look.
That's
Final
beautiful.
lace. In the blue, in the burgundy, and the sort of turquoise colour, the white, the red, and the green, all for less than £45. And then very quickly, I'll just show you the other two embroidery skein bundles, which there was the metallics.
I love these.
We do like a bit of sparkle. So this is the gold, the white, the silver, and the black. Has that got a metallic to it, or is that just a... No,
Yeah, there's a little shimmer to it.
Bit of a shimmer. I would say, if you're thinking of Christmas things, or just incorporating it again.
Yes.
Bits of glitter, bit of
It
sparkle.
only needs a tiny, tiny bit, so you could just split that. It's a six-stranded one.
Yeah.
Yeah, use one strand, and then you could just highlight a little bit of lace, look, on the edge there. That would look lovely, and just give a little bit of moonlight to a design.
Beautiful. £8.99, and that is for all of your DMC Floss metallic colour varieties. And then we have this sort of spring pastels, which is the pink, the blue, the green and the purple. All DMC, so lovely quality stranded cottons, £5.49. If you've already paid your postage and packaging, if you've got your book, if you want to get your threads ready, then yeah, if you're getting them together, you're only paying one postage and packaging. And remember, with the book, you are getting your free prize draw entry as well, which is very exciting. Now, you said about working in a hoop. Do you think that, is it personal preference again?
Yeah, it is personal preference. But equally, if you don't stitch with a hoop, you can create lovely pictures and textile collages with a hoop.
Yeah.
I
Framing them.
personally, I've got rheumatoid arthritis, and I do struggle sometimes to work with a hoop just because of how you have to have it sitting. And I like to feel the cloth, but then I know lots of other people who absolutely hate that technique and need the hoop to, you know, to stitch. And we're all different, as I say. But these would make, can I just very quickly, can I skip round the back here?
skip
Look.
round, yeah.
Okay, so
Oh,
a
this
little
is
bit
a
of
good
weaving.
idea.
Okay, so.
Yes.
Okay, so you can weave on a hoop
Oh, wow.
and then stitch on top.
Oh, that's amazing, isn't it? That's like making this gorgeous, like, dream catcher, isn't it?
There you go, there you go.
You could do macrame in it, couldn't you?
And you can put all your little treasures you've collected
Yeah.
or stitch on it. So think beyond an embroidery hoop.
Three
You've got
different
little sizes there.
Yeah, there's the 8-inch. We've also got the 6-inch. That's your 6-inch. And then we also have the 4-inch as well. Oh, so you get all three of them, in fact, for that price. You get all three of them for £11.47. All three. So you can make 3 dream catchers, couldn't you?
They would make lovely Christmas hanging decorations.
Oh, yeah.
All as a set.
Love that. £11.47, keep going through. So, is there anything else that you need me to mention before we go back to the book? Let's have a look again. Can I remind you, we are really becoming limited. If everybody checks out, I think it's one of those shows today. Over the half the stock is completely allocated, but there is a lot of you who have still got it in your basket. When you get it home, you'll really enjoy flicking through, reading. There's lots about history of certain techniques as well, isn't there?
There is, and there's a big section there about foraging. So if you've never had a go at doing that,
Brilliant.
most people think of foraging for blackberries, like we are at the moment, making apple crumble and blackberry pie. But you can forage for all kinds of treasures and then either use them in your eco-dyeing or you can use them in your project. So, you know, if you're sitting in the middle of June and think, oh, I wish I'd have picked up those conkers because you're doing a project or whatever, you know, you've got them stored in a little jar. And there's a few techniques in there that hopefully encourage you. There's also using herbal tea bags, so creating papers, you know, using your herbal dyes that way. So if you don't want all the foraging, you want it all done for you, go for the easy option, you know.
Brilliant.
And then at the back we've got a little stitchery, so if you need a little guidance, we've got obviously the stitches that I've used that you can just, you know, tap into.
Brilliant. Oh yeah, because you might be familiar with like your back stitch or, you know, your running stitch, but you've got fly stitch, French knot, stem stitch in here as well as your little stitchery.
Yeah.
And just so much inspiration.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that this is a book that you'll come back to. It's kind of timeless, actually. You've done it through the seasons,
I do hope
haven't
so.
you?
And also you can adapt. I need to just say that obviously if you're not living in the UK, your seasons will be very different to ours. And hopefully these ideas you will be able to adapt to the area that you live in.
Yeah.
So if you're buying it for a gift for a member of the family who is overseas or, you know, they live overseas, again, you know, it's not sort of season based in the sense that you can't alter that. This little garland here,
I love that.
a very simple way of just taking a little bit from autumn, or you could change it into spring.
Yeah.
You know, that I'll give you the sort of basics, and then you can run with it again. And again, it's something you can put out with a few little treasures and think, yep. And it's taking you back to that day, those days of the nature table, you know, when you was at school.
Yeah, absolutely. They're so beautiful. There's so many different designs. There we go. There's the what technique is this called again?
Cyanotype.
Cyanotype.
Yeah, so it's a traditional way of doing a sun print, really.
Yeah.
Early form of photography. And you could print out loads of those and actually create a quilt.
Wow.
How amazing would that
Yeah.
be? That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh, it is just creative. Oh, press flowers, how to press flowers as well.
Yeah.
Talking about all the different flowers here. Oh, it's beautiful. Lots of further inspiration as well as these great projects. Oh, did I see this one here?
We've got the one in the front behind the flowers. So this is a little chapbook, handmade papers. And then I've rubber stamped, I've painted, and then I've created a little booklet that you can, as I say, use as a journal or just as memories. Yeah.
So many fabulous ideas. Everybody is very, very excited by the looks of things, getting their book home. A reminder that this is exclusive to us for a week, but today is the day to get it, as you are also getting entry into a prize draw to win a whole year subscription to Tilly Rose's Slow Stitch Cafe. Have a look on her website as well if you want to learn more about the Slow Stitch Cafe. We've got lots of people who have messaged in who are already members of your
lovely,
Slow
lovely,
Stitch
lovely.
Cafe.
Come and join us,
They're
come
saying
and join
it's
us.
brilliant for inspiration and it's a lovely environment. It was Marion
Thank
in
you.
Surrey. Good morning.
Oh,
good
hello,
morning.
Marion.
£14.99. Carol as well. She's one of your members.
Hello, Carol.
How lovely. Thank you for messaging in. Well, we've not seen you on Sewing Street before, so it's really lovely
I know.
for everybody
It's
messaging
lovely.
in as well. And
Come and join. Come and join.
you need to
yeah.
come and see us here more often.
Oh, I'd love to.
You say you're writing
Yeah.
another book at the moment?
Yeah, I'm on book number 5. So book number 5 is actually the second book of Among the Wildflowers. Have we got
Okay.
literally 2 seconds? Or
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't want to take that off there and then. Okay, so this is the first book,
Right.
Among the Wildflowers, and this is all of my embroidery designs that I've redesigned through my love of vintage embroidery transfers. So I've been collecting embroideries for years and years and years, from when I was a teenager. And it's using those original designs and giving it my take as such. So you've got the transfers at the back of the book. They can be torn out and put into a pocket. You've also got a lovely font from, this is the quilt that you can see hanging up behind me. So you can add them onto a project or use them individually. But if I just flick through. So I'm working on the second one in the series,
Oh, brilliant.
A Woodland Walk.
Oh, please bring it in for us.
So I'll have to come and say hello.
Yes, please,
That'd
please
be
do. It's
lovely.
been an absolute pleasure. I knew that this hour would fly by. I can't believe
It's gone too
already-
quick.
It has, but thank you for your knowledge and your inspiration,
Thank
because I think
you.
you've all inspired us to go on a lovely winter walk and
Yes,
see
yeah.
the nature a little
Yeah,
bit differently and incorporate it into all your crafts, which
Come
is
and
brilliant.
find me on Facebook and
We
all
will.
of those.
How do
and-
we find you?
Yeah, I'm out there on the socials.
Tilly
That's it.
Rose?
Yeah, Tilly Rose Textile Artist.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
We'll
okay.
find you.
And
Thank
then
you
Slow
all so
Stitch
much.
Cafe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I know this is a show as well that we love to watch and to listen and to be inspired, but now is definitely the time to check out. Over the next couple of minutes, pop the kettle on, check out on the book, and don't go anywhere, because I've got Louisa up next, who I've not seen for, again, years and years. She hasn't been here in the studio for a few months, and her last projects were complete sell-outs. We've got brand new designs, a brand new quilt, new pattern, and the one that sold out last time back in stock. We have the pattern, which is already selling on pre-order. So have a little look on the website, and we're back right after this.
Join us on Sewing Street this Monday with best-selling author and textile artist Tilly Rose with her brand new book, Connecting with Nature. Every page is bursting with ideas for unique and meaningful textile artworks, each with a story to tell. In this book, Tilly Rose harnesses an exciting variety of crafts to help you connect with Mother Earth in every season. Brimming with inspiration, this book is a treasure trove of 12 simple but stunning seasonal projects that will draw you closer to nature and improve your well-being, whatever your age or ability. We know you're going to love this book. So we look forward to you joining us this Monday with Tilly Rose and her brand new book, Connecting with Nature, on Sewing Street from 8 a.m.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, I told you it was going to be a nice Monday morning. Perfect way to start the week. Well done everybody who got the fabulous Tilly Rose new book. We've all been having a good old look through it and it looks amazing. And don't forget, if you check out today, then you'll get entered into the prize draw. Now, this hour, Louisa Galt is here with a brand new quilt. It is a big one.
It is.
It is the Square Dance quilt. Louisa, it's so nice to be back with you.
It's good to see you. You've had a brood, got married.
I know, since I
I've
saw
seen
you. I
you.
don't actually know how that's happened, but yeah, it's been years. This is gorgeous.
Thank you.
The Square Dance quilt. It's got a fabulous sort of illusion, actually, when you see it from a distance. You start to see different patterns as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's such an easy. I love quilt blocks that look so much more complicated than they are.
Right, so 2 different colourways today. I love the autumnal on the right there, and then you've got your lovely brights, all with designer fabrics. And as always, when you are getting your kits from Louisa, you're getting all the fabric that you need for the front of the quilt and the binding, plus your instructions. Let's start with the autumnal one. I've got a feeling this is going to be very, very popular. It has been flying out on pre-order already. So it's all boxed beautifully with your full pattern. Finished size of the quilt is 74 inches by 63 inches, designed by Louisa. And even though, as she said, it looks very impressive and looks very difficult, the block is actually straightforward. You'll all be able to do it. So maybe this is your first big quilt. Go for it. You have your full instructions with step-by-step photographs as well. We'll go through the block as well today here. And then it also has this colourway version as your layout. Plus, if you want to make it again, you've got your colour chart there to have a bit of a play with colours and your fabric stash at home. Made with fat quarters as well. It's a nice pattern to have in your stash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we all have fat quarter packs that you think, I'm not quite sure what to make with this.
And
You'll
it
make
makes
this one
good
a lot.
use of it as well.
Well, you've got loads of fabric. What designer fabric's this?
It's Libs Elliott's Verdigris.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. Quilting weight cottons. We're saying this would be a nice one, actually, for someone who's going off to university.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
Going off to uni, or it's one that's, whether it be for, you know, him or for her, it's a really, really lovely colourway. All of the fabrics, designer fabrics. We've never had this collection either, so it could be the first time that you've seen this. It's absolutely beautiful. The Libs Elliott, along with then your binding fabric. And did you say 2 metres?
2.5 metres.
2.5 metres for your background, and that's not a white, that's like a lovely off.
Yeah, it's a Macawa Spectrum Solid in Ecru, I think.
Ecru,
So yeah, it's
lovely.
nice warm cream.
Yeah, it is lovely. Really nice. That's going to look beautiful sort of this time of year going forward into autumn, winter. $89.99. I'm amazed at that price. Bearing in mind, you're looking at lots of designer fabric, a big quilt. It looks a really good size behind you there. 74 inches by 63 inches. And a design that we're all going to be able to do. This is something that everybody, you know, the experience, would you say for a confident beginner, adventurous beginner? Limited stock in this colourway. Every time Louisa is here, her kits, I know, sell like hotcakes. I've been warned. The customer service team have been warned. If you want this, you've got to be quick. 2.5 metres of your background fabric, 10 fat quarters, and your binding fabric included with your instructions for $89.99. There is more of you again who have got it in your basket than we have availability, and the colours together look amazing. Have you done, are they little squares within as well, or is it clever pieces?
I shall show you.
Because it looks like very small pieces in the centre, but...
But it's cutting. So it starts with a 4-patch and then you cut it out.
Oh, we shall see, we shall see. Right, so that is... What are we calling this colourway?
Verdigris.
Verdigris. And then we've also got...
Flower House.
Flower House. Flower House is, again, they're really beautiful warm.
It was a bit, the vibrant sort of big, huge baby quilt, but I'm always a bit wary of white, but I mean, I think it looks nice on a bed just to brighten up a bedroom or,
Yeah, it's not very often, actually, that you see a white background, but it works really, really well with these fabrics, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Full pattern included in your full box kit. You get all the fabrics that you need. It's got a bit of a vintage feel to it, hasn't it? Oh, and I did say to Louisa earlier, I was like, oh, is that Liberty? Is that Liberty? It is very Liberty-esque. Who's the designer of this
It's
collection?
Robert Kaufman. I don't know who the designer is, actually.
It's lovely, isn't it? Again, beautiful, beautiful qualities. And it's all thought out for you. Instead of rooting through your stash thinking, right, what colours are going together? What scales of prints do I need? It's all done for you. I mean, they're all beautiful fabrics, but you've got that variety of colour. You've got different scales of print. They all work really, really well together. And then you're also getting your blue, which matches in perfectly for your binding, and your 2.5 metres for your background as well. For $89.99. It all comes beautifully packaged, as always, as well. So if you're getting it for yourself, it's just aesthetically pleasing when you open it all up and it looks lovely. The Square Dance quilt, 74 inches by 63. Get your questions in for Louisa. If there's anything that you'd like to know, any questions that you have about any of the designs or any of the quilts, go for it. Also, I must give you a little heads up. If you do want the Quilt As You Go dual star pattern, it's back in stock. Sold out last time Louisa was here, which was...
Oh.
It's a couple of months ago, wasn't it?
Well, I can't remember when that one was.
Oh, hang on. This one was the 26th of Feb.
Yeah.
This was back in February. And then the Birds of a Feather was April. They were both sellout
Whatever you
shows.
say.
The powers that be are telling me in my ear. So if you do want either of the patterns, grab them on pre-order. I'll show you those in a little bit. But we're going to focus on Square Dance. Which colour are you working with?
So I'm going to work with the Verdigris.
Brilliant. The pattern is available on its own, though. And if you do have a lovely fat quarter stash, maybe, that you're after, only £10 today. go for it. There's loads of you who've already checked out on this on pre-order. A lovely pattern which I think you're going to use time and time and time again. With your fat quarters especially, this is brilliant. 4-patch technique, which looks very, very clever indeed. I've never seen this sort of disappearing block before, no. No, it looks great. So, you say actually it's just one block, isn't it?
Just one block. So that's the block.
Okay.
That's what you're going to make. So it's just that repeated.
Which actually is achievable. You get yourself a bit of a production line
Yeah,
going.
totally. Oh, totally. Right, so what we start with is a 4-patch.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Is it random how you've done it in terms of the colours, or is the
Yeah, I
method
went for a
to the
random.
randomness?
No, I
'Cause it
just
works,
went for a
doesn't it?
random, making sure that there's obviously none next to each other.
Yeah.
When you're laying them out, I always find if you take a photo with your phone and look at the photo, it's easier to see that the oranges are spread out and the greys are spread out. And then if you concentrate on one colour at a time and just make sure that they're spread out evenly across the quilt, it's easier to do it on your phone. I don't know why. It's some strange optical illusion or something. I don't know.
No, I do know what you mean. It's like having the design wall, isn't it? But actually just having it on the phone.
But
so
even
you can put it on grayscale and it will show you if one stands out.
That's the other thing. Yeah. It's just bizarre. Right, so I'm going to just start off just by sewing these together into
Obviously, all
pairs.
your cutting instructions are in your kit. Would you recommend making up, cutting, you know...
I cut everything, I mean, to be honest, it's just 6.5-inch squares.
Yeah.
That's, apart from the borders, that's all you're doing. So each fat quarter you cut 6-inch squares. So, yeah, I find it's just easier to just do all the cutting at once. Oh, no, not that one. Bear with me.
Quarter of an inch.
Quarter of an inch
I've forgotten
stitch.
what number it is on there. Is it 6?
Oh, 6, yeah.
6.
Right, so I'm just going to sew these together. So this is a great chance to do some chain piecing as well. So you can just do all these at the same time.
And so, Louisa, you've been very, very busy. Were you at a festival?
I was at a festival, yeah.
Were you exhibiting there?
Yeah.
And how was it?
It was
Busy?
good. It was busy. It wasn't as busy. Well, I think people busy it was, but people shopping busy it wasn't as. So I don't know if people scared themselves silly in lockdown of the stash that they've got, and they're now trying to use the stash, which is fine and completely understandable. I'm the same. I've just moved to a slightly bigger unit where I work, and I've been not forced, but I offered to take my stash into the unit out of the house to sort of use for scrap bags or whatever, but I still can't do it. It's like they're my fabrics.
Yeah.
And I don't want to cut them up. And one day I'll get back to quilting for joy. Well, I mean, I quilt for joy now, but as a hobby. And I might like my fabrics that I bought from America years ago that have never seen the light of day again. But yeah, I mean, that's why I sort of started doing more patterns, and especially the English paper piecing patterns with the papers, because I know people need just a bit of inspiration or help just to use the sash.
Do you need to think about which way you're pressing these?
Towards the dark side.
Okay.
So that's what that's done. So, and 4-patch, so because you've pressed towards the dark side, you're going to put those on top of each other, and because of that, your seams will nestle nicely into each other.
Nice.
So I always put, when I'm nestling seams, I always just stick a pin in going diagonally, so you kind of catch the back the right way round and the front, so they're not going to move. And then just stick a pin on the end, and then you don't really need a pin on that end because you're going to start at that end.
Main graphic is for the quilt kit that Louisa is working with. All of your fabrics that you need, everybody who's got the pattern on its own, well done as well. Let us know what colours you're thinking of doing. I mean, this would be lovely in Christmas fabrics.
Oh, yeah.
We
Or
love
you
it in
could
autumn.
go in a rainbow, you could diagonally go across.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
In a
It doesn't need
spectrum.
to be
Random. So that's why I've put the colour chart in there, so you can colour it in yourself.
Yes.
Right, so before I press that seam, I'm going to, hang on, I've got the unpicker. So I always press that seam flat. Sorry, bear with me a minute.
What, you look for your
The
unpicker?
unpicker.
On
It's here
purpose?
somewhere.
Do you
Yes,
think
on purpose, yeah. So I'm just going to flatten that join in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you just unpick a couple of stitches just on there. Oops. So then that just loosens that seam, and then you'll be able to sit that flat.
Oh,
So it just
yeah, that's
reduces the
good.
bulk, basically,
Yeah.
because you're going to have that tiny square in the middle there, and you
Right.
don't want that being a
No.
bit bulky mess. So then when you press it,
Oh,
press
just
it.
releasing those few stitches in the
Yeah.
middle allows it to sit a bit more flat.
so
Oh, that's
lightly
good.
press it flat on the back, and then press it properly on the front. So have a
How's
nice-
that little line? I've not seen it yet.
I know, it's lovely.
Isn't it?
It is nice.
Handy for smaller, you
Yeah.
know, when you're working on blocks like that, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So then you get a nice points that match in the middle. Right, so this is your clever bit. Right, I would suggest using a rotating cutting mat.
That Libs Elliot
That's
fabric
unlocked.
is gorgeous, isn't it? Oh yeah, sorry, we've looked at it.
That's all right. Okay. If you haven't got a rotating cutting mat, you can, when you cut your fabric, turn your mat round rather
Right.
than the pieces.
Okay.
But having a rotating cutting mat does... Why is that not... Have I just taken it off the
I
whole
think
thing?
you're taking it off completely. Should just slot it into that. Yeah, that's it. It should stay in there.
All right. Okay.
Are you in? Oh no, it's not doing it. It's not playing game.
Okay,
We'll rotate it.
we'll rotate the whole thing. Right, so what you're going to do is get your normal cutting, your ruler, and you're basically going to cut 1 inch away from the centre seam down this side, rotate it and do that side and that side.
Which is daunting, isn't it, when you're
So
cutting
cutting it
into a
up,
block
yeah.
that you've just stitched together. I've
Exactly.
never seen this disappear in patch block that we've done before.
It's like the
Really,
disappearing 9 patch when you do that, cut it all up. So that's why I suggest taking your stitch length down to around 1.8.
Okay.
Because the smaller the stitch length, which generally it does do on a 1/4 inch stitch anyway.
Yeah, it does on these big machines. On the Alnas, it takes it down to 1.
Yeah.
I always think
which
that's just for
means-
foundation paper piecing.
Yeah, well, no, I tend to do it with everything now.
Yeah.
So so then basically you don't have to do a back and forward stitch at the top, and it's not
Okay.
going to come undone if it's a nice smaller stitch. So line up your inch mark on your seam line. I tend to line up the horizontal as well, so you know you're getting a nice square cut, and then you're just going to gently cut along there, and then gently pick up your ruler. Turn
Always
it
working.
160, 180 even. Sorry.
It's Monday morning. We know what you mean.
And then you do the same the other side.
Oh, do you know what, actually? That is so useful, having the rotating
It
cutting
is,
mat, isn't
it
it? Do we
is.
have any of the 18-inch rotating cutting mats? Yes, we do. If you want this one, we do have this available. Right, so then you
So then
turn
you
it
do it
again.
90 degrees this time, so that you're going to cut the other side of the line.
Because you physically couldn't move your pieces
No,
and keep
get
them
them
the same.
lined up. No. So again, you just move the whole mat if
Okay.
you haven't got it rotating.
There's your rotating cutting mat. That's the 18-inch pink variety, $32.99. There is the green on the website, and I think there's the blue as well, but the pink's our favourite.
There we go. Right, so now all you do is swap the top two and the side two, which means that you're going to not have any the same fabric sitting,
Oh, that is ever so clever.
and you don't have to touch the little one. Isn't
That
it
is
clever?
yeah, really clever. Yeah, you're not making tiny little fall patches. You're not having to do
No.
loads of strip sets.
No,
That is so good.
So now you're just going to sew them in 3 rows and then sew them together, again with your 1/4 inch foot. And I tend to chain piece this bit as well. So I'll do this bit, and then rather than breaking thread, then I'll do that bit. So if you're more comfortable, I'm sort of holding this tight, but if you're more comfortable, just put a pin in that point, because
Okay.
you're matching your seam points again. And that bit. Yeah, so I suppose the most difficult bit with this, if there is a difficult bit, is just matching those seam points. But as I said, because most of the seams are going to be pressed in different directions, you should be able to nestle them in nicely. So then I would then just cut those apart. Lay them back out again just to make sure that you've got them in the right order. Like so, and then we'll do the other side.
So once everyone's checked out, does that mean there's only 7 left? If my maths are right. I literally think this is it. If you want it, check out now. 6 left once everybody's checked out. If you do want this colourway, this gorgeous autumnal Lives Elliott colourway, 2.5 metres of your background fabric, your binding and your fat quarters, all for £89.99. When you get big 70-inch quilts, I mean, this one's a 74-inch by 63-inch quilt, a boxed kit that we normally, you know, do the boxed kits, you are definitely looking over £150 for one of this size. And look, you've just seen, you are repeating that block again and again and again. So anybody who is maybe doing their first big quilt, this is something that you're definitely going to get the hang of after you've done your first couple of blocks. Make matching cushions,
So then when you've done your 3 bits, then I would fold them over and then press your seams. So on the big bits, I've pressed the seams outwards. So again, it's just helping you match your seams.
It almost looks like that's the way that the seams naturally want to go.
Yeah. And then that one I did inwards. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can do this one outwards and the others inwards. It's just as long as they're in opposite directions. Oops. I've got a friend who works for me, and she actually chose these fabrics when the rep came. And like, because she's a bit young, she'll love this. Lorna, you're a bit younger and trendier than I am. And she doesn't quilt yet. I'm trying, but she loves the quilt. And she said, so how would it be if someone bought it and made it for me? And I said, well, if we sell out, then I don't need the quilt anymore. Oh. So she'll be over the moon.
Oh, yeah, there we go. If it sells out, then...
So I've said it on air now.
Well, you did choose really gorgeous colours.
She did. She deserves.
It's not every day that we do this, because a lot of the quilt blocks that we do have, or quilt designs kits that we have, they are quite floral, or they are quite, you know, feminine, whereas this is lovely if you are making a quilt for someone, like you say, going off to university.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not too white, this one, so it won't get too grumpy. So then when you, if you do come across a seam, I mean, that one's supposed to be facing that way, but if you do come across a seam where they are actually facing the same direction, just make sure that they're just sat directly on top of each other, and then they'll match as well. So if you do find that, especially when you put them together, there might not be all the seams nesting into each other. Some of them might be facing the same way, but just as long as they line directly on top of each other and you've got that pin in there, you should be fine.
As everyone checks out, there's less than 5 of this colourway. This always happens, honestly. Louisa's quilts are always so popular. I think your instructions are very clear and precise.
Oh, thank you.
But then it's all the fabric choices as well. We've never had this collection before, so it's the only way of getting them in your stash. They are lovely, even if you're thinking of another pattern in mind. They're gorgeous fabrics.
Right, line that one on there. So sometimes you just want to do a quilt that you don't have to, it's not like foundation where you're picking and cutting and sometimes you just want a quilt that you can just crack on with, especially if it's for a gift. And I mean, you don't have to make it this big.
I suppose, you can do it, to whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're using your own fabrics, you can make more or make it squarer, or it's such an easy block.
To repeat and to make bigger. Lots of patterns that you look at, you think, right, now it's going to take a little bit of working out how I'm going to make this smaller or make it bigger.
Or if you want to try and get a whole hang of doing it first, make up for and make it into a cushion.
Yes. Pattern on its own is selling very fast as well. If you do want the pattern on its own, it's only £10 today. And again, half the stock has gone once everyone's checked out. Be quick, be quick. This is your disappearing full patch technique, which looks very, very clever indeed. It says here, these blocks are easier than they look, thanks to the clever disappearing full patch technique sewn on your machine. Like you said, this isn't, you know, foundation paper piecing or something that you have to sit and really think about. Actually, once you get on a bit of a roll with this, look at how quickly you've made that block.
So now I'm just going to press these seams open, again, just to reduce the bulk. And so it's just easier when you come to the quilting. So just press those open. And yeah, then that's your block, really.
Have you ever done this block, teaching this block at any of your workshops?
No, not yet.
This would be a nice one to do in a workshop.
Yeah,
actually.
it would actually. I mean, I tend to do, a lot of the workshops that I do tend to be hand, because it's just easier for people not to have to bring the machines.
Yeah.
So I do the curved English paper piecing. But yeah, I mean, I can do this. It's quite methodical and repetitive, and it's nice for groups. I mean, the groups workshops that I do, as I say, are hand, and it's just lovely having that hum of like a little conversation, and then they're so quiet because they're concentrating.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
That's mindful though, isn't it?
there you go. Yes, exactly. There you go. So there's your patch,
Amazing.
and they are gorgeous fabrics. And these aren't none of them are directional, so you don't have to worry about direction or anything.
So then also, I mean, that's only taken, 10, 15 minutes. So like you said, if you're picking out 4, and then you can literally put them together as a cushion or table runners or bed runners.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Are we going to do another block or we've still got half an hour?
Well, do you want to go through that?
Oh, yes, of course. We'll also go through the new ones. Let me just recap then the kits. Your main square dance quilt kit comes with all of the fabrics that you need for the whole of the quilt, with your binding and also your 2.5 metres for your background, all of your lovely verdigris colours, Libs Elliot, and full instructions. But honestly, watch today's show back. We went from start to finish of how to create that block, which is then, repeated through to whatever size quilt you want. I think this is going to be a pattern that you pick up a lot of times. When you just need a bit of a quick quilt, like you said, for a gift for somebody, this is going to be the one that you absolutely can pick up and think, right, actually, I can make a smaller quilt for a baby, or can make one for Christmas, make one with some of your fat quarters, some of your favourites. It could be scrappy, it could be rainbow, it could be monochrome, it could be however you want to. But this time of year, these are beautiful colours. Oversubscribed in baskets. If you've got it in your basket, this is it. Oh, my mic's gone as well. Oh, it's back. $89.99, and this is it. It's oversubscribed on baskets. Sorry if it's in and out a little bit. I don't think I'm sitting on any cables, am I? No. There we go. $89.99. Check out. Yeah, oversubscribed. Once that one is, everyone's checked out, then that one has sold out. Be quick to get that one. And this colourway as well looks beautiful in the Flower House. Robert Houseman, did you say? Kaufman. Robert Kaufman. It's the first time, again, I've seen this fabric. This is the only time to be able to get this fabric. We've never had this here at Sewing Street, so it's definitely worth going for if you love this sort of spring, beautiful feel. Again, lovely vintage colours. You've got your reds, yellows, blues, different scales of print. Gorgeous quilting weight, quality cottons. Plus you're getting your blue for your binding and your 2.5 metres for your background for £89.99. Very nice, fresh quilt, isn't it? Plus you're getting your full pattern with full instructions on how to make that disappearing full patch block. And then we also have your quilt pattern available on its own. Which is the more popular colourway? Is it the autumnal Libs Elliot at the minute? This is your pattern on its own. Full instructions, everything that you need to know. £10 is amazing, especially for a pattern that I think, honestly, you're going to bring back time and time and time again. Way over half the stock of this is gone. We had hundreds available. We have now got less than 30 left. If you want it, it's just £10 for your square dance, brand new quilt pattern. And you saw how simple that is, and it looks so complex. I love a quilt that looks like you've spent a lot of time working out accurate sizes, cutting loads of different shapes, strip pieces, small patches, whereas actually they all start at 6-inch squares. Get yourself the rotating cutting mat and a big ruler, and you're sorted, aren't you?
Yeah,
that's brilliant. Okay, so the other two that are back in stock. Do you want to go with this one first? Talk to me about this one. So this is Quilt As You Go.
It's Quilt As You Go, and it's just half square triangles. So in the pattern, you've got the templates, which I think you need to photocopy.
Okay.
So it's the same. You have to remind me, I didn't look at... Oh, yeah, it's 2 different blocks.
Look at this.
All made from half square triangles, which are made with a simple sewing through a paper template. Similar, it is foundation piecing, but it's very, very, very simple foundation piecing.
So this could be your introduction into foundation paper piecing. And what I love as well is that you can make each block and quilt it.
Exactly.
So a lot of people who have got smaller domestic machines might be put off by doing quilting simply because of the size of their machine.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is going to be something that's achievable. And the benefit of doing foundation paper piecing is you get really precise points every single time, don't you? I mean, this one, they are amazing. So you say 2 different blocks. Is this the foundation pieced block?
Yeah, so it's all foundation paper piecing. It's just based on the half square triangle. So all of these block squares are half square triangles. So that's your star, and I think that's the Ohio. I can't remember what I've called them now. That's your Ohio
star.
star. And again, it's just based on 16 half square triangles. It just depends on where you put your fabrics to create the star's effect.
So you create all your blocks, then you've got your session in between.
Yeah, so you created your block, your top, your wadding, your backing. So on the back you can see the stitching. So I've just done diagonal lines echoing the star, basically.
Well, straight away I said to Louisa, I love all this sort of really dense, compact quilting. And I thought, oh, that must have been done on a long arm quilting machine, because again, it's so precise, the space in between. But you can manage to do.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely, because you're only quilting that bit.
Yeah.
And then you connect them together with a sashing on the back and the front.
And within here, as you said, you get all of your templates ready to photocopy.
So yeah, you've got your colour in. So I did a fat quarter version, which is this one, and then I did a half metre version, which was the Spectrum one, the solids one.
So you get different instructions for whether you're working on fat quarters or half metres.
Yeah.
Oh, how good is that? So if you've got fat quarters in your stash that you want to do a quilt as you go, then you've got cutting instructions. But you also have cutting instructions if you're working from half metre units. I don't think I've ever seen a pattern that does that.
So this one uses 24 fabrics, so the half metre, obviously 12 fabrics. So
brilliant.
That's the other colourway there.
And then this is...
So that's your your template. So you need to photocopy. I think there's 18 copies you need of each sheet.
Brilliant.
But that's so that's the foundation. So you roughly cut out the template.
Yeah.
You put a pink pattern, 2 patterns, fabrics, right sides together, put that on top, and then you're sewing down the red lines through the paper, and then you cut out all the black lines. And then that means that when you open them out, you've got a very accurate half-square triangle that you don't need to trim down accurately.
I've not actually seen this technique.
Oh, have you not? Oh, I should have.
Triangles. I've seen foundation paper piecing, but not half-square triangle.
Right,
And
okay,
like you said, then you're not having to trim them down. They're
exactly.
always accurate, not missing the point.
No.
And you'd literally print it onto the thinnest photo.
Yeah, you can get proper foundation paper, but I use an 80 GSM cheap, or 70 even. Yeah.
Brilliant. Oh, there's loads of you coming through for this, just so you know. Right, the date that this was on, if you want to watch Louisa back, it was back on the 26th of February, earlier on this year. Watch the show back if you want to have a go with Quilt As You Go. I can't remember the last Quilt As You Go pattern we did as well, and it is really, really, really good. Those of you who have never tried a big quilt before, this is definitely an achievable way.
Definitely.
And it means that you complete it all a lot quicker. How many quilt tops have you got in your stash?
It's not as daunting, is it? Because you're just doing, and you can do one a day or in an hour and then have a break or whatever and just come back to it, or just keep going.
And sometimes you don't know what you want it to be. I mean, that's a very nice size. What's the size of the block? That would be a nice size for a cushion.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's 12.
It looks about 12 inch, yeah. It would be a lovely size just for a cushion, or you could just stop and go, actually, I think this is going to be a table runner or a bed runner. So it's more sort of versatile, isn't it? Now, we've tried to get as many of these back in stock, but we are once again oversubscribed, launched earlier in February, completely sold out then, and yeah, loads of you have got this in your basket. Looks lovely in these colours, actually.
Yeah,
These
it's another
Macauas.
autumnal colour, really, isn't it? Yeah, Macawa jewel tones. I think.
Nice. Haven't got the kits available today, but like you said, fat quarters or half meters. You've got your cutting instructions in there for that. £11.99. That pattern will sell out, by the way. We are oversubscribed if you do want it. You're going to have to bring it us again next time. All your foundation papers are in there, but don't be daunted because it's not loads of pieces of foundation paper piecing. In fact, it will probably get your brain around it.
Yeah.
It's
just a different, just an easier technique to make half square triangles, really.
Brilliant. We had a question about quilt as you go. I've always wondered if finished quilt as you go quilts lay or drape differently.
No, I don't find that. Not at all. Because you've still got wadding in between where the join is.
Yeah.
The wadding butts up to itself. So there's no gap or any reason. And I mean, like, obviously this one is quite densely, if you wanted to do it a looser quilting, like the white one's got a more of a free motion, so it is a bit more cushy, I suppose. It's not as stiff as this. But the other one that I did with this, I think I did found free motion. And again, it's like it's good if you want to practice your free motion because you're only doing it on that square.
Yeah.
It's not huge.
Or if you've got any quilting rulers or anything like that. Just to practice your quilting.
Yeah,
it looks great even just with solids. This will look lovely.
Yeah, I did. The other one I did was with solids, the blue and grey one.
And then your background colours, you don't need to worry about having too much extra white.
No. These are all fat quarters.
They're all fat quarters
Or they
as well?
were fat quarters. Yeah, I think I sold them as fat quarters.
Brilliant. Right, yeah, gone. It has sold out. That has sold out. Right, so the other one that we wanted to mention, let me take this foot away, was the Birds of a Feather.
Oh, I brought the wrong quilt.
Oh, no! Oh, no, oh, no.
Oh, dear. Well, we won't bother with that one.
We've got a photograph.
Sorry.
We can talk about it. It's all right. You must have a lot of quilts.
That was the other.
Studio.
That was the. Oh, dear. Yeah.
There you go. This is what it looks. Wow, wow, wow. This is amazing. Now, this is foundation paper piece.
Again, but it is only half square triangles and flying geese.
Okay.
So there's your instructions.
Now, you're getting your templates included.
You're getting all your templates. And this, again, I think you've got a full set of templates in here, so you don't have to photocopy them. There is a QR code on there to take you to a link to download more. So if you want to use these ones, and then in the future, if you want to use it again, you can download them yourself.
Oh, that's good.
But I got these printed on quite fine paper, so you can just use that paper to do your...
Once again, cutting instructions here. What date was this on, Kerry? Back on the 12th of April this year. It was another sell-out show, so anybody who is after this one, if you missed out during that show, it's the first time that we've had it back since April. It's just £11.99, and you've got all of your instructions, step by step, with photographs, constructing your quilt, how to construct it. But like you say, this is, again, achievable. It's flying geese unit.
Yeah, so because I haven't got the quilt, so that kind of shows you how you construct it. So you've got a flying geese unit there in the middle. You've got 4 of those. And then you've got these blocks here, all made up again of half square triangles.
Oh, okay.
And then that block in the middle is 4 half square triangles, like that. So then you sew them into 3 rows, and then sew them together, and then put the borders on. So yeah, so it comes again. It comes together quite quickly because it's a lot of repetitive half square triangles that you put together, and then it's just that the colour placement of the fabric creates that look with that blue.
Yeah, so think about your colours. What sort of fabrics would you go for? I mean, you've used designs within there, but you've also done
That's
solids.
another solid version, yeah.
So when picking out your fabrics,
I would go, so that blue that you can see around there, that was what I called the accent fabric. So that's what sort of, when you see the quilt, if I'd have bought the quilt, that's what shines up, like, is the accent of it. So I try to just pick out a colour in some of the flowers.
Yeah.
So that's actually a blue blender.
Oh, right, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then, use your lighter ones around the outside.
Yeah.
And then the middle ones for you.
Yeah, so you've got a stronger thing for the geese, stronger print for the geese.
All your the templates do come in within here as well, and they're ready to use if you want, or you can photocopy them. But remember, you have your QR code if you want more of those templates for the future. which is brilliant. That's your Birds of a Feather quilt. So many of you have got that in your basket. Do keep checking out for your FPP templates. All of your pattern full instructions available as well. Just £11.99. Obviously, if you do want to use your wadding, do you have a particular preference on wadding, Louisa?
80, I do tend to use an 80-20, but the 100% cotton is fine.
Today, I think we've got 100% cotton. There is also 80-20 available underneath us on the website, I believe. This is 100% cotton. Just going back to that lady's question about how it drapes, do you think, again, it is personal preference, or is there different quilt battens that you would use for different
well,
projects?
yeah, I mean, I suppose I always find it's the denseness that you're quilting it creates the drape. I mean, I think polyester, has got a stiffer drape, and cottons tend to drape more naturally and softly. I don't tend to use poly that much, or at all really. Yeah. It's just, but I like the 80-20 because the 20% polyester just gives it a bit of stability in the machine. I find it is not as fluffy as the cotton. Yeah. And then also in the washing machine. Yeah. Just that adds that bit of strength.
So what would you use the cotton for? From beds?
Beds. Yeah. Baby quilts. Again, sort of, you're supposed to use as much cotton as you can for babies anyway, when they're really young. But then the older that they get, you can use poly, which dries quicker, which I imagine that you would understand as quite a good thing.
A lot of washing. Washing loads. I saw this meme the other day that says if you've done like 2 loads of washing and you've got it washed and dried and put away in the same day, you literally feel like a champion. I was like, oh yes, I can relate to that this weekend. Only £5.99, a half metre, but obviously if you do want to buy it off the bolt, this is your most affordable chance to do it at £5.99. It's nice and wide, it's 228 centimetres wide, which is brilliant. But if you are doing quilt as you go, you still can use it. And how do you sort of use them together?
You don't fuse them. No? So you're quilting each block separately. You trim them down nice and neatly so everything's even, and then it's the way that you join the strips. So
I see.
This sashing strip. So you'll have
let's bring it in here.
You'll have your nice quilted block.
Yeah.
So then this is a sashing strip. So it's just a 1-inch strip of fabric. That's on the front. So you'll sew that to that block. Yeah. And then you'll sew it the other side to that block. So because it's 1 arc, that finishes at ½ inch basically, and you've got your 1/4 inch seam allowances of your wadding underneath, so they meet and butt up to each other. In theory, if they don't, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, that's the idea, that because that's a ½ inch, that's your 2/4 inch seam allowances under there. And then on the back, you use a slightly wider strip and you fold that in half, like you do with binding, and then you sew 1/2 to that side on the machine, and then you fold it over, so that's your folded edge that you hand stitch down to cover the gap.
Right, okay, so
So it's, so you're not taping or anything. No. You're just letting them butt in together.
Brilliant, thank you. But you can use, scraps of wadding.
Exactly, it's perfect. I mean, I use a lot of scraps for cushions and things, but for quilt as you go, because we've always got some left over.
There's lots of different waddings on our website, different personal preferences. I think we've got 80-20, we've got polyester, we've got bamboo, we've got all sorts, so definitely have a look. And it's personal preference. I've asked this question to so many designers and they're like, well, it's whatever you feel.
It is personal preference. Sometimes, obviously, like the usage, if it's a kid's quilt. Then
go for cotton. Just £5.99. Amazing. Now, backing your quilt, we have some extra wide backing fabric options. I'm just looking to see with your Libs Elliot one, which one you go for.
That one, probably.
If you want to go for maybe this one ends in 97. This would be really nice for your Libs Elliot, actually. It's again 108 inches wide. This one is called Overnight. It's a Wyndham fabric, spotted graffiti. That's really cool, isn't it? And there's nothing stopping you incorporating this into the fronts of your quilts. Just don't think because it says extra, backing fabric, it's not necessarily just for quilt backing.
No, not at all, no. And it's nice to incorporate. So sometimes I do a pieced backing and use some of the leftovers from the front on the back. And then you've got 2 quilts in one then.
Brilliant. Just £12.99, but I mean, it does save rooting through your stash, looking for fabric that you can then piece together. When you've spent all that time and it looks so beautiful on the front, you want it to look seamless on the back as well. This is great. Perfect with your Libs Elliot. How much will I need for this? Do you want the pattern?
Let's see. So it's extra wide, so you just need 63 inches, 66 inches. What do I say? 69 inches, sorry, which is 1.75 meters.
So 2 meters. We sell by half metre, so
oh right,
4
yes,
units.
2 meters. Yeah.
Yeah, so 4 units for backing your quilt, just £12.99. Well, in fact, you'll just use just over 1.5 meters. So yeah, you'll have plenty left over. Which you, like you say, it'd be nice to then incorporate bits of it into the front of your quilt as well if you wanted. Tie it all together. £12.99. And then if you want to do the floral, which one do you think, Kerry? Maybe your Dan Morris?
Yeah, that's nice.
Dan Morris would look nice, the blues and the oranges together. That would look really nice on the back of your floor dance. Just £12.99, half metre. Your Midnight Blooms collection, extra wide. It's 108 inches wide. Loads of fabric there. I mean, if you think about it as being, I think it's 2.4 times the amount of your regular quilting weight fabric. It's normally 112 wide, isn't it? So you're getting more than double the amount there for £12.99. It is brilliant value for money. Just £12.99. A couple of others, just in case you've got any other UFOs that need to be quilted. This is a lovely traditional Henry Glass, 108 inches wide, 274 centimetres. Your sun watch products. In fact, that would look nice with some of your Tilly Rose projects, wouldn't it? Incorporate with all of you. Wasn't that a lovely book?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really lovely book. It's giving me, yeah, wildflower, forest walk vibes. That would look nice with any of your moders, or if you're getting the pattern on its own, you've got a colourway in mind. It's worth getting your backing fabric ready. £12.99. And then we also have one other, just this one. It's got a little bit of a linen texture in the background. £12.99.
That would look nice on there as well, because it's the same soft cream.
Oh yeah, soft cream.
Yeah.
That would look really nice. £12.99, and that is for that lovely, again, soft cream in the background. So if you do want a more feminine it's a paisley print, isn't it? Would look nice with the Libs Elliot one. £12.99, half metre. And then, right, should we just quickly recap these kits again? For anybody who missed out on the start of the show, we launched 2 brand new quilt kits today with Louisa. You've got here your pattern, all of the fabric that you need. For the Libs Elliot colourway, which has been the most popular, we have now got limited stock, very, very limited stock, 2.5 metres of your cream. Your binding fabric as well. It is going to sell out. We've got more than enough of you there to see that sell out, with people missing out, in fact. It's all made with fat quarters as well, which is brilliant. One of those patterns that you're definitely going to be using again. And the colours in this are lovely. It's the first time you've done something like this, actually, isn't it, these colours?
In those ones, yes.
Yeah.
Thanks to Lorna.
Thank you, Lorna. We all love this. With that gorgeous ecru background and your disappearing 4-patch technique, which, as you saw, I mean, it's a technique which makes it look very, very intricate and very, very clever, and actually really simple to do. We also then have your floral, which is the one that's behind Louisa. It comes with your pattern, everything you need, all beautifully presented as always in your box. So when you get it home, you've got all the fat quarters there, which actually, as somebody who is an adventurous beginner, maybe doing the first big quilt, quite often if you're then given lots of meterage of fabric, the whole cutting process is very daunting.
And it's annoying that, like, if you don't need all of that fabric.
Yeah.
So I just provide you with what you need. And to be honest, you do have 1 or 2 squares left over. So if you do make an error or a mistake, there is a bit of extra in the fat quarters that you can repeat it. Yeah.
Brilliant. This is, again, both incredibly limited. It's now your cue to check out. You've got your square dance quilt pattern, all of your lovely brand new fabrics. We've never seen these before in your kit with your binding, which is that lovely cobalt blue, and you're getting your background fabric. So all you need to add is your backing. Oh yeah, get ahead for spring. Get ahead for spring. This is lovely, isn't it? Nice. Well, I don't think these colours ever go out of
it's lovely vintage, as you say, that vintage 1950s feed sack type.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. On a spare bedroom, if you have white bedding, we always have white bedding. It's really nice to be able to have a lovely quilt then, very fresh. For a spare room, that would look gorgeous. Finished size of the quilt is 74 inches by 63.
And as you say, it's like using a cotton wadding. It's surprising, like when it finishes, it looks quite thin. But when you put it on your bed, it's so warm.
Yeah. Oh, and we need that now, don't we? Yeah. We do need that. I know that we're supposed to have a heat wave this week, which I still can't get my head around.
Well, you are. We're not. Apparently the northeast is still going to be
cold. You're going to be cold. Yeah, apparently it's going to be 23 degrees on Wednesday. 23! I know. I can't believe it. Right, do you want to do the pattern on its own? Brand new pattern on its own is available. Your square dance quilt. It is 74 by 63. Yeah, there's literally a handful of those on their own remaining. That's it. In fact, we're way over subscribed. There's about 30 of you at the moment that are going to miss out on that. We've literally got 5 of those remaining. Your Sew Motion square dance quilt, instructions, everything that you need to know to create this really clever block. Create a beautiful quilt, lovely big border. You've done some nice free motion. It just shows the different style of quilting. It both works, doesn't it?
Yeah, so this one, I echo quilted basically all the seams. So I went down, so where you've got your thin line, I went down directly down the middle of those and then did the same distance either side of those seams, so you get a grid-like effect, and then when they meet in the middle you've got a nice square, and all you're doing is a straight line with your walking foot, and I sort of tend to start at the top in the middle, go all the way down, break thread, and then pull it through again, and then so you're just doing one half and then turn it around and do the other half. So you haven't got like a huge bunch of fabric of quilt in the machine at once.
And then the other one, has that been done
That's
on a
free
longer?
motion. No,
but that hasn't been done on a longer.
I've got a longer throw.
Okay.
So I've just got a bigger machine. But I mean, again, I have done longer free motion on a little tiddly thing before.
We had over on Manager Specials, these, they look like circular clips that you roll your quilt up and put the clips on. That's it, bicycle clips. I was going to say that and I thought, I'm saying the wrong thing. But you literally clip either side, roll it up, and then you can manage it more. Because it's more so, I just think that you're kind of battling with the weight.
I tend to put my ironing board or a table here. So that takes a lot of it. Or some people hang over their shoulders, and depending on how big it is. But I always suggest having a good, as big as you can, extension table. Yeah. That takes a lot of the weight off. And also the quilting gloves, because that just takes the strain off your shoulders when you like this. So if you've got quilting gloves, it grips the fabric a lot better. So, and always work within that area. Don't be tempted to sort of keep going and let it go over. Quilt in that area hand. When you finish that bit, stop and then move your quilt again. So yeah, so it is, don't expect to be speed quilting a free motion quilt. Just take your time. And obviously some of the machines now are amazing, and they've got the ASR thing.
Oh yeah, the
so I've just got one like that, but unfortunately it keeps bleeping at me. I think I'm going a bit fast. I think I was going so fast I was drowning out the bleeping.
We had a question come in about, here we go, let's have a look. How big is the birds of a feather quilt? 60-inch square, Celia. 60-inch square. It's a lovely, big-size quilt.
I'm sorry, I forgot it. It is a lovely quilt.
Look at it. It looks amazing. Oh, don't worry. It's fine. We can see from the picture. And if you watch the show back, you'll be able to see it hanging in the background. You had it there on the show. That was was that your April one?
Yeah.
Yes, that was back on the 12th of April, if you want to watch that back. In fact, on this one, by the way, there might be a couple of these patterns still remaining, Celia. I know that the Quilt As You Go one completely sold out. Are we able to get any more of those, maybe? We'll speak to Louisa in the break, and she's here for another hour at 11. So anything that was sold out, we'll see if we can get back for you. But if you do want the birds of a feather pattern, there is literally, again, less than 20 of those. If you want to make the most of it, it's £11.99 with your foundation paper piece templates included as well. Thank you ever so much.
You're welcome.
So in the next hour, we're going to do English paper piecing, but hand
With a
sewn.
curve, yes, bit of hand
Your
sewing.
patterns, your templates, they're your own shapes, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they're amazing. I've never seen curved EPP before.
Good. I will teach you.
Thank you. We're very excited. We've also got a really gorgeous Christmas kit, which is amazing. I think in fact, we've got a picture. Look, that's the only time of year that I think a table runner is essential.
Yeah.
If you use your thermal and wadding in there as well, you can put your
hot plate,
hot plate on there. I just have it as decorative though on a nice sideboard or coffee table or something that you can put your sweets and your nuts and all your Christmas treats. But notice how those reindeer or the deers are all fussy cut as well. We'll be revealing all with Louisa at 11 o'clock. Stay where you are. Now, we have got a tools hour coming your way, and we're going to do some crazy prices. We're going to do some cheeky little discounts because Kerry obviously works upstairs in the office. She's been listening to the management team talking about the manager specials last week. She's like, right, do you know what? I'm going to do some cheeky deals today. She said she doesn't normally work down in the studio, so you're going to benefit. Stay where you are. We've got some brilliant deals on tools after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello, welcome back. Right, so did you watch the Manager Special shows last week? They were amazing, and I bet you're all getting excited. Maybe some of your parcels have arrived from last week. Yeah, it was a brilliant week. So Kerry works up in the office. She's producing today. She's in the hot seat. She doesn't get to see us very often here. She's covering for Ben. She's only got 9 weeks left until her baby arrives, and she's here waking up stupid o'clock in the morning to come and produce and to be part of the morning. So she says, right, I'm going to come down and get up that early in the morning on my last few nights. Actually, this is good practice for you now to never have a lion ever again in your life. It was Manager Specials last week. I'm going to do some amazing deals for everybody today. So she's compiled a few things that haven't been in Manager Specials last week that we're going to discount, which, you know, when you watch us, we don't normally discount things. Now we're starting with an amazing kit. So if you just got Louisa's quilt kit, which, by the way, is so easy for anybody who is new and have been a bit nervous about starting their first quilting project, if you've just found us and you've watched Louisa's show and you needed a bit of inspiration, get the quilt kit whilst you can. It's 1 P&P all day. It's a free phone line number. There's a whole community, demonstrations every single day. So it's a great chance to learn a new skill. So if you got the quilt kit, maybe you're thinking, right, well, you know, I need to get myself a rotary cutter and a cutting mat. This is the perfect chance today to get yourself your cutting mat, which is self-healing. It's double-sided. It's got centimetres there. It's also got inches. It's got your 2.5-inch strip or your 2-inch strip there. It's got your 1-inch strip. It's got angles for diamonds, for cutting all sorts of shapes. So you've got your cutting mat. You really do need to protect your surface, especially when you're working with a rotary cutter. Now, within this premium quilting kit, you've also got a 45mm rotary cutter, which is the most popular size to use. It's going to be perfect for cutting all of your fabrics. It's lovely in the aqua colour as well, with the safety guard, so nice and safe to use. Always cut away from yourself. My favourite thing about this, though, is the 6-inch square ruler. This is such a useful ruler to have. Sorry, I'm taking this all apart, and I know that Levi told me not to take any packaging off today, but there we go. But I want you to be able to see this because it is frosted. It's a frosted practical quilt ruler, so you can see everything behind it. It's a 6-inch, so you've got every 1/8 of an inch, every 1/2 an inch all marked. But this is such a handy size. You know, if you're working on half square triangles, if you're working on, Susie Duncan's favourite ruler is this size. Anything that's handy that you can take to workshops and take to classes as well. If you're working on smaller blocks, don't get me wrong, this is a ruler that's always very, very handy this size, but to be able to have the 6-inch ruler, I find as a second ruler, very, very handy indeed. So, that all being said, you've got your ruler, you've got your mat, and you've got your rotary cutter. This is a brilliant price. Not going to stay here. Now, elsewhere, we actually found somebody that was beating us on price. And we're not about this. I mean, we're not about showing you loads of price comparisons. The reason that we're doing it is because today we're going to offer you a deal. Remember, we are about the demonstrations, the expert advice, the community, the variety of stock that we offer, as well as your live shows every day. So we're not aiming to be the cheapest place ever. Obviously, we want to be able to stay in business and stay with you every morning and offer you the service of having the show. So when we can do something crazy on price, we do like to let you know that it's a very, very good deal. So, are you ready? You're getting your old for cutting mat, you're getting your rotary cutter, and your 6-inch square for miles lower than that other price comparison. That's why I wanted to do a little song and dance about it. This is not a £24.99 bundle normally. That is absolutely competing with your manager's special prices there, Kerry. Well done. 45mm blade, 6-inch ruler, quality Olfa full acrylic ruler. That's like a half-price deal almost, isn't it? And you're getting your roll for cutting mat. Now I'm thinking, for anybody who's going to a retreat, to a class, to a workshop, that could be your second set. Or if you run classes and workshops, you can say, here you go, within the price of your workshop, you're also going to get your first quilting kit, which is your rotary cutter, your cutting mat, and your ruler. Very, very useful indeed. It could be 3 gifts for people. It could be 3 Christmas presents. It could be just extra in your stash. I know quite often if you're working upstairs in a caravan, downstairs at a family member's house, if you've got a bag that's already packed ready. If you're doing foundation paper piecing, if you're doing any Louisa's quilts with FPP, you might want to have a different rotary cutter for cutting paper, so it's not blunting your blade. Full set for £24.99. That is an absolute bargain. Almost half price there. Can I remind you again, if you want to get this quilting set elsewhere, that's a manager special price. Absolutely. Kerry's like, stop saying it's a manager special, I'll get into trouble. That's like a half price deal. That is amazing. It should be, and it will be tomorrow, £47. If you have a look on this website, we found this quilting set. The ruler, the mat and the rotary cutter was £39.99. There you go, there's another one, £39.99. Similar thing, different colour mat, same size ruler, but £39.99. We found another one that was over £40. It was, nothing, £45.99 I think the other one was. Haven't found anything like this at £24.99. That is another amazing, amazing deal. Great price. And it's always, of course, important that you have the right tools for the job. You can, of course, be a new quilter, but it can be expensive when you're investing in a new tools, a new hobby. So to be able to have everything that you sort of need to get going with your mat, your rotary cutter and your ruler, they were the first 3 purchases that I made when I joined the crafting world. And you can use it for so many projects, whether you're a bag maker, a quilter, if you're using dressmaking even. I've seen a lot of people on the Sewing Bee using a rotary cutter on the dressmaking channel, the shows as well. All 3 products. That now makes it what price per element? 8.33, Ollie said. That was quick maths, if that was right. Yeah, it was! 8.33! £8.33 for your ruler, £8.33 for your mat, and £8.33 for your rotary cutter. Amazing price point, whichever way you calculate it. Should be over £40 even here, and tomorrow it will be over £40. That is a brilliant price. $24.99, fabulous premium quilt kit. We also have, did you say a rotary cutter offer? Shouldn't be doing discounts, should not be doing discounts. And look what brand it is. It is a Fiskars as well. This is one of my favourite rotary cutters that we stock. We have lots of rotary cutters, lots of different brands, and actually lots of different price points. But this one, Levi, I've got to open one of these because I want to show the safety trigger. It's brilliant. So these ones, by the way, with the Alpha, you can use if you're a left-hander or a right-hander. So just to be aware, as it's those slidey up ones. For me, the safety element, thank you, is brilliant because I can completely try and use this and it will not let me access that blade unless I'm pressing this safety button, and then you are able to use the rotary cutter. It's really lovely and like a spring-loaded trigger as well, so it's great if you've got any sort of dexterity issues. It is a quality rotary cutter. Whenever you think of Fiskars, I mean, my husband's in the trade, he's a tradesman, and he's got loads of tools that are Fiskars, and they are, you know, really renowned for their cutting tools, aren't they? And have been forever. I think it actually said, I read somewhere, they've been going for hundreds of years, haven't they? 18 something. Trigger rotary cutter, 45mm blade, precision, easy cutting. It's got that auto-retracting, self-storing blade when the handle is released. It's got that orange button there, which will unlock the blade for safety. Oh yeah, not 1800s, 1600s. How many companies have lasted the test of time like that? Okay, so $14.99. This shouldn't have been a discounted show, by the way, but we're turning it into one. So this is supposed to be £15.95. You can see on that website that is £16 nearly. We've already beaten it. We're at £14.99. If you would like to have a Fiskars rotary cutter for under a tenner, that is really good. That's like a Secret Santa kind of price now. And you're getting that 45mm blade. You can actually change the rotary blade over to this side if you're a lefty. So you can keep that over. That is brilliant. Even if you go onto Fiskars replacement blades, you can pay £5 or £6 just for blade replacement. So this is brilliant. You might as well have a whole new rotary cutter with your replacement blade in there already, look. Ready to go for £9.99. 45mm blades as well. These are the ones that are the go-to. Sometimes you use smaller if you're doing curves. Just £9.99. You're getting your rotary tool and you're getting one 45mm blade. Perfect for all fabric cutting. Your handy, lovely soft grip as well, your thumb grip there. Less than a tenner. I mean, that is amazing, isn't it? That is so good. And yeah, don't worry, if you're a lefty, you can literally change it over to the other side of the handle. So you're not looking at buying a whole new different rotary cutter. But it's the safety catch for me. This is my favourite rotary cutter to use. The fact that it's got the name Fiskars, you know that it is a quality tool. It's going to last you the test of time. And now you're paying a price point that you're looking at the price of run-of-the-mill rotary cutters now. Here you go, Alpha. There you go, for £8.95. They're for your Fiskars rotary blades. Today, £9.99, you're getting the whole cutter with your blade for less than £10. That's really good. Oh yeah, it's definitely worth upgrading your tools. Maybe you started with a more affordable one maybe to start with and you want to upgrade it. Half the stock has gone. Half the stock has already been allocated. This should never have been lower. I know we're not on a manager special show, but it's feeling pretty good, isn't it, when you're starting a Monday morning with fabulous discounted tools. There was a message coming through. Who's this from, sorry? Hi, Susan. I struggled with a rotary cutter, but with the Fiskars, it was easy. Yeah, do you know, I do feel that if you've got quality tools, it's got a bit of weight to it. I say it's got a bit of weight to it. It's not heavy, but it's ergonomic. It's comfortable to use. It's got that lovely thumb grip here. And it's just nice and safe to use. You're not having to put huge amounts of pressure on because of the way it's designed. The weight's in the top of it, so it will allow you to glide through your fabrics. And let's face it, when you're cutting into your brand new Liberty Stash or your Willow & Morris, you're not going to want to be slashing your fabrics. Change your blade regularly, like we do our sewing machine needle. Or use the rotary blade sharpener. There's a great tool to sharpen your blades. Keep them nice and sharp. Just $9.99 though. That is now. Could be your second, your third, fourth. If you're travelling on the move, or if you've got pets about, the amount of people that I see when I'm watching on air or where I'm at home or watching other channels or if I'm watching on Sewing Bee and they've left blades exposed like that, oh my gosh, it literally terrifies me because people who I know have been in the quilting world for a very, very, very long time. Sandra from Santangle, I'm sure she won't mind me mentioning, she really hurt her finger on a rotary cutter, like really hurt her finger. So please, please, please be careful. But it's nothing to be scared of, but just keep it nice and sharp so you're not having to, you know, put too much pressure and slash it, but also have a trigger blade like this where you're not having to even think about closing the blade. It's just done for you. When you're not using it, it's closed and you can lock it. So if you put it in your pencil case, if you're putting it in your tool bag, it's there, it's safe, it's secure, you're not worrying about it. £9.99, and there's way more of you have got it in your basket than we have availability. Few multi-bidders coming in. Oh yeah, go for it. If you're having one for foundation paper piecing, maybe put a bit of ribbon around it. So you know that that one's for paper. You're not having to change your blade as you... Some people have a rotary blade that is specifically for paper. So you could, at this price, just have a whole new one just for yourself, couldn't you? That's foundation paper piecing. Taking it to workshops, taking it to classes, you do look the bits, don't you? They'll last you test of time as well. Do you? Right, for scissors, if you cut tin foil, apparently it sharpens them. Someone will know this. Message in. With Fiskars, if... Oh, is it not for anything else? It's just for Fiskars? Don't know. So Ollie's got a pair of scissors, they're Fiskars, and he says if you cut your tin foil with them, then it sharpens it. Is that thing with a rotary cut? Oh, someone will message in and let us know. What a hack. I love a hack like that. £9.99, your 45mm blade. Swap it over if you're a left-hander. It's really, really easy to swap over as well, look, because this literally just unscrews. You pop your next blade in and then screw it up again. Some of the Fiskars products even have like little tools to be able to change your blades. Yeah, you can do it with a rotary cutter. Fold foil up, put it on a cutting mat, run it lengthways over, and it will sharpen your rotary cutter. That is a good hack. That is a very, very good hack. Obviously, you want to be able to replace your blade at some point, but that's good to just make sure it's nice and sharp just before you, before you start going. If you're halfway through a project and you're thinking, right, I'm about to do some really intricate cuts, I want to make sure it's really nice and sharp, that's a good tip. Thanks for that. £9.99, that is an amazing price. Okay, shall we do some new fabrics for you? And shall we crash them on price as well? Oh, I know. This is amazing. Right, we've got 3 new, they're gorgeous, cotton poplins. So, these are Rose and Hubble. They're absolutely beautiful. I'm thinking straight away, as it's a poplin weight, it's slightly lighter weight. If you want to line a jacket with a cotton, you know, some people don't want to be using polyester linings. If you want that luxury of having a cotton lining and, you know, to put a jacket on and it to wear and to fit really nice and freely, then this is a perfect fabric to use. Now, it can also obviously be used for your quilting, for your patchwork. It can be used within all of your designs that you've been doing, you've got in your mind now for Tilly Rose's book maybe. Maybe you just get yourself half a metre of this and you're getting Tilly Rose's new book. This would be perfect for that. Okay, now we've got hundreds of units. Should we see how many people are watching? If you would like this, I mean, this is £4.49. Hang on. You haven't discounted it yet, have you? This is already so good, Kerry. This is so good. Our cottons are normally ranging between £5.99 a half metre and £7.99 a half metre. Sometimes with designer, £8.49 a half metre as well. Look, can I just show you, before you do this, it's wide. If you want this at 104, is it 140 wide? If you're thinking of this for dressmaking, this is perfect for dressmaking. And I've said it now, I didn't mean to say that we're discounting because I thought that these were the discounted prices. I thought that this was supposed to be like £5.99 and we're going to go to £4.49. Oh, I'm sorry, Kerry, this is my fault. Hayley is going to be really... Is she upstairs today? Sorry, Hayley. That should not be £3.99. She just said that is the most beautiful fabric as well. She's saying that she wants to get some. Well, there you go. You can get as many units as you want. That should not be £3.99 a half metre. It is 100% cotton, poplin weight, 144 wide as well for dressmakers. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It would be gorgeous for dressmakers, bag makers, quilters. Now, just get it in your stash. So Adele, she often suggests, if you're not quite sure what pattern you're going to use it for yet, what dressmaking pattern, if you get yourself a 2.5 metre bundle, then that is going to cover most garments, most patterns that you have in your stash. Oh, go for it. £3.99 for cotton. The price of everything in this world has gone up. The price of printing, the price of cotton, the price of everything, as we know. So to be able to get it at £3.99 is amazing. What I love about this is perfect for right now. You know, when we're in between the summer and autumn, we're in between, and you don't want to just go to your dark colours. Is it going to be warm? Is it going to be cold? Is it a heat wave? Is it going to be snowing? We don't know. This covers everything. You've got some lovely autumnal colours in here. I actually think I might be upside down. I don't think I'd worry too much about the direction. No, maybe it's multi-directional. But that is gorgeous. You are now getting your chance to multi-buy. And honestly, I really, really should not be saying to you it's £3.99 a half metre. This is brand new. When we were prepping for today's show, I'm not going to lie, we spent a lot of time talking to Tilly. We were talking to Louisa about her show. And we've got 3 guests today. This is the only hour that I'm on my own. So we obviously were going through the guest hours. And we said, right, we've got 3 fabrics which are brand new, which we're going to focus on in this hour. And when Kerry says they're discounted, I thought you were going to discount them. And then the graphics came live at £4.49. I was like, oh my gosh, I've messed up. I've already told you that we're discounting it. Didn't realise this was definitely supposed to be £4.49 final discounted price. That's amazing. You are getting it at fabulous value. It's still going to be cut off the bolt to you. It's still going to be, you know, this gorgeous quality. It's 144 wide. That make lovely little purses or even hair scrunchies, bobbles, smaller things, little toiletry bag, makeup bags. Right now, at that price, these are sort of prices that you're familiar with for polyester linings, for, you know, jackets on linings, linings on pockets. I'd definitely be thinking about making your, you know, if you're making to sell or if you're making for charity, if you're making for gifts, it can add up. When you're starting to look at £7 a half metre, which is a good price on dressmaking fabric for cotton, if you're looking at 7 and you're wanting to buy 2.5 metres, right, Ollie, you're quick at maths. 8 times 4, actually 8 times 5, sorry, is £40. 8 times 4. £32. So if you're going to be buying, no, hang on, no. I said 5 units, didn't I? So 4 times 5, 4 times 5 is £20. So it's a difference, it's half the price, more or less, isn't it? Half the price. I could have done that very, I could have got to that point that I was trying to make a lot easier, a lot quicker, without me trying to scramble through the maths. $3.99. That is like half the price of what we normally sell our dressmaking fabric for. That's what I'm trying to say. Loads of multi-buys. Definitely check out on multiple units. Get yourself 2.5 metres, even if you're not quite sure what you're going to use it for yet. I'm thinking this would be a really beautiful, like, wrap dress, toga, sash. I think that would make such a lovely wrap dress. And because it's got the black background, you could absolutely team this with, like, you know, your black shoes, your black handbag. I mean, you could wear that to a real special occasion, couldn't you? That's lovely. £3.99. Thank you so much for this. Kerry, that is so good. Kerry can come again. That is so good. Right, yeah, we've got to keep that on the down low, if that is okay. We've got 2 others. Now, a genuinely, yeah, it would make a lovely border on a quilt. I don't know if we can do it on these, though. Wildflowers, wildflower designs. We're going to do it on these. Right, we're going to do it, but please, please, please don't expect it again. This is crazy. We are not normally a price drop show. Everything this hour has been discounted. The closing price on this should have been $4.49. These are like £5, £6 a half metre fabrics. They are amazing. You've got that gorgeous rose in the background, that lovely blush rose. They are £3.99 a half metre. So if I'm getting my 2.5 metres, which is what, you know, a lot of people have in their stash as dressmakers for most patterns, how much am I spending? £20? That is so good for lovely fabric like this. Yeah, you'll be paying $19.95, and you've got your fabric there ready. Honestly, it's not going to go out of date. It's not going to go out of fashion. Yeah, absolutely. If you've got a pattern in mind, Kerry's just saying, you'd pay so much more than that for a lovely bespoke dress that is made to fit you. I do love this print. And actually, if you got Tilly Rose's book and you're thinking, right, I'm going to do myself a journal or I'm going to do myself a wall hanging, and you want to then incorporate lots of things that you find on your walks and incorporate things you already have, but you just want a bit of an inspirational fabric, get ½ metre of this. You could fussy cut some of these flowers and applique them. If you're not very good at drawing, because I was looking at Tilly Rose's thinking, I love that dancing ballerinas, but I'm a bit nervous about drawing it. Why don't you take an element of this and stitch on top of it? Pick some of the elements, pick some of your lovely colours and stitch on top. $3.99. Or trace over it. You know, these are gorgeous fabrics. $3.99. I'm so used to saying $7.99 a half metre on most of our fabrics. It's just crazy good. And I do love this mauve, peachy, sorry, what would you call this? Like rose, blush rose colour in the background. And your wildflowers. £3.99. I feel like I need to shout from the rooftops with like one of those megaphones. £3.99 a half metre. Honestly, definitely get both of these. Whether you're getting your lovely one with the darker background, this one as well is very, 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 very popular indeed. 144 wide, poplin weight. On this one. Right, and that's presuming everyone's getting one unit. 43 of you have got it in your basket, and we can't see that you're getting more than one unit. So we know with 43 of you in your basket, even if you get one unit of this, we are very limited. So if you do want to get yourself a metre, 2 metres of it, and that's when, let's face it, that's when you're making the saving, isn't it? That's when, I'm all about saving a couple of pounds, but when you are multi-buying, you are going to save £1 for every 2 metres you buy. On our pricing as well. Let's remember, this definitely shouldn't have been $4.49. Oh, $4.49 is a bargain. I love that. That is gorgeous quality. Super soft. Most people going for 5 units, which is 2.5 metres. I think there's a lot of dressmakers watching, and that's what, you know, Adam Brooks and Adele will always recommend. Get yourself your 2.5 metres. and that will probably fit most dresses, most jumpsuits, most blouses, a majority of your skirts, your trousers, patterns that you've got. How about a lovely like kimono in this, a dressing gown, a cotton, lovely dressing gown. Kerry, you know you're going off on maternity leave. That's what you need, is a really lovely dressing gown, because so many people come and visit you, and I promise you spend a lot of time in your pyjamas, and sometimes you're just like, oh, someone's at the door again. Just put on a lovely dressing gown and you look so nice. And cotton as well, soft against baby skin, not going to be irritating them. It's going to keep you nice and cool as well, because even though we're going into winter, you'll be warm still. So this is lovely for a robe or kimono. I'm thinking very bridal, actually. Wildflowers are very in for brides, aren't they? That would be lovely as a dressing gown. You can make loads of dressing gowns, especially as it's so affordable. Normally a dressing gown, obviously that might take more fabric. So to do a 100% cotton poplin weight dressing gown, it would probably cost you a lot more than it will today. Love that. Okay, we've got one more. I'm going to do it again. We'll keep this on the down low, because Kerry did tell me, do not mention the word manager special. I will get into so much trouble. And we're not in manager special. This is a Kerry special. These prices are already better than normal at $4.49, but I did a bit of a boo-boo, and before the graphics came live, I told you, well, we were going to discount them. And then these graphics came live, and I was like, oh, no. We've already done the discount behind the scenes. And Kerry was like, no, I'm going to have to discount it now, only a bit more. But that is a fabulous price. $4.49 is brilliant, but today, $3.99 a half metre. Oh, now you could make all of your gifts this year for Christmas. What about loads of, like you say, toiletry bags, makeup bags, purses, scrunchies, hairbands? You could make lovely new fresh lampshades going into the new year. If you've got like a wooden, lampshade, lamp stand, and you just want to give it a new lease of life, if you buy yourself, you can get them on the Long River website. It's lovely, make your own lampshade kits. Get yourself just one unit of this. You can make yourself 2 new lampshades to go in a bedroom for the new year. We're all about upcycling, thinking about things you already have and how you can freshen them up. I remember when Rebecca Reed came in a cardigan, which looked very, very, very bespoke and designer. And she says, oh, it's just an old black cardie, but I've changed the placket, covered the buttons, and she did like a ruffle along the bottom in a cotton poplin. So if you've got a new fabric like this, just half a metre, you could do some really cool, you could line pockets, take things apart and give them new leases of life. Just £3.99 a half metre. It's 44 centimetres wide. So if you do want that extra width for dressmaking, kimonos, dressing gowns, pyjama bottoms, dresses, blouses, tops. If you are new to dressmaking, 100% cotton is a great place to start, because it behaves itself under your sewing machine. If you've got yourself your overlocker, have a bit of a practice with something that is maybe a little bit more forgiving. It's not going to be stretching out of size, out of place. This is a really good place to start. We're mentioning a lot about dressmaking with this, because let's face it, you need more fabric, which can be quite costly. That's why whenever we do a deal like this, dressmakers are on it and get themselves as many units that they can. But just for anybody who is entering the world of dressmaking, after maybe being inspired by watching the Great British Sewing Bee, this is a really, really good fabric to start with, as it behaves itself. It's not going to be slipping and sliding when you're cutting it out, or slipping and sliding when it's under the machine. Right, there are literally enough for 10 more of you to come in and get 2 units, that's it. That's about to sell out. There's less than 20 units, less than 10 metres remaining of this one. £3.99 a half metre. And remember, half a metre looks like that. So it's a lot of fabric. It's lovely and wide. You still can use it in your quilting. Just be aware it's slightly lighter weight. But yeah, nice cushions, nice fresh spring colours. Maybe ready if you're just doing all your Christmas bits now and you're getting ready for all your winter makes. But when it comes to January and you want new, nice, fresh things in the house, nice to get ahead sometimes, isn't it? You could just make some lovely little patchwork cushions with this. £3.99. That is going to go. I've got the Stitched Memories one. Have we got a new one, Levi? The one that we launched at 8 o'clock, please. So for anybody who missed the 8 a.m. hour, Tilly Rose was here in the studio. Watch the show back because she's so lovely and she's amazing. And anybody that's buying her brand new book today, you automatically entered into a prize draw to win a year subscription into her Stitch Cafe, her Slow Stitch Cafe, which is fab anyway. Read about it on the website. One person will be selected at random. Now, there are loads of you who have already checked out on it. It's all about connecting with nature and how to incorporate the outdoors and bring them into your workroom, your craft room, even your sofa. You don't need to have a craft room. You don't need to have sewing experience. You don't need to be able to read a pattern. You don't need to be able to have the ability to, sit with a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors or even a needle and thread. Anything that we can do, you can literally... No, I don't think so. Am I being silly though? That was the one. That's not from this morning. Connecting with nature. So anybody that missed the 8 a.m. show, we actually discounted it today. It's supposed to be $15.99. We took it under £15. It was the exclusive launched signed books, and you can get it for under £15, which is absolutely amazing. No, they don't. Look, they don't. It's orange on the front. I'll show you a picture of it. I don't know if we've got a picture of the finished the book. Sorry, we seem to have missed the book, misplaced the book. It will be coming. It's all... Maybe she's taking it with her. They've all been signed by Tilly Rose as well, and they all have there's so many projects in there, but they're not like the step-by-step, now you need to do this, now you need to cut this. It's explaining to you how you can take things that you found on a coastal walk or a lovely walk, there we go, that you've walked through the autumn, and how to incorporate it into fabulous textile art pieces, whether it be journals, whether it be wall hangings, whether it be on clothes. What about doing a little bit mindfulness, whether it be slow stitching or making your own eco dyes, reconnecting with nature. I mean, we step outside and actually you realise we're stuck, watching our phone and scrolling on our own. And actually, if you go out into the nature, you can literally bring so much of that into your work and make lovely stitched memories as well. Love the book, lots of great positive feedback, hundreds of them already gone. It's exclusive to us for the next week, and you're getting that entry into the prize draw as well. Only for today, £14.99. Now, if we replay this tomorrow, you won't be entered into the draw. So today is the day to do it for £14.99. It's a great price as well, isn't it? Nothing else like that. There's not another book that you'll have like that on your bookshelf. It's just gorgeous. Mindful stitching, textile art through the seasons. Can I do a pick, please? I cannot believe these are back in stock and I didn't hear about it. These are some of my favourite marking tools that we have in stock. So friction pens, we're all aware of. They are brilliant. They really, really are. Friction pens are fabulous. These are friction highlighters. Ollie, have you seen these? They are brilliant. Right, so I'm just going to get this, which is a bit of packaging. But if you are working from, in fact, actually, a pattern. Oh, yeah, highlighters are brilliant. Stationery, but you've not seen highlighters like this. So if you're working from a pattern, now, don't panic. You won't know I've even written on this, which is the best thing. So if you're looking at this and you're thinking, oh, actually... Right, I need that, I need this, I'm going to highlight, I'm not even reading what I'm highlighting, but you get the gist. But if there's certain parts of a recipe book, of instruction books, that you just want to be able to highlight, oh, I'm here now, or I'm up to number 6, and then the best thing is that you can erase it. So you can then use them time and time again, the instructions. It is so good. Look, I've just highlighted there French knots. You've got all the different colours, so you can do some colour coding. And then there's an eraser on the back. So if you're doing a project on the go and the phone rings and you're like, right, I was up to number 6, you can then literally go straight back You can literally go straight back and know where it was that you were. There are all of these colours. These are brilliant for anybody who's going to university, for revision, for exams, for anybody who's following a food recipe, anybody who's following a pattern. These are just brilliant to have as household highlighters. I would never buy a normal highlighter ever again now. I know that I can get erasable ones. And they work on fabric as well, I believe. So you can use this onto fabric and highlight whatever bits you want. So if you're doing notches or if you're wanting to mark a certain point to stop in on a pattern, whether you're getting to a sleeve and you need to stop at a certain point, you can highlight it. So you've got the green, you've got the purple where you could do certain blocks in purple, certain blocks in pink. You could code it no matter, in different colours. You could have a bit of a system in place that different colours mean different sizes or different things to you. But just to be able to get yourself organised, we talked about that with Louisa. Once you've got yourself organised with lots of quilt projects, it's really straightforward because then you're just doing the enjoyable bit. So if you struggle with, cutting and working out what sizes they need to be, organise yourself with your highlighters. You don't need to worry about ruining a book or ruining a pattern because then you can literally rub them out with the erasers. Can you see why I love these marking tools? But they're highlighters, so they're lovely and bright. Whereas with a friction pen, you're looking at more of like a biro, obviously. Whereas this is fabulous. Every single time they come to air, they sell out. I've never, ever actually bought these to air without them selling out. Every single time we have a tools hour, I ask for these to be in and they're never in. So this is my pick of the hour. It's your erasable friction pen. I love anything that we've adopted as crafters. I don't think they were necessarily made for soft crafts. They weren't made for sewers. But we've realised, actually, you can use this on fabric. You can use this on paper. Can I do it? Can I just go... can I go over to Louisa's overhead? Just because the iron's there... I'm wondering, it might go wrong, but we'll have a go. I just want to see whether, come on over with me, because I've got my, Levi, have you got a little bit of fabric, please? Actually, sorry, I have some from this morning. Now, I'm going really, really rogue here, because I'm wondering whether, Levi, you're brilliant. So, can you see that, Ali? So I'm just wondering whether it erases not only with I'm going to have a go. Is it heat erasable as well? Let's see, let's try. So you've got your yellow and you've got your green. Just waiting for my Aliso to warm up. I just want to know if it is, if it's not. It is! Oh my gosh, this is brilliant. That's what I was going to say. I love about crafters is that even if it's something that we found very, very useful, even if it wasn't designed for us, we'll then use. So if you're marking notches, if you're marking anything on paper or on fabric, if you want to mark, oh, that's a notch there for my dressmaking, it's a lot brighter, it's a lot more visible. But then you can literally, you ready? You blink and you miss it. I've not tried it on fabric before, I'm not going to lie, so that was a bit touch and go whether it was going to work, but there you are. All of those 5 colours, also made from 50% recycled plastic, which is good to know. We love that. On theme for today, and the more that we buy recycled products, the more they make recycled products, so I think it's really important to do our bit, isn't it? Loads of these in baskets. Get them while they're in stock. They're only $8.99, and if you've bought anything else today, you're going to be paying just one post and packaging. Just combine your post, combine your order, and it will all come to you for just £4.95 P&P. $8.99 for all of those colours. So even if you're working on darker colours as well, obviously like a highlighter, it's going to work as well. If you're working on denims, if you're working on black fabric, it is going to really, really stand out because you've got all of your nice bright colours. Yeah, if you struggle to see the fine lines, you can absolutely make as much mark as you like on this. There are different, obviously, pens that are available out there on the market, and there are certain times that I would say don't use a friction pen, like when you're tracing out your design onto Bond Web, because you're obviously going to need to press it. And I must make you aware that friction pens do come back at extreme low temperatures. So, for example, if you put your quilt in the freezer, the lines might come back. So if you're drawing loads of quilting lines, for example, the only reason we know that is somebody made a competition quilt. It went into the hold of a plane and all of the markings came back. You're like, oh no, so just make it right. And also, if you put it through a laminator, it's obviously also going to disappear. But there's benefits for all sorts. There's, there's air erasable, there's water erasable. I love a friction pen. Really easy to erase with the rubber on the end, or also with heat, as you've just seen there. $8.99. And now the single figures, was everyone's checked out? There's literally single figures on those. All 5 of your friction pens back in stock by popular demand. We'll always try and get them back in, but yeah, go for it whilst they're here. Right, shall I head back over to my place? Sorry about that going rogue, guys. Thank you, though. I did get very excited then. I love friction pens. Oh, there's also a blue. I didn't take that one with me, look. So there you go, you get more. Even better deal now. In fact, was it $8.99? If you go to Paperchase or Hobbycraft or John Lewis, different popular stationery stores, you could probably pay about $3.99 each for these. Like you said, Ollie, going back to school, your kids, they love highlighters, stationery. It's a hobby in itself, isn't it? 6 colours, brilliant price. So I've never seen this. This sells out every single time. This is Sandy, who was on yesterday. This is Sandy's handy guide to needle and threads. We love Sandy Millichip. She is just gorgeous. Now, she talks to you about everything you need to know about different weights of thread, what you're going to use them for, and also machine needles, which is brilliant. So it says here, most of the threads come in 2-ply, but that means that you can use them in your bobbin as well. So it will talk to you about what weight you need to be used in your bobbin, best needle to use with certain threads, also what it's handy for. So for buttonholes, sashiko, long arm quilting, you would use 100% cotton, 12 white, which is 2-ply. This is a really good, accessible guide, isn't it? That you're going to come back to time and time again. If you just need a quick reference point, instead of going down a rabbit hole of things on the internet, come to Sandy's instructions. Oh, and it's £4. And this is a printed copy. This isn't a PDF that you download, is it? This is the printed copy for you. Fantastic. So if you're new to us, start your order, try us out, and you've got a great bit of information here, which you don't normally see to this extent in books, do you? They may recommend a thread, but to go into the weights of it, I remember thinking, oh my gosh, this is a whole new language. It is a real minefield. You know, when you walk into a shop and they've got all of these different weights, and it's 50 weight, 40 weight, 30 weight, 20 weight, 80 weight, and you're thinking, well, what does that mean? Or why would I use it? And even now, there's certain times I'm just like, right, 50 weight, I know you can use that for everything. Just use a 50 weight. But then Jenny Jackson comes in and she's like, no, I just use 80 weight for this, or I'd use that for that. And you think, oh, okay, maybe there are certain threads that are going to be helpful for different projects. So this just demystifies it all for you. Also the same with sewing machine needles. The size and type of needle depends on very much the fabric thread that you're using. Needles should be changed every 6 to 8 hours. So it's really handy. Talks to you about the different parts of the needle, the groove, the shaft, the shank, the eye, the scarf. Talks about the construction of the needle and why they're important. And then the type of needle, the fabrics that you'd use them with, why they're different. I'm going to, sellotape this to somewhere near the desk, because wherever I have, different machine needles, it's actually really difficult. For example, if you think, a Microtex needle, Bex absolutely swears by them. When we have the little Schweppes pack that come in, she absolutely loves them. They get saved for her shows. And I'm always like, well, what's so good? And she's like, they're a Microtex needle. They're brilliant. So now, without having to ask and feel silly, I can just say, oh, actually, these needles tend to be sharper and a lot more slender than the universal needle. There you go. They're great for densely woven fabrics, fine silk and microfibres. Also used for quilting and applique, Bex. So, I mean, this is what's brilliant, is that sometimes if you're on a workshop or a class, you don't want to be the person that's asking millions of questions, asking, okay, hang on, what do I use for that? What thread do I use? What needle do I use? You've got them all there. That's so good. And then all your sizes as well, look. And why you would use size 8 to 10 needle, or international sizes, UK sizes. Oh, thank you for this, Sandy. That is really, really useful. Your handy guide to needle and threads, it's only £4. If you've paid your P&P, add that to your order. That is brilliant, because that applies to all threads and all needles. Now, on the theme of threads, there are some Metler threads. There are silk finished cottons. We love Metler threads, and we don't get to see them anywhere near enough. Now, we have the sort of smaller pack. We've got the one that's got 18 in here. Now, this is a really good chance to use our guide. So here you are looking at, let's have a look at the weight of these. Are they 50 weight, do you know? Silk finished cotton, I believe that they are your 50 weight, if I'm not mistaken. You get 18, 100% cotton, 150 metres on each, and these are your gorgeous regular colours that you'll use day in, day out. Your greys for maybe EPP, you've got your black, you've got your white, your cream, ecru, you've got blues, lots of different shade of blues, greens, you've got pinks, yellows, reds, burgundies. 150 metres in total, and I believe, yes, they are your 50 weight threads. So these are going to be perfect for your machine, for your bobbin. Once again, if we go back to Sandy's guide, and we look at 50 weight, 100% cotton. Now, these have obviously got that lovely silk finish as well, so they're going to be great for your applique. It says here, needle turn applique, EPP, hand piecing, machine applique, straight stitch, zigzag, blind hem, blanket stitch, machine embroidery. Oh, it would be lovely for a machine embroidery, especially because it's got the silk finish. For dense machine quilting, long arm quilting, you can use this. Basting, dense background designs. It is a good all-rounder. This is the only one that says in Sandy's guide that it's a good all-rounder. But the silk finish is gorgeous. Now, for 18 Metler threads, that is a really, really good price. Because I know if you go to a supermarket, you will pay for polyester, run-of-the-mill polyester threads. You'll pay between £1.50 to £2 for your run-of-the-mill polyester. This is cotton. This has got that silk finish. So if you work with cotton fabrics, a lot of people choose to use cotton threads to go with, but they often think that, one, they're more expensive, two, you don't get the colours that you would with polyester, and here you can see you really do. Do you know, Metler threads are so famous? Lots of big sport cars, the embroidery on the steering wheel and on the car seats are using Metler threads. The interiors, yeah, it's very fancy thread, but it's strong. It's strong. It's really strong. $28.99. These would be lovely gifts for somebody if you are looking for a Christmas gift. In fact, this is the ultimate, isn't it? I mean, look at how much you've got here. The whole spectrum, that gorgeous rainbow of colour. And all your neutrals, into all your blues, your greens, your pinks, your yellows, your reds, your purples. Pack of 28. Right, there are less than 10 of these remaining. If you're thinking for Christmas gifts, they are, again, your Metler cotton threads. The run-of-the-mill threads, might I add, you're looking at 100 metres. Here you're getting 150 metres. We're now $1.42 per spool, and that's for 150 metres of cotton thread. That's really good value. I always thought Metler was probably the, you know, when we talk about like your Oroville, your Metler, you're thinking that these are going to be a lot more expensive, a lot more considered. But actually, you wouldn't see an Oroville 28-pack thread for $39.99, would you? And to see it as well with the silk finish, I think these are going to be gorgeous for machine embroidery. Absolutely gorgeous. $39.99, literally last of stock remaining on those. They are brilliant. We also have some pre-wound bobbins, which is useful because it's the most annoying thing ever when you're halfway through a seam and you've got to stop and unthread and rewind your bobbin. Here, you have got, it's the first time I've seen this, 30 pre-wound bobbins. And look at how satisfying this is. Your rainbow of colours, $8.99. Now, do you know what machine these fit into, Kerry? Each individually wound holds 25 metres of all-purpose cotton sewing thread. Now, the bobbin ring is 5.5 inches in diameter, so just check with yours. But I think they look to me, by eye, exactly the same as the Auna. But just be careful, because I know manufacturers like you to use their brand of bobbins, obviously. But just check and see if it's the same size. 30 bobbins with your storage tub as well, for $8.99. 30 pre-wound bobbins, all in lovely bright colours, in cotton as well. Just £8.99. We just wanted to flash up a couple more things because we're about to go back into Louisa's show. Can we also mention these, because these are fabulous? 50 weight. Black, 3 of your black Aurifils, and these are the absolute big boy ones. You've got 1,300 metres on each spool. $29.99. Sewing Street exclusive. How good is that? $29.99. 50 weight, your everyday threads, and you're getting 3 1,300 metre spools. Thing is, if you use a lot of black and you do see the spools, the lovely rainbow variety packs, but you think, oh, there's so many colours in there that I just know I won't use, get your essentials. There is black. I'm just wondering if there is any. No, that's the same one, isn't it? That's exactly the same one. It's just an open sample. So yeah, I was going to see if we had the white, but we've just got the black available today. $29.99. 3,900 metres on your threads. Now, can I just quickly mention, because we're going to get into so much trouble for doing this, but we discounted some brand new fabrics. These are poplin, cotton poplins. This one, there's literally a couple of units remaining, and these two, there's slightly better quantity to start with. So if you want to grab those, they are both flying out. We took each of these to $3.99 a half metre, 140 wide. That is crazy, crazy, crazy. Make the most of those during the break. Now, Louise is coming back with 2 brand new projects. We've got gorgeous hand-pieced EPP Christmas colourway, and then we've also got blues as well. There you go. These are all gorgeous and still got time to stitch them before Christmas, so stay tuned. The kits are already on pre-order if you want to get ahead. We'll see you right after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, I'm very excited for this one. These are absolutely beautiful. I've actually already thought about the place that I'd put this. I've got like a mantelpiece. Anyone who's got like a sideboard, coffee table or mantelpiece, or obviously the centre of your Christmas table. This has got to be that fabulous decor as your table runner. But isn't it gorgeous? Pillar candles in the centre. Oh, absolutely. We're all thinking of lots of different ways of using it. Now, this is all hand-pieced as well. It's all EPP, which we've been talking from the start today about doing something a little bit mindful. As those dark nights, those winter nights sort of draw in and you just want to sit and do something, you know, a bit slower, sit in front of the television and cosy up, do a bit of EPP. This is the perfect project to do. And notice as well the fussy cutting. This isn't by accident. There is a process of how we can create this really fabulous design with the deers like this look. Oh, it's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, even though I'm saying this is EPP, again, the fussy cutting, please don't be scared of the fact there are curves. Yes, there are curves. These are Louisa's shapes, they're her designs. It's not like an EPP project where you just are going to be using, you know, your own hexes that you've had for years. These are all specifically designed for this project, and I love it. It's also got a beautiful facing as well, so it's all going to look really lovely and neat on your table. I just think these are projects that you're going to bring out year after year after year after year after year, aren't they? Absolutely, keep them forever, and therefore you've got the traditional fabrics. Right, the kit for your Christmas runner is here. Now you have all of the beautiful enchanted Christmas fabrics. You have your instructions from Louisa. So the finished size of it is 55 inches by 12 inches. And it's got all of your instructions for the EPP. So if you've not done EPP before, don't panic. We're going to go through it. In fact, even better if you've not done it before. We love to introduce people to new projects and new ideas. This is gorgeous. So you've got full instructions, how to do that lovely facing as well, and all of the back edge is all faced with your triangles as well. It's all finished details like that that are lovely. And then you also have, look at these fabrics. They've got all of the metallic golds and they're embedded into the fabric. It's really gorgeous quality that this isn't, no, if you're going to put this in the wash, that's not going to all scratch off or peel off. They are stunning. Now you're actually getting more of these two fabrics because Louisa expects that you're going to want to fussy cut it like her. So she's actually been very generous and given more of these fabrics so that you can fussy cut the deers, which we'll talk to her about in a second. We're then also getting all of your other fabrics, which obviously you're just going to use as is. You're not going to need to fussy cut those, so you've got slightly less of these, but they are beautiful. And then in your little pack here, you are getting Louisa's paper pieces as well. You're right, it isn't necessarily Christmassy, it's more wintry, isn't it? So this is something you could have out from like November to February or something. Sorry, I really probably shouldn't have opened those, but I want to show you these shapes. So you've got diamonds in here, you've got all your curved pieces, your smaller curved pieces, and these are lovely quality card as well that you're going to be able to use them again. So you could make one for the spring if you want, you can make one with birthday fabrics, you can make one with your rainbows, you could do it in whatever fabrics you want and do them again. This shape's really unusual as well. These are all Louisa's shapes. So you are getting them included within your kit for £45.99. I've just looked up and seen the quantity left on my screen. If you want one, check out now. Definitely check out now. £45.99 and they are going to go. You get your shapes, you get your fabrics and you get your full instructions. Oh, there's not going to be enough to go around. If you want the Christmas colourway or the winter colourway, go for it. Louisa, these are beautiful fabrics as well.
Oh, yeah, Macawa. Oh, the Christmas ones are Macawa.
Oh, love the design. Love it. So is EPP a passion of yours? Do you do?
Yeah, it seems to have become my thing.
Yeah.
But with a curve. So, yeah, I sort of started playing on the computer one day on Illustrator and just created... These are quite straight for me, actually. A lot more of my stuff is a lot more curvy.
Right. So anyone who has not done curves with EPP...
This is a good place to start because there's just one curve, to be fair. It's not, and the rest is straight edges. So.
Brilliant. Oh, we love that. Absolutely love it. And you have got time to make this, haven't you?
I do, yeah.
Yes. I don't mean today.
Oh,
I
before
mean
Christmas.
time for Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'd say so. If you start tomorrow.
Yeah. There is time to do it. And this is going to look amazing through the festive period. A lot of people are going to ask you about it. And it's another one we talked about practicing your quilting.
Yeah, so again, it's a smaller project that you can do. I've free motion quilted that one and echo quilted it, and it's manageable under your machine again.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, that is literally about to sell out. Best of luck. I'm just going to say good luck on that because that is going to go. There's way more of you who've got it in baskets, and we can't get more of those. We might be able to get more patterns if they sell out, but we definitely won't be able to get more of those. So, yes, grab that whilst you can. We also have the blue colourway, which is also here. This has got a bit of a Sashko vibe to it.
Yes, that's become my thing as well, really, the big hand stitch, big stitch quilting.
Oh,
and I just think the white on the blue looks beautiful.
And can we just talk about this lovely facing as well?
So, yeah, it's just a different... So sometimes in the past I've bagged them or I've appliqued them onto a background, and I thought, well, actually... For a change, I'll just carry on the English paper piecing thing. So with the faced edge, you get a nice, on the edge, you get a nice sort of, well, nice finish.
Lovely finish, and you don't need to do binding or anything like that. It's such a beautiful, really, really beautiful project. And the fabrics on this one as well, I think are going to suit everybody's home. And this, again, wintry, lovely and cool colours, but not necessarily screaming Christmas, more seasonal than Christmassy, I'd say. Now, again, this one's been very, very popular on pre-order. Check out as soon as you can. Oh, lovely fabrics. Is this a Liberty one?
No, it's Robert Kaufman again.
Macawa. They look
Robert Kaufman.
Gorgeous. You're getting your Macawa fabrics.
Robert Kaufman, not Macawa.
Sorry. Robert Kaufman. Robert Kaufman fabrics. All lovely quilting fabrics with then your background fabric. And also that paisley print. Now, this one, you don't need to worry about your placement with your fussy cutting, do you?
No, it's all random, so...
Brilliant. £45.99. And once again, you're getting all of those EPP papers. And do you find that people do tend to use the papers again?
Oh, yeah, I do, definitely. And, yeah, people, once you because they're sturdy, so I use glue basting, so I'll show you in a minute. But so because it's a heavier paper, it's easier to use with glue basting, and because you're not sewing through it, you can use them many, many times.
And do you use, I mean, are there enough to do the whole thing, or do you do sections of it, take the papers
the
out?
whole set. There's the full set in there. So you need some that you use on the front for the facing, but you'd take them out before you get to the facing anyway, so you can reuse them.
Oh, brilliant. There you go. So, yeah, you will use them all for that front, but then you can reuse them again with different colourways. They look lovely with the hand quilting, really lovely with the big stitches, the big thread, so different. $45.99, and I've never seen the circular EPP like this. This looks brilliant, doesn't it? Is this an applique done, or, well, we'll see in the demo. We'll see how it's done. $45.99. Just so you're aware, sorry, there's only a few left of the Christmas availability. That's going to go any second. If you want the blues, there are now less than 20 of those. So they're both going to sell out. It's a matter of which one you want to get. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my earpiece. It keeps falling out today. £45.99, and that does include all of your paper pieces. We've got an option on instructions and paper pieces, but if I'm being honest, for the combination of fabrics which are so perfect for this, I think that this one is definitely the one to go for, the option of the kits. I can show you though. Yeah, I do like the idea of putting the candles on.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah, really nice in your circles. Or we always have like treats out at Christmas.
You have bowls of your nibbles.
All your nibbles, your snack bowls, your nibbles, your nuts, and your. I always have like your crisps and your chockies. Now this option is your instructions with your paper pieces. So it's got the pre-cut paper pieces. It's a really nice size table runner as well, isn't it? You've got your curved EPP, glue basting technique, and you're going to get 108 paper pieces in here as well, aren't you, Louisa?
Yeah, so plenty of papers. And that's why I've given you the option that you can have it with the papers or without, because I know the papers do put the price up because they're quite big papers, but you also don't want to spend, why would you want to waste your time cutting all your own papers out, especially on a curve? I think die cut papers with a curve are quite important, really, because I mean obviously straight edges, you could use a scalpel and a knife if you're going to cut your own to get the accuracy, but with curves you're going to have to use scissors,
right,
or a very careful rotary cutter, so it does make it worthwhile getting them die cut.
Oh, you're saving the time, you don't have to do it
exactly
yourself as well,
and of course accurate as well.
Yeah, you've got the accuracy, you're saving the time, you're ready to go. £23.99, go for it. Anybody who has never tried EPP before, oh, it's such a lovely technique, isn't it? Especially if you enjoy doing a little bit of mindful sewing.
Or watch a lot of telly.
Yeah, because you don't have to count, you don't have to think about it.
You don't have to follow a pattern. I always say that, isn't like there's no cross stitch or knitting or anything, you can just carry on. And if you have to be sociable, if you have to talk to someone, I'm not allowed to, well, I can't watch Nordic noir things anymore because he has subtitles and he has to watch that on his own now.
But yeah, sometimes you do want to do a little bit of social sewing, don't you? Because you do a lot of construction on your sewing machine and quilting and
or even taking to a group. If you go to a quilt group, it's easier to take a hand sewing project sometimes and you can just sit and sew and chat. And
but a lot of your groups that your workshops and classes you do at EPP, aren't they?
Yeah, nice, quiet, mindful, relaxing, with the odd giggle.
Love it. £23.99, all of your paper pieces. We'll go through those shapes in a moment with Louisa, and then you are also getting your instructions. It does give you a breakdown of all of the fabric that you're going to need, but it's another one that could be nice with your scraps.
Yes.
Quite often EPP is just some of your favourite fabrics you got in your scraps to put together. Obviously you want to be able to construct your stars, so choose a definite fabric for your background, but then you could do some nice scrappy stars, couldn't you? £23.99. Now that's the option of your instructions and your paper pieces, which is brilliant. But Louisa has very kindly also offered another option of just your instructions on your own. So it is possible to do.
Yeah, on the back page I've included a copy, the back page of all. That's all the templates. So you can trace and cut your own.
Okay.
If you've got patience and time.
Accuracy, just make sure.
If you enjoy cutting things out.
Yeah. Would you recommend doing it as like a plastic template? Make yourself some.
Yes. Yeah. So you can use a plastic template and draw around it, or obviously you can put your ruler on top of the plastic template and cut it out. But again, with the curve, you've got to going to have to be accurate, so it will take you a while.
Okay, so just be aware with that one. But if you are thinking, well, do you know what, I'm going to take the risk. For a tenner, it's worth having a go. £10 is your pattern on its own, and the templates are there on the back. But full instructions, the same instructions that you get with any of the kits, but the only difference this time is that you don't get the paper pieces. £10 for your diamond rings, gorgeous table runner. Loads of you, again, have got both in baskets. If you're sitting on the fence, maybe wait and see how we're getting on with the demo and make your decision. But please don't wait too long because they're all going to sell out. Has the Christmas one gone yet? One, yeah, gone. If you want it, there's literally one. The blue, again, very, very limited in stock. Over half have gone of the blue. So main graphic's going to be probably the blue one. So where do we start when we get this home then, Louisa?
Right, so unfortunately I'm going to be demoing with the Christmas fabric.
That's fine, everyone loved it.
So so now you've got it, I'll show you what to do with it. So the stars are made up of 6 of these shapes. So you've got your crescent, curved crescent, and the curved diamond shape. Okay, so when you're basting, so as I say, my papers are quite sturdy, so I wouldn't want to thread baste through them anyway because you'll get very sore fingers. But because they're sturdy, it gives you the accuracy of getting a nice smooth curve. So, glue pen.
It's not cheating using a glue pen.
No, it's not cheating. I'll show you in a minute, but I wouldn't be able to thread baste and get such a nice smooth curve.
Right.
So the glue basting is where the curves have been able to, is possible basically.
And the glue pen is especially derived glue, isn't it?
So it's
like
a fabric.
Using a Pritt stick.
No, don't use anything permanent.
No.
Pritt stick can be permanent. It's not ever, but it can be permanent. But no, you need a temporary fabric glue pen. And this is a stick form, so it's a lot easier to apply cleanly rather than the sticky stuff.
Fab.
Okay, so I just dab a bit of glue on the back of the paper, or a side of the paper, because these are all symmetrical. There isn't a right and a wrong side of the paper. And then just cuts it out with a generous seam allowance. So when I say generous, I'm going a bit bigger than 1/4 of an inch. And it's only because when you take the papers, the fabric, or the papers out at the end, you don't want your fabric to fray so much. And to come undone, so a little extra, so about 3/8 of a seam allowance. So I do eyeball it. So now when you've got an inside curve, you just snip into the seam allowance 3 times, stopping just before you get to the paper. So as you would with dressmaking, just cut into the inner curve. And then when you run your glue pen, you're just going to run it, not right on the edge of the paper, just in from the edge. And all you need is a thin line. So I've just dabbed a little bit on the fabric as well. A thin line on the paper, and this is where the paper strength comes from, so you can press nice and firm and get that nice tight curve. If I tried to do that with copy paper or something thinner, it would buckle and you wouldn't get that nice smooth curve. So then you do the outside edges. So again, I'm just dabbing a little bit on that bit of fabric there, just in from the edge of the paper, and fold over. So you get a nice, so the idea is to get that nice and tight as possible. So if I tried to thread baste this, not only would I have sore fingers, but I'd have to use quite small stitches to get that nice smooth curve, which obviously then you'd have to undo. So that's why I don't think glue basting is cheating. So there you go. So you get a nice smooth curve.
Nice.
So then when the bigger shape, the diamond, again you've got that inner curve.
Now, you get these already cut into strips like this, don't you? Is there any way that you want to position this to make sure that it's...
I sort of go back upside down. You have got plenty of fabric, but sort of alternate the direction like that, so you can get them all out.
And in the instructions, does it tell me which fabrics to use for what shape?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's quite obvious because the bigger pieces are for the diamond, for these bits, and get 2 thinner strips for the accent fabrics. So in the blue one, I've used the same fabric for the accent, for the crescents, and then in the Christmas one I've alternated it.
This shape's really cool. Have you designed this shape then? I've never seen this in any
this pattern. Is mine. So then again, in the inner curve, just snip into the seam allowances, stopping just before you get to the paper, and then you're just going to, as before, just a little glue on the fabric.
You don't actually need very much glue at all.
You really don't. And I think because it's, as I said, a sturdy paper, you can press quite firmly. So you don't need a lot of paper, a lot of glue at all. which I think makes a difference as well. It's like, I know some people are averse to using glue, but
Try it out though.
try it out. And I mean, I've never found, when you take the papers out, I've never found the glue to stick to the fabric.
No,
It just
yeah.
sticks to the paper,
Oh, right,
if there's
okay,
any
very
residue at
clever.
all.
And so you can see these dog ears that you're creating
Yeah,
there.
so leave that there. That's
Leave it.
important, yeah. Don't touch those. You'll come on, when you come to that bit, you'll tuck it under.
Right, you don't want to trim that off.
No, you don't want to trim that off. And as I say, like with the glue pen, you do get a nice sharp point
Yeah.
with these papers.
And how long will they hold for? If I'm, say, doing a bit of a batch of gluing,
They hold quite well for quite a long time. I mean, you might find that the glue gets a lot harder. So when you come to take the papers out, if they've been in for a while, it will be hard. But when you've pressed it with a hot iron, it softens the glue up again, so it gets them out easily. But if it does come loose while you're sewing it, you just glue it down again. It's not going to go anywhere. Okay, so that's your two shapes. So then you're going to sew them together. And why do I always forget to preload my needles?
is there a specific thread that you use for EP?
I use 50 weight.
Oh, do you?
For the
Oh,
curves.
that's good.
I know Jenny uses 80, but I use 50. I think because I pull it quite tight because of the curves,
Yeah.
I just find it a bit stronger.
And any particular colour that you think works well for EP?
Well, I have tried to colour match in the past, well, recently rather. I haven't with this because I forgot to bring the red or the green with me.
Yeah.
But silver, this is the Dove, I think, this one.
Grey tends to
Greys.
blend in
Yeah,
nicely, actually,
exactly.
doesn't it, with majority colours?
Right, so when you sew them together, so even if I'm doing hexagons, diamonds, whatever shape, but particularly with curves, I always anchor the bottom point first and then start from your other point and sew towards it. So I've tried binding clips, paper clips, but they all move, and curves move especially.
Okay, so just
So you're
go
just
for
gonna,
it,
so you're just gonna connect those 2 points.
The first few stitches are probably the fiddliest, aren't they? And then
Yeah.
you've got something to hold on to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because I mean, in the past, you've just sort of hold on for dear life to the other end and you've got whole stress issues. But I find now that if you actually just connect the point with a couple of stitches,
Are you doing a knot there?
Yeah.
Again? Yeah.
so you just take in the thread through the loops of the knots, and that's a knot, and that's all you need, and then you cut your thread. So that's connected that end. So now you don't have to have hand cramp holding it on for dear life. You can look up and watch the telly. You can talk to your friend.
Yeah.
So now you're going to start at the other end. So the other difference with the curve is that you don't put them right sides together. You use a flat back stitch.
Okay.
Okay, so I've just connected the other point just across the seam allowances. Then you hold them, rather than putting the right sides together, because you can't because it's a curve,
Right.
you hold them flat. So you're going to just sew across the backs of the seam allowances. So again, this is where the cotton doesn't necessarily need to be the same colour, because in theory you're not going to see it as much because you're sewing across the backs of the seam allowances. So just picking up a little bit of fabric from either side of the of both shapes. So you're still doing a whip stitch, you're still going up and over. It's not a mattress stitch. You're still going up and over, but you're going across the backs of the seam allowances, like so. So you don't want to go too far out. You want to go quite close to the edge, like so.
So is the aim to not see the stitches at all?
Exactly. Well, you do.
I
once
quite
you-
like seeing the stitches.
Yeah, I
sometimes.
mean, you do sometimes. So that's one that I've done before you've taken the papers out, so you can't see them
No,
at
you
all.
can't at all,
You
no.
do find once you take the papers out, sometimes you can see them slightly, but not as much as you can if you do them right sides together, because
Right.
you are physically taking the cotton through to the front. Well, this way, you're just taking it across the back. Oops. Like so. So you go all the way down. So we'll just pretend I've done that, because it will take a while. Okay, so you're going all the way down, and then when you get to the end, just take your thread through the last couple of loops just to knot it and break your thread. So what I will do, actually, before I break my thread, we'll
Don't
just
worry, we've got plenty of time.
pretend that you're going to, right, so you've got 2 units now, fully connected,
Yeah.
and then you're going to connect these 2. So it's just, the stars are just made out of 6 of these.
Okay.
And again, when I'm doing anything now, so connecting the bottom point of your seam is important, so you don't have to hang on to it and you know it's going to match. But also when you're matching seams, so that you're going to match those two there.
Right, yeah, because you want that centre to be all a full
Always
circle.
connect that, yeah.
Right.
So always connect. So even if I'm doing a diamond quilt or a diamond cushion and I've got a row of diamonds to match, I'll always connect the points on the back now and then sew up the seam.
So when you say connect, do you mean by doing the knots that you said? Yeah.
So just connecting, taking your thread across and then taking your thread through the loop of the stitch just to knot it a couple of times. I mean, it is a bit of a faff, but to be honest, it makes such a difference knowing that your points are going to match.
Place. You're not going to be starting at the beginning and then moving and realising it's shimmied across half an inch.
So cut your thread and then I would then sew towards that point. So I'd start there, again, connecting that point, like so. So always add a little, take your thread through your loop just to knot it first, so that just secures the thread. And then, as I say, as you were before, sewing across the backs of the seam allowances.
Over half the stock has gone now of the option with the paper pieces. So if you do want the instructions and paper pieces, yeah, please be quick to check out on that. The Christmas one's completely sold out. There are less than 20 of the blue, just as a stock warning. And there are still plenty, don't worry, if you want just the instructions, but be aware you have to cut your own paper pieces with that one. So that's why I'm urging everybody to go for the one with the pieces. Because, yeah, that's going to be the one that's quite difficult to restock as well, actually.
Yes, yeah. So that's why I also offered the pattern on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to.
There it is, 108 paper pieces, $23.99. That's such good value for money. I'm thinking about how much I've sold, you know, a pack of 50 paper pieces just on their own anyway. So to be able to get all of those paper pieces and your pattern for your project, and they're really unique pieces. Yeah. But I think, again, you're going to use that again on the front of a cushion, or you can use those paper pieces on, you know, different projects.
Or you can do, so I've done the sample in a minute, I've just done as the star on its own rather than a row of. So you could just use it as a placemat or a table mat, because it finishes off as a hexagon.
This is a nice little decorative, So... You've got a thimble on there. Do you find that a lot of people who come to your workshops like to use a thimble for hand sewing?
But then they ask me, this is the cheapest, most plastic, hard. I hate to lose it. I've had to try and find a new one just in case, because I'm always paranoid of leaving it in a pocket or leaving it at a show or something. But touch wood, I haven't. But I can't find it again. There's a similar one that I sell on the website, but it's not as hard as this one. It's a bit softer. But I just find I think it's a very personal choice.
Yeah.
Because you can get ones with a gel top and an open top and a closed top. But yeah, no, for some reason this one just fits me.
We've got the thimble pads. They're the real leather ones, and they're strong, snug, secure, and reusable as well. So you do get lots in the pack. Just having a look at what we use. There's your thimble pads, if you do want to grab some of those. And like you say, it's personal preference on how you wear it, where you wear it.
How you wear it, if you wear it. It took me a while to sort of stop avoiding that finger like I had a plaster on it.
Yeah.
But I do find it does help you push the needle through and it saves your holy fingers, really, doesn't it?
Brilliant.
So you carry going all the way down, and then you carry on connecting your 6 rings, 6 star points, really, so you get a full star. So... that is what that is.
Lovely. Oh, this looks amazing.
So then what you would do next is connect your diamonds.
Okay.
So when you're cutting your diamonds and your triangles, I suggest you get 90 centimetres of fabric, backing fabric in there, but I suggest cutting into strips. I think they're 3 3/3 strips. And then you can just lay your pieces out. And as before,
perfect. Yeah.
Just dab your glue on the back of the paper.
Basting glue as well available today. We've got a different one which I've not seen before. This is a Sew Line, Sew Easy one.
Oh.
I've only ever seen the Soline one that we've
Yeah.
stocked. So this is it's different brand. It's exactly the same sort of concept. It's temporary bond on fabric, non-toxic fabric glue pen, so it works like a pen, just like Louisa's. Dries completely clear, washes out, doesn't gum up your needle.
No.
I mean, you're never really going through with your needle all the papers, are you? So, but
No.
still,
But yeah, you don't
if you
need-
get any
yeah.
glue on it, it's not going to gum it up. Easy to use with the twist design. In fact, actually, your refills that you might have already had probably will work with this.
They
by
all
the looks
seem
of
to be
things.
quite universal.
Yeah,
the
they do.
refills,
Yeah,
I know
it
that
depends.
I use Sticks to Anything glue, these, but these refills work for the Soline.
Is that a Soline one or not? No, that's a different one, but it looks like the same. Oh, actually, these might be a bit bigger. These might be slightly bigger than the other ones, but that's a nice big basting glue pen. £4.99. There's less than 10 of those, though. I think a lot of people grab those on pre-order. Try it out. If you're not normally a glue baster, if you're normally a thread baster, have a go. You don't need very much glue at all. That's probably where people are getting a bit in the mess.
Yeah, don't go backwards
too
and
much.
forwards. So even like with a straight-edged big diamond, all you're going to do is
And you're
just
doing it onto the
thin line.
card?
Onto the paper.
Okay, sorry,
Just
yeah.
in from the edge, not right on the edge, because that's when you will catch it in your sewing.
Okay.
So in from the edge, all the way down. And you do find that because you can push quite firmly, you get nice sharp points, which was always a difficult when you were thread basting. When I thread basted, you couldn't.
So you did
sometimes.
thread baste? You
I
were
used
converted.
to, yeah. I didn't thread baste for very long.
Yeah.
So there you go. So you get your nice sharp points. And then when you sew them onto your unit, so as before, you're going to, what do I do with my needle?
How long would you leave your EPP papers in for? Would you generally leave them in like as long as possible? You lost your needle.
I've lost everything.
Oh no!
Oh, no,
lost
there we
the
go.
plot.
Lost the plot, exactly. Well, I mean, to be honest, it just depends how long you're going to take. I mean, I would leave them all in while I'm doing it all.
Yeah. you've
If
got
you
enough
do,
in there.
yeah, because you do need to keep that in, because I'll show you how to do the circle in a minute. So you need to keep those in
Therefore
until
you
you get
need
to that point. So you
the
do
ones
need to keep
outside.
them all
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh no, I'm pleased you've given us enough, because sometimes you get a pattern. It's like, right, you've got enough to do the
Reuse,
first
yeah.
block and then take them out and use them again. And then by the time you got to the last block, they might be starting to get a little bit ropey that you can't
Yeah.
use them for another project.
Exactly. No, you've got a full set.
Brilliant.
You just need to reuse some of them for the back, which I will show you. So again, you're going to start connecting this diamond by connecting that middle point first.
I love how you just really quickly did a little knot on the end of your thread then. Wrap
do
it
it.
round the thread. Somebody asked, how did you do that? Someone just said, how are you... Alison has asked how you make the knots on your...
Okay, hang on a
thread.
sec. Right, so if I just knot this. So just again, connect that point, break your thread. Right, so it's difficult to do it mirrored. I tend to do it next to people and they do it with me, but so you've got your needle in your right hand and your long end in your left hand. You put the long end on top of your right forefinger, like so. Wrap the thread around, so that's the long end that you're wrapping around the needle.
Like 3, 4, 5 times?
More, obviously, the more times you do it, the bigger the knot, so 4 or 5 times. And then hold everything in between that, your left hand, pull it all the way through, and then you'll get a knot at the end.
Oh, that is good. Oh, I like that.
So then, as I say, connect that middle point there, and then start at either end, at each end, and sew inwards. And again, that just make sure that your points all connect.
So you do another knot at the end here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just take your thread through the loop, turn it round so you're sewing away from yourself, and then just sew across the backs of the seam allowance. So as again, you're not holding, and especially when they're big pieces, you don't want to be holding onto that bit, hoping it's going to connect. So the fact that it's connected already, you can just
That's
sit.
a really good tip.
So, I mean, obviously these are straight edges now, so if you did find it's difficult to hold this whole piece, especially when you get it this big, you can do the old-fashioned way and sew them right sides together. But obviously you're going to be taking your thread through to the front with this technique, so you will see your stitches a little bit more. But as you say, it's handmade, it's stitched.
Trisha in Somerset has asked, could you do this on a sewing machine?
Not really. because I know people do EPP on the sewing machine, but they're using quite finer paper that they can pull out after, because I think they put them, I have been looking at this, I was like, how do people do that? So when they've basted and they've used maybe the Vilene that you leave in, or Ashmead, Hexiform.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I've seen those, yeah.
You leave that in. So you baste them and then you do a zigzag stitch over the top.
Right.
And you do it, if you want to do it in a monofilament, so you don't see the stitching. Yeah. So that's how they do it on the machine. But with my papers, you can't do that.
Do you know, the lady who messaged in, if you are thinking, oh, do you know what, I've just not really done hand sewing, and have a go, especially with these sizes, because a lot of EPP I've seen has been very small hexes, and you're a bit put off by the fact that it might take you a long, long time, but because the size of these, I think actually use that time, do 20 minutes a day even, and just enjoy the process. I've seen people who are in waiting rooms or...
Oh, yeah, or on a train journey or planes. A friend just took a set on the plane. She got all the pieces basted and everything and cut, and then just sat there and sewed on the plane. I don't think she was chucked off. I think she got there all right.
Yeah, but I mean... certain airlines, most people are fine with, different...
I found her a needle threader that had a little blade on it that was just inside, so you can take that on
necklace,
the plane. But I mean, I appreciate some people have dexterity problems, so hand work isn't for everybody.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you did get the pattern on its own and made up your own shapes with Hexiform or something that you kept in, then you could do that on the machine. There's no reason why not. Or you could cut your shapes out of Wonderweb and then just stick those on.
Fuse them, yeah.
So, I mean, the actual design you can use,
Oh, yeah, I suppose, if you're thinking, I love this design, but hand stitching just is... Obviously out of my reach, Wonderweb them.
Yeah, instructions are obviously for hand, but if you know what you're doing, you can just use the shapes however you wish, really. So you carry going all the way down, connect that diamond. So I will show you now how to do the middle bit. So rather than piecing that, you applique that bit.
Right.
So this is why you need your papers left in. So cut a square.
Enough that it's going to fill that whole circle.
Yeah. So what you do is use your glue again, and be quite thorough. I mean, you're just gluing the paper around here, so just a line of glue all the way around, and then stick your fabric down.
Right. Yeah.
So I found that if you leave it for a few more minutes, it will stick. Quite thoroughly. I was a bit fast and it kept coming undone, but I found actually if you just leave it in for a bit, because obviously after a while the glue does stick quite hard, and this bit's quite important to get stuck down properly. So there you go. So there's your, and then you're just going to do a slip stitch basically. So it's just, this is where I would use, I've lost my needle again. I would use the 80 weight.
Oh, okay, so a
finer
thread.
Yeah, so I mean a lot of my rings, so I do a lot more circles, as I said, and rings, and then I applique those onto a background square, and that's when I would use an 80 weight thread. Because it really
does just disappear.
Does appear, yeah.
And just so you know, the blue colourway that is here, this is what it's going to look like in the blue. More than half have gone, and way more of you have got it in your basket. I know that a lot of people like to watch, obviously, and wait for the demo, but please just be aware that if you do want that kit, the Christmas one sold out in a heartbeat, so the blue is now your option available. They look so gorgeous against that dark navy background, don't they?
Yeah.
Instructions with the pieces as well. There's literally less than 20 of those remaining.
Right, so then you just start your thread at the back, and then it's just a tiny slip stitch. So you just bring in your thread, catching the very edge of the ring, going directly back down into the background. So you're basically making that stitch as tiny as possible. Travel along away a bit behind the background and come up again to catch the very edge of the ring. So you're just catching the very edge and going all the way around. So again, I've used a grey. You could use a red or a cream with this.
The grey just buries itself within.
It
You
really
can't
does,
see it, even how
yeah.
close we are.
Exactly. So you go all the way around.
I mean, this is your chance then. You could embellish with some like bead embroidery.
You could.
Or, yeah.
Or if you were doing your own pattern, you could fussy cut something for that bit and position it and then sew it into place.
Metallic gold star or something through.
Nice.
Oh, you've got an embroidery machine.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Or some like free motion quilting, or you could quilt a little like motif or something in there.
So now if we're doing them just on their own like that, they could be placemats with people's names in the centre.
Oh.
Yeah, we're getting very creative now for Christmas.
So then that's your star finish. So you build up your stars. So 3 of the stars have the 6 diamonds, and then the ones in the middle just have the 2 diamonds. So they sort of fit in together.
Right, yeah.
And the triangles.
Let me show you from here. So you've got your stars that have got all of the 6 round, and then obviously the other ones haven't got the whole 6 because you've already got
your 4 diamonds, and then you've got the triangles at the corners.
Yes.
So you put those into a row.
Right.
So you end up with that panel.
Okay.
So base that then. So give it a good spray with some best press, just to stiffen the edges. Take your papers out so they really do just pull out. And I'll take that one out. So I tend to just, not scratch, that sounds a bit aggressive, but just
tease, encourage.
That's it. So there you go. So you just pull them out.
Brilliant.
And they come out that easily.
Oh,
so
look, and they're still intact as well for you to use.
And I've used that one a couple of times.
Yeah, brilliant.
Both. So yeah, so you're just coming on all the way around, take all the papers out.
Do you give it a good press then?
Yeah, give it, best press, then a good press around your edges. Take the papers out, and then you would press then the seams nice and flat again, particularly around the edges. So you want to keep that fold when you're quilting it. So when you're quilting it, you've got your wadding, you've got your backing, and you've got your panel. Base them and quilt them. But when you quilt, don't go, so this is what I was going to show you on here.
With wadding as well, would you still use your 80-20?
I use the 80-20. Yeah. I mean, I'm not expecting to put anything hot on them.
No.
If you wanted to put something hot and it wanted to be thermal, then yeah, you can use the
Thermalan.
Yeah. So when you're quilting it, don't go right to the edge. So whereas in the past I've done wavy line quilting and I've gone off both ends, don't go off. So you want to sort of about 1/4 of an inch. And I mean, the one that I've done there, I've just hand quilted 1/4 of an inch in on the edge.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So you want to keep that edge, the folded edge, nice and clear of quilting.
Okay.
Okay, and that is because, so we're going to pretend that this has got quilting, wadding, and it's got the backing on it. And what you're going to do to make this pieced facing, so it's basically another row of diamonds and triangles. So if I left this one unsewn.
Can you finish a quilt like this if you want to?
Yeah.
This is a really lovely alternative way of finishing
like a knife
a project,
edge
isn't
facing.
it?
Yeah, so if you're not a big fan of binding.
Yeah. Is this with paper pieces again?
Yeah. So if I turn this the wrong way out. So what you would do is you would baste so many diamonds, so many triangles, and you would sew them into rows. So this is the row. So you've got your diamond, your triangle, diamond, triangle. Particularly take note what you're doing around the edges, because you do get confused, and I put it on the wrong edge one day, I had to take it off. But so you get that nice shape. So it's all in the instructions, but that's the shape that you're making. And then you would then place it down onto the front of the trimmed, so you trim, after you've done your quilting, trim everything neatly. And then when you put them together, so if we've got, say that, you've still got the paper in this bit, and because you haven't quilted right to the edge of that diamond.
Your head, sorry.
What we're doing?
Couldn't see.
Because you haven't quilted right to the edge of that front diamond, you can pick that up and sew over the top. So you're just piecing, like you would normally, piece right sides together, whip stitch over the top. So you're going all the way along the edge. Take the papers out, and then you can turn that then to the back and slip stitch that down. So it just gives you a nice, as you say, alternative edging.
Yeah, it does.
Without a
It's
binding.
a really neat finish, doesn't it? And it looks nice on the back then as well.
Yeah, exactly. So if I'd I said I didn't have time to finish this, but then I thought, well, I could show you.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's method to it.
Yeah,
It isn't
there's
just
a
'cause you
reason
didn't have
for
time.
everything.
Yeah, it's good to be able to show. Because then your end result, once you've slip stitched it all
there you
down, look
go.
at that on the back. It looks beautiful. The fact that all those shapes are echoed as well around. That's lovely. I mean, it could be then reversible if you do some nice quilting, or you use a different
Yeah.
fabric. If
Yeah.
you use a fabric that you
Yeah, a
want on
pretty
show
one.
here.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, it looks
good
nice with the calico, but you could absolutely use
Yeah.
whatever fabric you want and have it as reversible. Different seasons, just flip it over. Brilliant. We've got loads of messages coming through for you as well, Louisa. This one is from Eileen. Morning, ladies. I love this pattern. So many fabric combos to do this with in my stash. Ordered the pattern and the papers.
Lovely. Keep you busy.
Doesn't
for a
take up
while.
too much of your stash, actually, does it?
No, not at all. Not at all.
There is a collection you've loved.
Yeah, or if you've got big prints, because they're nice big shapes, so you can, as we've done with the deers, you can fussy cut them.
Oh, in fact, actually, we need to talk about that before.
Oh, fussy
Yeah,
cutting,
yes,
yes.
please. I love Louisa's pattern. Wasn't sure how I'd get on with curved DPP, but her kits are brilliant and such interesting shapes. They are, aren't they? The amount of times you see, small hexes and scrappy quilts and lovely EPP traditional, but you've just sort of, changed it all
I
and
think
said you
it's
can do all sorts.
It's the glue basting and the flat back stitch that just makes it possible, really.
Right.
So yeah.
Amazing. So, you've
Right.
also put into the Christmas kit more of the reindeer fabric.
Can
the
I
deer
borrow one
fabric.
of those
Yes.
fabrics?
Let me pass you the kit over. Sorry, this kit has gone, but for everybody who got it, take note of this, because I think we're all going to want to get ourselves the template plastic. Is that what? In fact, actually, do you need that for this part of it? Yes, that's.
Yeah, that's what you need it for. Unfortunately, I could not find the one that I used at home, so you're going to have to just pretend that this one is this shape. So what you do is, on the template on the back of the pattern, just trace that onto template plastic, then add 1/4 of an inch.
Remind me
all
which
the way
shape is it?
around.
Is it this one
It's
with the curve at the
red
bottom?
one? Yeah.
Okay.
Or any of them, whatever you want to fussy cut, really. But yeah, the red one is the one that I used for this. So trace that onto tracing paper, add onto template plastic. Use your little quilter's ruler to just add 1/4 of an inch seam allowance around all of the outside. And then I cut that out, and then I went over that line again with dark pen so I can see it. So just pretend that this is this shape.
Yeah.
Can't find it. And then what you do is you lay out your fabric, and you're not going to get them all identical because that's the pattern. But you've got, and then what I then tend to do is...
This is such a good tip, though, to use for all sorts of,
Yeah.
if you want a fussy cut and everything.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I know that I am looking into doing acrylic templates, which you can then use to cut out.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wouldn't suggest you use
No,
these
no.
to
Use
cut
your
out
rotary
using your
cutter.
rotary cutter. What you do is use a pencil or a friction pen to draw around the outside, and then use scissors or a rotary cutter to cut them out afterwards. But yeah, so what I would then tend to do is lay out your bits, get your 6 pieces of paper, and lay them out onto your motifs just to make sure that you get enough. So you want to put them out so that you've got, where have I got any more? Enough excess fabric around each one to cut them out with that 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, so you lay out, you have got enough deers on here to cut 6.
Oh, that's
all
good.
you need.
You can even do a little robin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that one, well, you know, you get half a deer.
Yeah. It is like...
Or you could do holly or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah. So they don't have to be, they're not identical, but you can definitely get 6 of your deer out of there.
Brilliant.
And then, as I say, draw around your template, plastic template, cut it out, and then you've got 6 fussy cut.
Brilliant. And it all looks amazing. And then in terms of quilting, now you've given us 2 different ideas of quilting here, but at what point do we do this hand stitching? Does this go all the way?
It goes
through or
all
just
the way
top?
through to the calico.
Yeah.
So when you've done your top, take the papers out, pin that down or base that down onto your wadding and your backing, and then, yeah, I mean, sometimes I'm not great with my big stitch quilting to make it neat on the back, and sometimes it doesn't go through to the back, and it's like, it's not the end of the world. No one should be looking at the back of a quilt, really, especially a table runner. I think the front is the most important bit. So, yeah.
And so what thread do you use to do this?
I've
It looks
got,
great,
it's
doesn't
just
it?
an anchor embroidery thread. I take,
Right.
split into 3 strands for each one.
Just a running stitch?
Yeah, just a
Literally,
big
yeah.
stitch quilting. Yeah.
It just really highlights all those elements, doesn't it? Now, your instructions are live for your instruction and your EPP paper pieces. You get 108 paper pieces, which is enough to be able to do the whole table runner designer. If you want to stop and just do them as placemats, look at all the different shapes you get along with your instructions. And then you do get these. So if at a later date you've really enjoyed using them, you've used them time and time again, and they're now at a point that you need to make your own, you can still do that. So it's not an option of, you know, the pattern either comes with templates or with paper pieces. You do get both in here. £23.99. This is going to sell out. There's way too many of you have got them in your basket. And they're really good size pieces as well. So I think that this is going to definitely all come together in time for your Christmas makes, your projects that you're doing. If you know, you want to be spending the evenings doing a bit of basting, doing a bit of stitching.
And it doesn't have to be 5 stars, it can be 3. It
Yeah.
can be, I mean, if you're doing your own one, it could be longer.
Yeah.
So I've got lots of different designs. I've got the papers will be available on their own as a set on the website. At
Fabulous.
some point.
Fabulous.
And I've reordered them. But yeah, so it will be on the. But there's lots of different shapes and sizes on the website already of the papers and the patterns and everything.
They're brilliant, aren't they? Brilliant. Speaking of patterns, in fact, actually, we sold out of the one behind Louisa, the square dance pattern, completely sold out. Thank you very much for speaking to our team. We've managed to get 50 more. There might be a slight delay in delivery as they're obviously going to get printed. But if you want one, now is the time to get it, because we've had to wait months and months to get the Quilt As You Go one back in, and that's gone again. So if you do know that you want it, check out now. It's £10. We've managed to get another 50. There were way over 50 of you who had it in your baskets when it sold out. So we just wanted to make sure that we made it as fair could be for everybody to get that whilst Louisa is here. If you've already bought something today, it's only 1 P&P, and that will still be covered, even though this may come slightly later than the rest of your post today. So if you missed out on the kits, or if you missed the instructions on their own, we just love it. I mean, this is such an achievable block and pattern for anybody who is wanting to be able to do their first big quilt. Honestly, watch the demo back. You will absolutely be able to do it. And by the time you've done that, how many times over to make the quilt, you're going to be an absolute whiz at it. Get yourself a rotating cutting mat. That was really, really useful indeed. But it is just about playing around with fabrics. You don't even need to be thinking too much about the positioning of it, do you? You can do it completely sort of scrappy.
You can do it scrappy. All you need to do is make sure that the 2 squares on the block are the same when you're making the block. But yeah, you can do a completely scrappy version. And I think because the background is the same, it has that running track through it.
Yeah.
So you could do that. Or, as you said, you could do a rainbow. So you could start at one corner with blues and then graduate into pinks or yellows.
I'm sure someone messaged in about having it on point as well. Would look nice.
Yes, I hadn't thought of that.
Because if you've just done the rows, I suppose you could literally just stitch them together sort of on point and do your borders round it.
Yeah.
Like that. That'd look really cool as well. £10 today for your pattern instructions. There are loads of you again there, so keep checking out on all of the different kits, the different bundles, the kits, the patterns, and all the little bits and bobs that you might need as well to go with, whether it be your glue, your template plastic, your waddings. They're all there. Anything else you want to mention, Lisa?
No, I don't think so. I mean, have fun. So I am actually this middle bit, it's quite a thing in the making. I am working on a new block of the month because a lot of my rings are standalone rings and they don't tessellate. Okay. So now I've kind of, and the more people I'm telling this, the more accountable I have to be, because I've been going on about this for 3 years now. So I need to
it on the TV
get
now.
it. I've now said it on the telly, so it will happen. But yeah, so it's like a ring that's made into a shape that you can tessellate, and then the middle bits are that bit. So yes.
If you're enjoying working with the curves, watch this space.
Sign up to the newsletter at Sew Motion, and then you'll hear all about it.
Thank you. When are you back on Sewing Street?
November the 6th, 5th. The Sunday, the Monday after Creator, that I'm at the NEC for a 4-day show. Whether
you're going to be delirious.
I don't think that's a good idea.
November the 4th, you're here.
Yeah,
November the
something
4th.
like that. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. So good to see you.
And you, Bex.
Just quickly, what did you want to recap, Zoe Kerry? Blue kit, or the blue kit. Here we go. You have everything that you need inside. All of those gorgeous fabrics. Look, your paisley in there, your florals, the different scales of print, all of those lovely blue fabrics, along with, there you go, 5 different prints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different prints, along with your lovely navy blue background, your instructions, and of course your Sew Motion EPP papers as well. And that is 100 and something papers in there to be able to construct the whole, 108 pieces to be able to construct that whole table runner, and you'll be able to reuse them. They're really, really good quality papers. It is that that right mixture between papers or card, isn't it? That it's fine enough that you can still take it out, all right,
and bend it if you need to bend it and squash it into your hand. So when you're doing the piecing, it's still squashable.
Yeah.
But sturdy enough to get a nice curved edge.
They are brilliant papers. They come with your kits. $45.99. Keep going through for that one. I think that one will sell out during the break if you want the blue colourway. There are also availabilities on the instructions on their own with the paper pieces at the moment, and also your instructions on their own. They're the other options. Now, Emma, I'm so excited for this. We've got Stitch and Story coming up. For anybody who's after Yarn Lane, a Snoopy special as well. This is so exciting. Stay where you are, because lovely Emma from Walker Chore and Stitch and Story are going to be here right after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Oh, I'm so excited about this hour. Welcome back, Emma, welcome. This is
Thank you.
so exciting.
Very super exciting.
So Stitch and Story,
Yeah.
obviously we see you here as part of Walker Couture. This
Yeah.
is a sister brand.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
And some really cool licensed toys.
Yeah, especially this one. This is one of my favourites.
Oh, well, Snoopy, I think, is something that we've all known for generations and generations.
Yeah, there isn't a generation that doesn't love Snoopy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic. Absolutely love them. And the projects you've got today. Last time I was with you, we were talking all crochet, but you've got something for knitters and for people who crochet as well.
Yeah, a bit of a mixture today.
And all the projects that we have, they also come in the really lovely Snoopy Peanuts bag. The Stitch and Story bag, don't they? I don't know that. Let me pull this in slightly so you can see. Look, they all come in the lovely project bag as well.
Yeah, which is a really fun, happy colour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so these are going to be amazing if you're gifting them as a kit or if you're then making them up and then gifting them as well.
Yeah, so if you're somebody who makes on the go, perfect.
I love a posh carrier bag anyway, don't
Yeah,
you?
yeah,
I
we
love
use
them.
them. And I think, like you say, if you're making them to gift,
Yeah.
because we've got some really good giftable kits coming up.
So what sort of things are we going to be looking at then today?
So we've got the amigurumi, which is crochet.
Yeah.
We've got your favourite characters. So we've got Snoopy and we've got Woodstock, and we've also got a pilot version of Snoopy as well.
Oh, in fact, let me just show you the pilot version of Snoopy.
Oh, he's my favourite. I mean,
look at him!
How cute is that?
So this is crochet. This is a
Yeah.
crochet one. And we do have, as we say, some knitting as well. We've got some garments. We've got little hats. We've got baby booties. little shoes. We've got, as you said, all the favourite characters on the front of the desk. And I can't not mention, we have amazing discounts on some yarn bundles.
Yeah, coming up, yeah.
So I did have a look at these, and our team have been amazing, and we've managed to negotiate some brilliant prices as well, haven't we? So in fact, should we start with your favourite, Emma? Should we start with
let's
this
go
one?
with
Now,
Snoopy.
within here, talk me through what it is that we're going to get, Emma.
So, obviously, you're going to get your pattern.
Okay.
And then you're going to get your crochet hook. So you're going to get your brown yarn, which is obviously for his helmet. And you're going to get the cream, which is for his head and body. And then you're going to get some little bundles for your embroidery, any other little bits you might need, and the red for his scarf. You're also going to get the toy stuffing. So you're getting everything. And then a cute little label to stitch on there.
Oh, this is
Put it on his
brilliant.
scarf, or I think I would add it
Yeah.
next to his bum, or...
So you're getting also that lovely little label included as well. This is gorgeous. We're at £35, which I don't actually know whether I should mention this, but this is £10 lower than the website. I'm just going to say this really quietly so Emma doesn't hear. This is actually £10 lower today. I have no idea how or no idea why, but Jess upstairs was like, right, I'm going to roll with it. These are the prices that I've got on my system, and I completely think they're wrong, but we're going with it. So now you've got them at £35.
Yeah.
See, that is good. That is really good, isn't it? Especially when you're looking at something that is such an icon, such a big brand.
Yeah.
Just £35. So in here, remember, you're getting everything that you need for your crochet project, your toy filling, your extra bits of yarn, your stuffing, and this is super soft, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's our 100% merino. It's loosely spun. I think we've brought this yarn here before to you on Sewing Street. It's loosely spun, so it's got that lovely silky, sort of lofty sort of feel, and it's perfect for that amigurumi. It's perfect.
Yeah. Oh, it's gorgeous. So soft. And then you're getting your pattern as well, which is your amigurumi pattern. And for anybody who hasn't done amigurumi before, the increases and decreases aren't anything to be...
No, super simple. In fact, I can show you later just how easy they are. We'll start off here and start his little nose, and it's super, super easy. I think the lovely thing as well about Stitch and Story is on our patterns, we've got our YouTube channels and videos that with links to show you exactly how to do all these things.
Oh, so there's lots of support out there.
Lots of support, yeah.
I mean, you have a huge social media following, actually, don't you? So a lot of people who have got involved before might be, you know, adding tips as well to the page.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, jump on the Instagram with his tags at the bottom of the patterns for his YouTube and Instagram and everything. Get on there and get chatting with the community about what it is that you're making next, because we love it.
I love the Snoopy pilot. This is adorable, and it's such an amazing discount today, just £35. And as we said, whether you're making it for yourself, making it for a loved one as a gift, or gifting it as a kit, they've got everything that they need to be able to make.
And it comes in your little yellow bag as well, so literally everything.
Yeah, that could be such a lovely Christmas gift for somebody who loves crochet.
Yeah.
And loves Snoopy.
Yeah.
I mentioned this before with you, Emma, but I know, I mean, Kerry, who's our producer today, she's due to have her little baby in November, like really soon. So to gift it to someone who is having a baby, you know, made up, it just is lovely, isn't it? And it's all safe for a baby to have. There's no glass eyes or any beads.
No, that's
it.
Yeah, so everything's sewn on, everything's soft.
Yeah.
So yeah, perfect. And the merino's brilliant for babies. I know we've got the jumper coming up, which is perfect for baby skin.
And the hats and the boots and all sorts.
Yeah.
Right, so Snoopy, classic Snoopy, shall we go to next? The classic Snoopy look, once again, has everything that you need to be able to make him. And then, let's have a look. I believe it's at the front. Let's see. So, can you see him at the front, or do you want me to grab him? Hang on. Would you pass me Levi? Sorry. Would you just pass me Snoopy from the front? Thank you. There he is. Oh, classic Snoopy. I bet it's really difficult, actually, to get it right so that he looks not just like, you know, a normal dog. He looks like Snoopy.
Yeah. So it's about following the pattern and getting those increases and decreases in the right places.
Okay.
But it's so much easier than you think. And what a good size for an amigurumi as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's really good size. £35 again, amazing price point for your Snoopy character. And the hard work's been done for you in the design of the pattern. So if you're just following your pattern, you are going to get a Snoopy just like this. And it's all broken down, really, you know, into full step-by-step instructions.
Yeah. And something that I really love about these patterns for the Snoopy is how it's broke down with the little illustrations on how to put them together, because I think that's where you get your character.
Yeah.
That's where it comes together. So the crochet part, yeah, you've got to get the shaping right, but it's actually adding those last-minute details like the placement of the eyes. And in there, it literally tells you exactly what row, what round to put the eyes on, where to put the nose. Where to do that embroidery. It literally shows you step by step with illustrations as well.
Yeah, that is brilliant.
Yeah.
See, the placement of the eyes can change everything.
Everything.
On a toy. Everything.
Yeah, but it's not something to be frightened of, because I think some people are sometimes put off and think, oh, I'm not going to be able to get him to look like that. But
you will with these.
You will with these instructions, because
Yeah.
it is literally spelled out for you. It's really easy to follow.
Brilliant. And I mean, these are fabulous instructions to follow. It says it's an easy plus, so an adventurous beginner can have a go at this.
Yeah, I would say if you are an adventurous beginner, we've got the YouTube support. We've got the Instagram videos on there. So just get started.
Amazing. Once again, look, you get your little Stitch and Story Peanuts official label, which is lovely to be able to sew straight in.
Yeah.
You've then also got your merino, beautiful 100% merino wool in all of the colours that you need. So you get 3 of those creams, and then you also get the black. What size crochet hook do you use?
So the amigurumis are 4.5.
Oh, okay. So is amigurumi normally always sort of 4.5? Then that's a
it depends. So amigurumi you can do in any weight of yarn. So it might be that you're doing it on a 4-ply and you need a thinner hook.
Right.
It may be that you're doing something really chunky and then you need a bigger hook. It just depends on the pattern. But yeah, for these it's a 4.5.
You're getting your toy stuffing as well, and of course you have then got the pattern. So if you want to make it again in your chunky yarn, make it bigger,
make a big version. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just use the correct hook size for the yarn that you.
That's what I love about crochet and amigurumi is that you can upscale, decel very easily just by changing your hook and your yarn.
Yeah, imagine a chunky yarn on an 8mm hook.
Yes.
Snoopy, very cute.
£10 discount on this one today. I cannot stress you enough how amazing that is for the kits that you're getting at £35. Normally when you're looking at, you know, a licensed toy, you pay a lot more for that privilege, don't you?
Yeah, it's strange. At the weekend, we went to Asda and my little girl saw a Peppa Pig plate and she was like, I want this, Mummy, I want this. And I noticed it was £3. I know it's only £3, but £3 different to the plain...
The normal,
one. I thought, wow,
as soon as you go into
so
any of the
to
stores,
get a kit that's at this price with the licence is just a big bargain.
Absolutely. £35 for your kit, and that's for your lovely little classic Snoopy. What sort of dog's Snoopy? Does anyone have any good Snoopy facts? He's a beagle.
I was going to say, I'm sure he's a beagle, yeah.
Oh, he's a beagle. He's gorgeous, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. Right, so there's your Snoopy, classic Snoopy. And as you said, we've got all of the other, I say all the other characters. We've also got the little bird as well, Woodstock.
Yeah, Woodstock, yeah.
Oh, this is cute.
I'm going to say he's also my favourite.
Let's have a look at Woodstock. Right, so within here, and this colour is lovely as well.
I think this is a great gift for toddlers.
Yes, absolutely.
What toddler isn't going to love that colour?
Oh, amazing. So you're getting your Woodstock amigurumi kit. Even still, with this really beautiful merino wool, you're still getting the amazing colours as well.
Yeah, it's such a vibrant, bright, very similar to the actual bag, actually.
You're then getting, again, your lovely label, your crochet hook, your toy filling, and instructions. Do I need to sew these on then? Is this all, so it's amigurumi, so there's not too many elements, you're then just stitching those on?
Yeah, you're just stitching them on, so the head's made separately, and then we make the little the wings and the feathers separately, but I'll show you later how easy they are to do.
Brilliant. So you got your full instructions, step by step. And again, with diagrams, that's quite unusual for a crochet pattern, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think in this case, with the Peanuts projects, we wanted them to be so easy for you to get that character.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see, so you'll know exactly where to put the eyes, exactly where to put the mouth.
On the instructions, it says what row of your crochet to put all the embroidery details, and even down to where to put the feathers. It'll tell you what round to start on and how many rounds it takes, how many rounds is in between each feather. It's so easy.
Oh, fabulous. We're going to do some demos as well, so if you've got any questions about any of the kits, get them in, and Emma, of course, can demonstrate as well any bits that you're unsure of. So you get your 250 gram of your merino wool, your black thread for your embroidery, I believe is included in this kit as well.
Yeah.
Your crochet hook, your sewing needle, and your toy filling. Now we also have a bundle of Snoopy and Woodstock together.
Yeah.
So is it these two?
The two
like this?
classics, yeah.
So you'll be able to make both of them
together
for your bundle, and it's £50. It's £50, which is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this would be perfect. If you've got, like, I've got a 4 and a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
Like, I'd make these,
yeah,
and at least one of them's got one to play with, and they'll swap over.
You can't make one and not the other.
That's right.
Siblings, and this is actually making it more affordable to be able to do it.
Yeah.
In fact, we are £20 lower. £20 lower. That is such an amazing price. Yeah. If you go onto the Stitch and Story website, I think you're paying £70 for this kit.
Yeah.
£50. Amazing value prices. I have no idea how I managed to do this, but go for it. Now, which is the... Oh, well, it's both of the two kits that you've
Yeah, so you get the exact content that we've just showed you for the Woodstock or the Snoopy, but together.
Brilliant. Massive saving as well. It's £50 for the two of them, both in crochet. Make them both. And Aragorumi comes together really quickly. We were chatting before the show about knitting and crochet. Yeah. And there's a lady who we're talking to who does knitting and she does crochet, and she says that crochet is so much faster.
Yeah, it grows much faster. Yeah. And one of these little amigurumi projects you can get done pretty quickly.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, look. Oh, my gosh, adorable. OK, in fact, actually, whilst everybody's checking out on this, as it's really, really busy, shall we do a bit of an Aragorumi demo? Because we've got lots of baby makes as well. Have a look underneath us on the web, because there's Snoopy hats, Snoopy little baby boots. We will get to them. But just while you're going through for this, as it's a £20 saving, we'll show you how you get started with it. So
yeah, let me show you how easy it is to start off the Snoopy, the head. So I've got my yarn here, and we're going to...
You can work straight from this yarn, can't you?
Yeah, so you can find the outside, which is usually tucked in. There it is.
Oh, I'm just going to move over slightly so you can come closer this side. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, and then we're going to hop... So to begin with, we do a magic circle, which is what we do very often for any amigurumis. And you're going to wrap it around your hand twice. You've got 3 loops there. Take a crochet hook, go under that second loop, grab the third, and as you bring it through, you will twist like that.
Right.
And then you're just going to hold it all in place and let go. And then to secure that loop...
Just come slightly to your left.
That's it.
Perfect, thank you.
Do a chain just to secure it. And then what you're going to do is work 6 single crochet. Now, it's important to say that in crochet we have UK and US terminology.
What do you Stitch and Story?
So Stitch and Story tend to do US terminology. However, on the abbreviations, it gives you the UK alternative. So if you are somebody that follows the UK terminology, it does say on there.
Okay.
You know, what it is in UK. So I'm going to work single crochets, which is US terminology. In UK, it's a double crochet. We're going to do 6 of those. Straight into the centre there. 1, we've got 2. That's 3. Why is it that when you come to demo, all your fingers won't work? 4.
You've had a busy morning, haven't you?
I've done lots of driving.
School.
Yeah, and then driving.
How's week back been?
Oh, good. Yeah, they've enjoyed it. 5 and 6.
Sorry. I was
No,
getting
no,
sort
you're
of-
fine.
You're counting. I'll be quiet.
No, no, you're fine. And this is why we call it a magic ring, because it purely is magic. So what you can do is literally pull that
Yeah.
and it
Oh,
forms
nice.
that circle. I love that bit. So you've got your circle there, and if you can, well, you can't see because it's Snoopy, because it's
On his
covered by
nose, starts
Snoopy's
there.
nose.
So if your magic ring isn't that neat, it don't matter
It
because it's
doesn't
going to be covered
matter.
up by the nose.
That's it. And then what you're going to do is this is where we start to increase. So we're going to start to build out that shape of Snoopy's face. And we do that by working those single crochets into the same stitch. So where you would normally, if you were working straight, you would do like one single crochet in that stitch, one single crochet in that stitch. Instead, you're going to do two into the same place, and that's how you're increasing and making those extra stitches. So you can see I've just done one there. You're going to do one in the exact same place. And this is really handy for somebody who's maybe crocheted and done straight crochet back and forth. Don't feel scared to do in the round. I know it can put some people off, but it is a lot simpler than you might kind of think. You are literally doing the exact same technique as you would do if you're going backwards and forwards, but you're doing one and then in the exact same place, and you're going to do that all the way around your round until you've got 12 stitches. So you've done 6, you've increased double by making it 12.
Looks like that yarn all glides nicely on the crochet hook.
It does. I mean, it has a tendency to split slightly because
it's loose.
Because it's a loosely spun to get that soft silky, but it's quite easy to work with even though, and I feel like the end results are worth that, having to take your time a little bit more. And if you are a beginner, then yeah, you definitely need to be taking your time anyway, so it kind of works itself out.
It's a nice one to start with, actually, because you don't need to worry about it fitting anything or anybody.
That's right.
The worst that can happen is if it's slightly looser tension, it's just going to be a bit bigger,
Slightly
or a bit smaller.
Yeah, that's right. So you've got all the way around there now. You've done 2 single crochets into every stitch, and you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 stitches there. I'm just going to loosen this off a bit so that I can work with it. And you can see how that's gone nice and flat because we've done 2 single crochets into each stitch. And then what we're going to do is we're going to increase to 18. So you're going to do, so sometimes it may be that you need to place those increases in the correct place. So what we're going to do is work 1 single crochet in that one. And then you're going to work 2 in the next one. 1, 2, and you're going to do that all the way around. 1 in that one, and just repeat that of doing 1 and then doing 2, and you're still getting that. I think you can pretty much see it already how it's starting to form there. So you can see that's the centre there. So we started working on this side, and it's keeping that lovely shape, lovely rounded shape of Snoopy's face is just starting to come alive. And the more you follow the pattern, and the more crochet you build, the more it'll start to look like Snoopy.
Yeah.
And I suppose then, as a pattern as well, if you don't add some of the embellishments as well, they're just going to look like beagles. I mean, you can make them in all different colours. You've got a great universal pattern to then use for all sorts of colours.
Definitely. Yeah, so you just keep building it up. And although it'll take a while before I get to that stage, I will quickly show you how to do the decrease. So once you've got, so as you can see here, I've started here, which, like you said earlier, you don't have to. It's going to be covered up. You don't need to worry too much about getting it neat if you are a beginner. But as you start to come up here, you've done some more increasing. You're going to come around here, and you're going to start to decrease down to this centre, centre point here. It's as easy as this. So I'm just going to quickly show you. So how you would
increasing or decreasing?
Decreasing. Sorry, did I say increasing?
No,
decreasing. So it's not in the right place. We wouldn't do it here, but I just want to get there to show you. So you're going to start your single crochet in this stitch like that. And then instead of finishing your single crochet, you're then going to do what we call a single crochet 2 together, or if it's UK, it's double crochet 2 together. You're going to go insert. So you've got your loop on there. You're going to insert your hook into your next stitch and pull up loop again. So you've then got 1, 2, 3, and then you're going to finish it off like it was a normal single crochet, and you can see there it's how
It started to cinch it in.
to cinch it in, yeah.
Yeah.
So if I do that again, so you
Into the next V.
into the first, into the next stitch. So you're doing it over 2 stitches, so you've got one there and one there. Yarn round and pull through, and you can see yet again how that's now started to form that, like, to bring it back in almost.
Yeah.
And it's just that they are the only 3 things you really need to know.
Yeah.
How to do your single crochet or double crochet for your UK terminology. How to do the increase, which is as simple as knowing the stitch before it, you're doing it twice in the same place. And then the decrease, which is simply the similar thing, but you're working it over 2 stitches instead of 1.
And that's it, really,
That's
isn't it?
it.
To make the whole structure.
Yeah.
And then when you're making the different elements, for example, like the ears, because these are really lovely, thick and plush. They're actually...
Yeah, so these are started
How
in
do
the
you do
round.
that?
So you're doing the exact same thing. You're starting here, you're working round.
and then you're folding it.
And then it's
like in
just
half.
fold. So the way that the increases or the decreases are placed will be down this edge here
so
to make this
clever.
nice flat element. So for example, have we got time so I can just show you
Yeah, we've got loads of time.
Woodstock. So I've got my notes there just in case I need them. But I was just going to show you how, like we were talking about getting that flat shape.
Yeah, that's going to be similar to the ear.
Yeah, it's going to be a similar thing. So I'll show you how to do that and how easy it is. I'll pop in there. So for this one, you're going to do a chain stitch and you're going to work a 4 chain. So you make your little slip knot.
Yeah.
Hold that to keep it out of the way, and you're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is literally the base of our feather, and you're going to work all the way around it to get that shape. So we're going to do, the next instruction is to do 1 crochet, 1 chain stitch, because we're then going to work an increase into that first. So it's the second chain from the hook. You're going to work an increase, so that's where you're doing those 2 single crochets into the same stitch, like so. You're then going to do 2 single crochet in the next 2 stitches, so you're just doing 1 single crochet in each. You've got 1 there. Try and hold that. It's when it's so small it gets so fiddly. 1 and 2. Trying to keep my fingers out of the way to show you. And then, so we've got there at the end that 1 stitch, and this is where we're going to turn our work 180 degrees and start working on the bottom.
Right,
So
okay.
in that last chain there, we're going to work another increase, but we're kind of going to do it upside down.
Right.
So what we're doing is we're bringing this into the round, even though we haven't done a magic ring. So you've got 1 and 2, that's your increase there. And then at the underneath the other side of the chain, so if we worked along here, we're going to work a single crochet back into the other side. 1 and 2. Like so. And then, as you can see there, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's where we're going to, so this very first stitch here, that's where we're going to start working back in the round. So we're going to do 2 in that one to increase in the first 2 stitches. So we've done 1 increase there and 1 increase there. And this is what I was saying earlier about the increases being on the edge. So when this starts to form, we've got the 2 increases there and there. I don't know if you can see it already, but that is like the base there. So we're going to work 2 single crochets as normal along the top. 1 in that stitch and 1 in that stitch. And then in the 2 at the end, we're going to work 2 in those to increase, because that's how we're going to get that shape of the feather, or the wing is the exact same instructions, which is what makes it super simple. I love that repetitiveness when you've got something on the same project but you're repeating it and repeating it. I think it's so therapeutic, and you get used to doing it so you can start watching telly and have a go, which is quite nice.
Oh yeah, well you can just do one of those and then come back to it and do another one when you get whilst the kettle's boiling.
Yeah, that's it. 1 and 2, and if you can see there, that's the base, and that's where we're going to start working in the round. So when that's folded like that, that is the very bottom of the
Right. Oh yes.
of the wing there, if you can see it.
Oh,
So
that's very
as you
clever.
work up, you're going to do so many with increases and so many with decreases
Decreases.
until you come to this top part. And then, yeah, you can sew it straight to Woodstock's head then.
Remember, this is the bundle for Woodstock and for Snoopy. There's over 10 of you who've got it in your basket. Please be aware, if you all check out, then that is it, nearly stock sold out. There's the Snoopy and there's Woodstock. And I just want to show you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get everything out so you can see everything that you're getting in both. So for Woodstock, obviously, you're getting your 2 yellow, you're getting your crochet hook and the lovely little tag, along with your toy stuffing. And I'm missing here, but you will get also your black thread
For the embroidery,
and a sewing needle included.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you get all of that. And then for Snoopy, where's my Snoopy? Here you're getting your merino wool, which is so soft. In all 3. And then you're getting your cosmic black, your hook, your toy filling, your label for Snoopy and your pattern. So just so you can see there on the desk, I mean, you're getting a huge kit on the way. It's going to be a lot of that beautiful superfine merino wool, 50 grams in each of them. And if everybody checks out, we're in single figures. Be careful, because I know that if you've looked on the Stitch and Story website, you can see this for £70. Today, you've got it at £50. I know that we didn't see Emma here over Manager Special. We didn't see any of the kit. And Kerry will go mad at me for mentioning it again. But everything today, she's been finding all these brilliant discounts for you. So definitely make the most of that. For both of them, because like you said, more often than not, there might be somebody that you know that you want to make it for, but then they've also got a sibling. And you can't not make one for one and not the other.
I mean, they will still argue about they both want the same one, because that's just inevitable. At least you've got a bargaining tool.
Yeah, definitely. But you can't have Snoopy without Woodstock either, can you?
That's right, yeah. You can't.
Love them. Right, so you're getting your classic Snoopy and your Woodstock there. Definitely check out as soon as you can. There's a lot of people who've got them in their baskets. I think we were watching the demo then. Okay, now we also have available the jumper. Now, you were talking to me about the jumper, because this is lots of sizes actually, isn't it?
Yeah, so you're getting 4 different sizes.
Okay.
So the first 2 sizes use a ball less, but in the 2 bigger sizes, you're getting that extra. You're getting that extra ball of wool.
So this is now knitting.
Yes. So this is knitting. Yeah.
And this is Charlie Brown's jumper.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
So the first 2 sizes you're getting 0 to 6.
Oh, this is so cute.
And 6 to 12. So it goes right up to 24 months, so to 2 years.
Oh, brilliant. And you've got to make it, again, like we said, whether it be for siblings, them to all have matching ones.
Charlie Brown jumpers, how cute will that be?
But, I mean, I had jumpers that were knitted for when they were tiny, tiny, and I said to Kerry, they'll grow out them so quick, and you just want to recreate that as they get older.
Yeah.
This is going to be that jumper that you make for them when they're a little baby, but then also they're going to want the jumper.
Well, once if you're making it for your 0 to 6, you want to make it in a bigger size. You've got your pattern.
Oh, brilliant. So you have your pattern, which is all of the sizes for the Charlie Brown sweater. And in here, you're going to get beautiful knitting needles.
Yeah, they're really nice, aren't they? You can feel the quality of them without even knitting on them.
They're lovely. 8mm knitting needles. And then loads of yarn. Now, do you know what size I'm going to be able to make with all of this?
So I think this
Will it be enough to be able to make?
Yeah, so I think it's the 4 balls for 0 to 6 and 6 to 12 months, and it's 5 balls of black for the 12 to 18 and 18 to 24.
So you can make the largest size with this bundle then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 black.
Yeah, if you get the larger, so we've got two bundles. So
okay. So the one that's on screen
is 4 balls, yeah.
Oh, it's 4 balls. Excuse me. So the 4 balls at the minute is the one to be able to do up to a year.
Yeah, yeah. So if you're buying the bundle for 0 to 6 or 6 to 12 months, they're the 2 sizes you'll be able to do, and you get 4 of the black, 1 of the white.
Amazing. £35, honestly, and then you've got your pattern to be able to make it. Even the lovely label. I mean, how amazing to be able to then stitch that in.
Which makes a lovely gift.
And it's so soft. I wish you could actually feel this, because the end result is one of the most beautiful knitted sweaters, isn't it?
Yeah, so the merino, as we said earlier, it's loosely spun to get that really silky. And you can feel just how, I don't think we can, it's almost like we need
someone to reach in and
reach in and feel it, because you just can't explain just how soft it is.
So when you think of wool, if I'm honest, as you know, a mum, when you have
Yeah.
wool jumpers, you think of quite itchy
Yeah.
and quite scratchy. This is not that
No.
at all.
So merino is super silky and has got also like hypoallergenic properties, antibacterial properties.
Oh, brilliant.
It's perfect for babies and even better for people with eczema or babies with sensitive skin. Anything like that, this merino yarn is perfect.
Oh, I love this. I want all the girls in these as well. It doesn't need to just be for boys, does it?
No, I think that's what's lovely about this colourway. It's quite modern.
Yeah, it is.
But I think it's great for if you know somebody who's having a baby and they don't know are they having a boy, are they having a girl. This little Charlie Brown jump is just perfect.
Do you want one, Gary? We love
Yeah.
them. Right, now, should we do the bigger bundle as well? So if you want the one with 5 of the black, and then you also get, obviously, the white for your stripe. Is this difficult to change colour?
No, super easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I trust you.
So on the pattern there is the charts and everything on there on how exactly where to place.
See, these look lovely instructions.
Yeah, I think this is what's so great about these stitch and story instructions. You've literally got all the illustrations supporting the instructions. And yeah, the repeat of the pattern on the chart there, which makes it super easy.
Now, with this one, you still get exactly the same pattern. So even though you're choosing on this one to get the extra ball of yarn, still kind of ignore size 2 because it still doesn't stop you from doing the smaller sizes.
No, no.
Just means that you have an extra ball if you want to do the ones that are for 1-year-old plus up to 2 years.
Yeah.
And yeah, honestly, from my experience, if you are looking at making for somebody that's got a new baby, go for the extra ball of yarn and go for maybe a bigger size.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Oh, it will last them longer. And they are so, so special. They really are. These are the keepsakes that you then do keep. And you might put them on a teddy bear or, you know, keep them hanging up in a wardrobe.
And if you've got a little bit of this extra cream available, chain some.
I saw this on your Instagram with
yeah.
Images. Didn't you have a jumper on there?
Yeah, for my
with
little
your
girl, yeah.
I
with
did
her
see it
name
on
it.
Instagram.
Do it and embroider it on the back.
How would you do that? Is it just a chain stitch?
You can do it embroidered chain stitch, or
Okay.
you can do it with a crochet hook where you literally just, see if I can show you quickly. With
Oh
this
my
as
gosh,
well.
yes, show me. I want to do this on all of my friends'
Yeah,
jumpers.
so you don't even need to be able to crochet to do this. Because
Okay.
literally all you're doing is making a loop, putting it on your hook, and then you literally just pull it
Come
through.
over to me, sorry.
Oh,
That's it. Thank
see
you.
it that way. Just pull it, keep pulling it through. Just keep pulling it through like this.
Yeah.
And you see how it's just growing into like a long
Yeah?
thing. So you just keep going. And then eventually you'll be able to do it long enough to sort of spell out a name and then just lay it on the actual fabric and sew it on.
It's as easy as that.
It's as easy as that.
And do you know if you go onto any Etsy stores that sell those sort of jumpers, you pay a fortune for them to
Yeah.
be personalised, don't
And
you?
it's so easy to do it
Do
yourself.
it yourself, definitely. And if you, like you said, we've got some great deals on the merino wool bundles as well, and you'll be able to do it for all of the family.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're the 2 bundles on the jumper. We've still got so much to show you, by the way. Sorry, pointing at you with my little needles. We're going to whip through it. Shall we do the hat next, did you say, Kerry? Right, so the Charlie Brown hat. Is this big enough for adults?
Yeah, this is an adult hat, yeah.
Yes. Oh, I love it. It's big enough for an adult as well. In
Which
fact,
I think's really cool. Like, if it was me, I'd have a little jumper for Imogen. or
yeah,
Max,
matching.
and then have the hat myself.
Isn't that lovely? Oh, I love a winter hat. And actually, the last 2 days, I've been wearing my winter hat. Have you?
Yeah, it's been a bit cool
really
for the school run.
We've
yeah.
got a heat wave coming this week, so you'll be able to knit this in time for when actual winter does start.
Yeah.
But this is lovely.
What a lovely gift for a new mom if you want to get the jumper and make that for the baby and then make the hat for mom so that you are matching. I would have loved that.
Or for dad.
Or for dad, yeah.
This is it. It's great. It's unisex, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're getting here your pattern for the hat. You're getting all of the wool that you need. Again, that lovely merino wool, which is once again super, super soft against your skin. Not a bit nasty, nothing itchy or scratchy. And it's £35. All of these are discounted today. Actually, £5 discounted off the price on the Stitch and Story website. So this is £40 on there today. Today at Sewing Street, you've got it at 35. You're also getting the knitting needles. What is brilliant is they all come. Does this one come in the gift bag as well?
So any of the Snoopy kits all come in the yellow Snoopy bag.
Oh, see, that's lovely, isn't it? So
Yeah.
if you're making it up for somebody and gifting it in the bag,
That would be pretty, I'd love that.
I'd love that.
Yeah.
It's so lovely to have something that's made for you, but then with a bit of a story to it as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Brilliant. And like you said then, you do have the little stitch, so you can just stitch that on the inside or on the outside.
Yeah, wherever you want. Yeah.
£35 for your hats. Now, we also have the Snoopy Baby booties. Let's come on across. Hang on one sec. I'll bring it over. So this is booties and hat for the baby.
Yeah.
This is
It's
so
so cute.
Oh, I'm actually going to have to... please just slap me if I get broody at any point during this show. Get a grip of yourself, woman. I'm not allowed any more children. No way. I can't do it. I had a meltdown in a restaurant yesterday. I was like, no, don't do it. Look at on the Stitch and Story website. Oh, my gosh. Look at how adorable. That is enough to make anybody broody.
Yeah.
Oh, my word. Right, so you've got the hat, which is just so cute. And is this part of the same kit? You can make the booties as well?
Yeah, so the matching, yeah.
Oh.
The hat and the... So everything in the kit comes to make the hat and the booties.
Knitting pattern.
Knitting, yeah.
This is adorable. And then you're also getting in here all of your yarn. Now, what size are these, please? Is it for...
So it's from newborn to 12 months. So the yarn that comes in the kit covers all 3 sizes. So we've got 0 to 3, 3 to 6, and 6 to 12 months.
So if they are a bit bigger, if you're thinking, oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed this kit and now my grandson and my daughter or whoever it is that you want to make it for is a bit bigger, don't worry, because look at how lovely they look as well when they're bigger. And
So
this is
cute.
the perfect time of year, actually, if they're sitting, you know, in a pram or something and they're not wearing shoes yet, you still got to keep their little feet nice and warm.
Yeah, I had a pair in my baby bag that just stayed there all the time because they constantly pull socks off.
So true.
And lose them, and it's just perfect thing to have in your baby bag or the bottom of the pram to be like, oh, I know what I've got.
Oh, and look, you get the labels, you get the bag for when you want to gift it or just to have for yourself. They are absolutely gorgeous.
And again,
The
it's in
Snoopy
that
hat.
lovely merino yarn,
So
which is
so
super
nice
soft.
against the skin, hypoallergenic, great if they've got eczema or any skin conditions. You don't need to worry about it being scratchy. But also, you just want to make sure that they've got really lovely soft quality against the skin, their little newborn little feet. Oh, they are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I love that. Right, so your whole kit is there on screen. It's £35. That's for the hat and the booties. And you don't need to worry about the sizes. They're all there. That's another £5 saving. Wow.
And in your yellow bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I love it. And anybody who is buying anything today, your P&P is covered already if you've bought something from Sewing Street. You can buy on your order, even though this is coming from Stitch and Story. Right, so what is it next, Zoe? Shall we do some wool bundles? Because did we say that we're going to do some discounts on these as well? This is brilliant. Now, I love these chunky wools. When am I going to be using chunky wool?
Well, I think it's definitely coming up to that time of year where we want to get the chunky yarns out and make blankets and hats and scarves and, just anything.
Can you crochet with it still? I know it's only about knitting, but you can still crochet with it.
Yeah, you could knit or crochet with this,
Right, now you're going to get a pack of 5 of these, and you also get a free pattern to be able to make a lovely soft lofty blanket, which, like you said, this is the perfect thing. So if you are thinking, right, I want to have a go with the chunky yarn, want to try out Stitch and Story, you're going to get the free pattern as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Today, forget £50. This is so good. 37.46. Does that make it 20% off? 25% off? Whew! That is really good. With your free blanket pattern. This is a lovely colour for autumn, winter, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, really lovely. It's that rich. It's called rich plum.
Rich plum.
It is what it is called.
Now, if I wanted to do, say, a hat or something, I mean, do I need to look at my pattern and see what yarn it recommends for it?
Yeah. So we class this as a chunky yarn. So it's a bit of a like, I think it's an 8, sometimes a 12 mil. So it's really like a thick, chunky, anything with a 12. So any pattern you may have in your stash that's like a 12 mil, this is perfect.
Brilliant. Now you're going to get 5 of them, pack of 5 with the free pattern for £37.46. That's your rich plum. We're going to carry on through because there's... Can I go for my favourite? I love this one.
That's a lovely colour. Another one that's perfect for this time of year coming up.
That is like, well, there's so many colours actually in there when you look, because there's reds and oranges and browns and tans. That is lovely.
Yeah.
Pumpkin. What are we calling it? Tweed. Tweed orange, it's
And it
called.
is tweedy as well.
It is actually, isn't
Yeah.
it? Tweed orange. Now, you're going to get loads of this. How much do you get on each? 100 grams?
Yeah, 100 grams per. And actually, the free pattern that you get takes 9 balls. So if you want to buy 2 packs, then that covers
the whole
project. And I think also, I mean, I know we're showing it in cream, but get your 2 favourite colours, give it a stripe, do it in 2 colour blocks.
Yeah.
I think that could be quite fun.
Oh, good idea. £37.46 with that 25% discount today. Definitely try it out if you've never bought from Stitch and Story before. If you want to have a go with a nice chunky, different colours, this is lovely. And it is still that lovely merino wool as well, so it's super, super soft. If you're getting 5 in the pack, that means you're getting 1 of them for free.
Yeah.
And your pattern for free, obviously, as well. If it's 25% off, you're paying for 4, you're getting 1 for free, and you're getting your free pattern as well for that lovely lofty knitted throw. That would look lovely in my house. I don't know. I think everybody's house, you know, for autumn needs this lovely rusty, warm pumpkin tone.
Yeah, imagine making a knitted or a crochet pumpkin in that.
Oh, pumpkin, yes.
Have you
They're
seen
very
those? Like, I think they've got them in Georgia Asda and places like that. Those big pumpkin cushions that are like shaped like an actual pumpkin.
Oh, nice.
Imagine one of those in that.
Yes, gorgeous. £37.46. You're going to get all 5 of them and your pattern as well for that price. Brilliant. Okay, now we also have navy blue. We'll stick with these lovely autumnals. Even if you're going to do like scarves, big chunky scarves, I bet working with chunky wool means it all comes together.
It comes together faster, and it's also this weight of yarn is great for anybody who's a beginner.
Okay.
Because when it's big, you're using bigger needles, it's easier to see, it's less fiddly. Sometimes when you're working on a smaller needle or a smaller hook, it gets a little bit for a beginner, whereas with this yarn and the big needles, it just makes it so much easier to see those details.
What size knitting needles do you need to use? 12?
12, yeah.
12. And this is this one's called Silent Night. It's really lovely. Navy blue. Once again, 25% off. Is this already sort of, is it called a cake or wound into a shape that you can just work from? Or do I need to wind this?
If I'm remembering right, they call it a donut.
Donut?
A donut, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah, so you don't need to do anything. You can just
Work from it.
Whip the tag off and get started. Sometimes people try and find the middle of the ball to make it easier, but you can work from
the outside or the middle one.
Yeah, you don't need to do any winding or.
Brilliant. £37.46 for today and today only. If you want to stock up your yarn stash ready for your winter makes. I think it's nice to make a blanket on your knee, actually, anyway, isn't it? Keeps your knees warm.
It does. And I also think this colour's great for like my dad, granddad,
Gents,
my husband, the men in your life. This is a perfect colour.
Yes, it is.
I mean, us women like navy too, but...
Love it.
Yeah.
There's something that then you end up keeping yourself, don't you? Yeah. It's something like, oh, I've spent all this time, I really love it, I'm going to keep it myself. I did have you intended, the thought was there. I often do that. I'm always like, I saw this and I did think of you. I kept it myself, but the thought was there. The thought was there. This is a lovely, like, turquoise colour. Iced mint, it's called. That's lovely, actually, and wintry.
Yeah.
When I saw it, I thought, oh, I'll do more sort of wintry colours first. But actually, if you put this one with these, and like you say, do a nice stripy.
Yeah. I think even the orange, the one that you like, looks really nice with this blue.
Let's see. Oh, yes.
I quite like that.
Yeah, I'd never think of putting those together, and that looks really nice.
Yeah. Even with the cream in as well, it's the 3. They look quite nice.
Oh.
I feel like a lot of this this whole colour palette, they quite go together quite nicely.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do. So if you wanted to do lots of stripes, go for it. Get them all. They're on discount, 25% off. This one's going lower as well, and you're getting your free pattern. I've seen pumpkins this colour, actually.
Yes.
The ghost pumpkins.
Yeah, because you can actually go to the pumpkin patch and get some of these, like... icy colours and the pinks.
Oh, I'm
as well.
excited for going pumpkin picking this year. I hadn't even thought of that yet, but that's soon, isn't it?
Yeah.
That'll be cute. Oh, they all need their little, that's when you need your Charlie Brown hats and the Charlie Brown jumpers to match, all with the family picture in front of the pumpkins. I can see it now.
That'd be super
Very
cute.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Right, then we also have the white. This is again 100% merino wool, 100 grams of your pure white. Do you know if you're making garments, how does it wash? I always worry about wool going in the wash. Would you just be careful with it and not get it dirty?
Yeah, I mean, some of them it'll say, so like on your actual tag, for instance, it'll say down here whether it's washable or not. So this is hand wash only, which even some of the yarns that say that they're washable, I would always hand wash them. Just because you've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort in making them, the last thing you want is to put it in the washing machine and also I find sometimes, I mean, if they're for kids, you might need to give them a bit more of a wash, but for myself, just air them out outside. Just shove them out, especially this time of year, shove them outside, the wind gets on them, it gives them a bit, because especially if you're working with 100% wool, it's got a lot of natural antibacterial properties in there. So it's almost self-cleaning. It's only if you actually physically drop something down it that you might need to give it a bit of a wash.
Yeah, just a hand.
Yeah, and you can also buy special wool detergents and things to, if for like, for instance, with this, but you wouldn't want to kind of rub it too much because that'll start to felt it and change the fabric itself. But yeah, just follow the instructions on whatever yarn it is, follow the instructions on your ball band, but just be careful, I would say.
£37.46. Yes, go for it with those bundles because you're getting 25% off, and that one obviously you're always going to use, aren't you? If you want to make, like you said, if you get that one, could I do my fancy chain stitch with the nice chunky one to be able to put that on
the Charlie Brown jumper?
On the jumper.
Yeah,
that would be lovely, wouldn't it? You could do it, obviously. Yeah, you could do the jumper in the orange and then you cream with a name. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? £37.46. You've got plenty of choice there, and they're all discounted, 25% off. You're going to get 5 of each, remember. I know I'm only showing you one, but just to save space, you'll get 5 of each. And then we also have the mustard. So, for example, I will show you these. This is how much you're going to get in the post. If you want to do your pumpkins...
Oh, yeah, perfect. Lots of pumpkins here.
Big pumpkin cushions. That is a pumpkin patch, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, perfect colour.
25% off today. It's absolutely gorgeous and soft, isn't it? It's so nice. And you say really suitable for beginner knitters, beginner...
Perfect for beginners, for us all.
What crochet hook would you use? Because we talked about size 12 knitting needles.
Yeah, so I would go anywhere between a 10mm and a... 10mm, 12mm hook. Yeah, I think sometimes it depends. So although it says 12mm needles on here, you might want...
Depending on your tension, maybe?
Yeah,
or...
well, one, depends on your tension, and 2, depends on the desired look you want when you finish your project. I mean, obviously, if you're working to a specific pattern, you need to match that tension. So you need to use the appropriate needles to match the tension. But if you're just casting on and going for it, or chaining and playing around, then yeah, just anywhere between that, I would say 10, 12mm mark.
Brilliant. There you have 5 for £37.46. Once again, fab price, such a great discount, 25% off, and you're also getting your free pattern included for your lovely blanket kit. Full instructions there. Oh, even QR codes to take you to instruction demonstrations.
Yep, to take you to the videos.
All of your video tutorials on the YouTube are very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good. So anybody who is newer or wants to get more tips, more help, go to the Stitch and Story Instagram or YouTube.
Yeah.
Is there any more that you want to show us in terms of demo-wise? We've literally got, just less than 5 minutes, or... No, you don't need to, but
I can
just...
do. Or do you want to go through the projects? Or
yeah, let's show you. Let's do a quick recap of some of the projects. Just didn't want you to think you've got lots more prepared. So, just a recap. Shall we do the pilot? How are we getting on for stock of any of these? The bundle is the most popular.
Yeah.
Your bundle for your Snoopy and Woodstock, all that you need, and a £20 reduction. There are loads of you who've got these in your baskets. Do check out as soon as you can. You can even get your toy fill in. You get all of the lovely bright yellow merino yarn. You get your crochet hook, your embroidery threads, the cream, the black, the yellow, everything that you need.
And then it all comes in the bag as well. So you've literally got everything ready to go. Everything is covered.
And this is the first time we've seen any of these Snoopy sets, aren't they? I mean, look at how lovely this bag is. It's a real posh bag. I mean, it's very...
It's quite
very
nice,
sturdy.
thick fabric. Not fabric, fabric break cord.
Paper.
Paper, yeah.
It is lovely. And it's a great work bag, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can then put all your yarn in if you're off to a cafe or something.
And if you are doing the knitting, it's really nice size for your knitting needles. They fit in there quite well without sticking out the top and worrying about losing anything.
Anything from today's show, everything, all of the Snoopy kits, obviously the yarn doesn't, but all of the Snoopy kits that you bought today, they all come with this lovely project bag as well. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
It's been brilliant. When are you back with us? Do you have a day that you're back on?
I think I'm back with Wool Couture next, at the beginning of October for Christmas.
Oh, fabulous.
Christmas week.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. Right, tomorrow, we've got new fabrics coming up at 8 o'clock. Crafty Witches are going to be here as well with the Butterfly Breeze. I believe John's on tomorrow, actually. Sarah Page Designs coming up at 10. More from, I think it's Hell's going to be demonstrating with the Crafty Witches at 11. And then, oh my gosh, I actually thought about this tool, the Gyro Cut. It's amazing for fussy cutting. It works like a pen, but it cuts like a knife. It's amazing. So that's the first time we've had it on Sewing Street. You'll love it. It's coming up at 12 o'clock tomorrow with John. And there'll be a demonstrator here to show you how to do it as well. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, everybody, on the kits. Well done, everybody, today. Have a look back through the website and see what is available. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you bright and early again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop